What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Sri Rahula. Read by Dessalines. Copyright originally in 1959. Foreword by Paul Demieville, a member of the Institute of France, professor at the College of France, director of Buddhist Studies at the School of Higher Studies in Paris. Beginning of foreword. Here is an exposition of Buddhism conceived in a resolutely modern spirit by one of the most qualified and enlightened representatives of that religion. The Reverend Dr. W. Rahula received the traditional training and education of a Buddhist monk in Ceylon, and held eminent positions in one of the leading monastic institutes, Pirivena, in that island, where the law of the Buddha flourishes from the time of Ashoka and has preserved all its vitality up to this day. Thus brought up in an ancient tradition, he decided, at this time when all traditions are called in question, to face the spirit and the methods of international scientific learning. He entered the Ceylon University, obtained the B.A. Honours degree, London, and then won the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the Ceylon University on a highly learned thesis on the history of Buddhism in Ceylon. Having worked with distinguished professors at the University of Calcutta, and come in contact with adepts of Mahayana, the great vehicle, that form of Buddhism which reigns from Tibet to the Far East, he decided to go into the Tibetan and Chinese texts in order to widen his ecumenism. And he has honored us by coming to the University of Paris, Sorbonne, to prepare a study of Ashtanga, the illustrious philosopher of Mahayana, whose principal works in the original Sanskrit are lost, and can only be read in their Tibetan and Chinese translations. It is now 8 years since Dr. Rahula is among us, wearing the yellow robe, breathing the air of the Occident, searching perhaps in our old troubled mirror a universalized reflection of the religion which is his. The book, which he has kindly asked me to present to the public of the West, is a luminous account, within reach of everybody, of the fundamental principles of the Buddhist doctrine, as they are found in the most ancient texts, which are called the tradition, Agama, in Sanskrit, and the canonic corpus, Nikaya, in Pali. Dr. Rahula, who possesses an incomparable knowledge of these texts, refers to them constantly and almost exclusively. Their authority is recognized unanimously by all the Buddhist schools, which were and are numerous, but none of which ever deviates from these texts, except with the intention of better interpreting the spirit beyond the letter. The interpretation has indeed been varied in the course of the expansion of Buddhism through many centuries and vast regions, and the law has taken more than one aspect. But the aspect of Buddhism here presented by Dr. Rahula, humanist, rational, Socratic in some respects, evangelic in others, or again almost scientific, has for its support a great deal of authentic scriptural evidence, which he only had to let speak for themselves. The explanations which he adds to his quotations, always translated with scrupulous accuracy, are clear, simple, direct, and free from all pedantry. Some among them might lead to discussion, as when he wishes to rediscover in the Pali sources all the doctrines of Mahayana. But his familiarity with those sources permits him to throw new light on them. He addresses himself to the modern man, but he refrains from insisting on comparisons just suggested here and there, which could be made with certain currents of thought of the contemporary world. Socialism, atheism, existentialism, psychoanalysis. It is for the reader to appreciate the modernity, the possibilities of adaptation of a doctrine which, in this work of genuine scholarship, is presented to him in its primal richness. End of foreword. What the Buddha Taught by Dr. Walpola Rahula. Preface. All over the world today there is growing interest in Buddhism. Numerous societies and study groups have come into being, and scores of books have appeared on the teaching of the Buddha. It is to be regretted, however, that most of them had been written by those who are not really competent, or who bring to their task misleading assumptions derived from other religions, which must misinterpret and misrepresent their subject. A professor of comparative religion, who recently wrote a book on Buddhism, did not even know that Ananda, the devoted attendant of the Buddha, was a bhikkhu, a monk, but thought he was a layman. The knowledge of Buddhism propagated by books like these can be left to the reader's imagination. I have tried in this little book to address myself first of all to the educated and intelligent general reader, uninstructed in the subject, who would like to know what the Buddha actually taught. For his benefit, I have aimed at giving briefly, and as directly and simply as possible, a faithful and accurate account of the actual words used by the Buddha as they are to be found in the original Pali texts of the Tipitaka, universally accepted by scholars as the earliest extant records of the teachings of the Buddha. The material used and the passages quoted here are taken directly from these originals. In a few places I have referred to some later works too. I have borne in mind, too, the reader who has already some knowledge of what the Buddha taught, and would like to go further with his studies. I have therefore provided not only the Pali equivalents of most of the key words, but also references to the original texts in footnotes, and a select bibliography. The difficulties of my task have been manifold. Throughout, I have tried to steer a course between the unfamiliar and the popular, to give the English reader of the present day something which he could understand and appreciate, without sacrificing any of the matter and the form of the discourses of the Buddha. Writing the book, I have had the ancient texts running in my mind, so I have deliberately kept the synonyms and repetitions which were a part of the Buddha's speech, as it has come down to us through oral tradition, in order that the reader should have some notion of the form used by the teacher. I have kept as close as I could to the originals, and have tried to make my translations easy and readable. But there is a point beyond which it is difficult to take an idea without losing, in the interests of simplicity, the particular meaning the Buddha was interested in developing. As the title, What the Buddha Taught, was selected for this book, I felt that it would be wrong not to set down the words of the Buddha, even the figures he used, in preference to a rendering which might provide the easy gratification of comprehensibility, at the risk of distortion of meaning. I have discussed in this book almost everything which is commonly accepted as the essential and fundamental teaching of the Buddha. These are the doctrines of the Four Noble Truths and Noble Eightfold Path, the Five Aggregates, Karma, Rebirth, Conditioned Genesis, Paticcasamuppada, the doctrine of no soul, Anatta, Satipatthana, the setting up of mindfulness. Naturally, there will be in the discussion expressions which must be unfamiliar to the Western reader. I would ask him if he is interested to take up on his first reading the opening chapter, and then go on to chapters 5, 7, and 8, returning to chapters 2, 3, and 4, and 6, when the general sense is clearer and more vivid. It would not be possible to write a book on the teaching of the Buddha without dealing with the subjects which Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism have accepted as fundamental in his system of thought. The term Theravada, Hinayana, or small vehicle, is no longer used in informal circles. Could be translated as School of the Elders, Theras, and Mahayana as Great Vehicle. They are used of the two main forms of Buddhism known in the world today. Theravada, which is regarded as the original Orthodox Buddhism, is followed in Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and Chittagong in East Pakistan. Mahayana, which developed relatively later, is followed in other Buddhist countries, like China, Japan, Tibet, Mongolia, etc. There are certain differences, mainly with regard to some beliefs, practices, and observances between these two schools. But on the most important teachings of the Buddha, such as those discussed here, Theravada and Mahayana are unanimously agreed. It only remains for me now to express my sense of gratitude to Professor E.F.C. Ludovic, who in fact invited me to write this book, for all the help given me, the interest taken in it, the suggestions he offered, and for reading through the manuscript. To Miss Marianne Moon, too, who went through the manuscript and made valuable suggestions, I am deeply grateful. Finally, I am greatly beholden to Professor Paul Demieville, my teacher in Paris, for his kindness in writing the foreword. W. Rahula, Paris, July 1958. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Dedication to Mani. Sabadhanam Dhammadhanam Jinati. The gift of truth excels all other gifts. Section. The Buddha. The Buddha, whose personal name was Siddhartha in Sanskrit, and family name Gautama, Sanskrit Gautama, lived in North India in the 6th century BC. His father, Suddhodana, was the ruler of the kingdom of the Shakyas in modern Nepal. His mother was Queen Maya. According to the custom of the time, he was married quite young, at the age of 16, to a beautiful and devoted young princess named Yasodhara. The young prince lived in his palace, with every luxury at his command. But all of a sudden, confronted with the reality of life and the suffering of mankind, he decided to find the solution, the way out of this universal suffering. At the age of 29, soon after the birth of his only child, Rahula, he left his kingdom and became an ascetic in search of this solution. For 6 years the ascetic Gautama wandered about the valley of the Ganges, meeting famous religious teachers, studying and following their systems and methods, and submitting himself to rigorous ascetic practices. They did not satisfy him. So he abandoned all traditional religions and their methods and went his own way. It was thus that one evening, seated under a tree, since then known as the Bodhi or Bo tree, i.e., the tree of wisdom, on the bank of the river Neranjara at Buddha Gaya, near Gaya in modern Bihar, at the age of 35, Gautama attained enlightenment, after which he was known as the Buddha, the Enlightened One. After his enlightenment, Gautama the Buddha delivered his first sermon to a group of 5 ascetics, his old colleagues, in the Deer Park at Isipatana, modern Sarnath, near Benares. From that day, for 45 years, he taught all classes of men and women, kings and peasants, Brahmins and outcasts, bankers and beggars, holy men and robbers, without making the slightest distinction between them. He recognized no differences of caste or social groupings, and the way he preached was open to all men and women who were ready to understand and to follow it. At the age of 80, the Buddha passed away at Kusinara, in modern Uttar Pradesh in India. Today, Buddhism is found in Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Tibet, China, Japan, Mongolia, Korea, Formosa, in some parts of India, Pakistan, and Nepal, and also in the Soviet Union. The Buddhist population of the world is over 500 million. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Dr. Walpola Rahula. Chapter 1. The Buddhist Attitude of Mind. Among the founders of religions, the Buddha, if we are permitted to call him the founder of a religion in the popular sense of the term, was the only teacher who did not claim to be other than a human being, pure and simple. Other teachers were either God, or his incarnations in different forms, or inspired by him. The Buddha was not only a human being. He claimed no inspiration from any god or external power either. He attributed all his realization, attainments, and achievements to human endeavor and human intelligence. A man, and only a man, can become a Buddha. Every man has within himself the potentiality of becoming a Buddha, if he so wills it and endeavors. We can call the Buddha a man par excellence. He was so perfect in his humanness that he came to be regarded later in popular religion almost as superhuman. Man's position, according to Buddhism, is supreme. Man is his own master, and there is no higher being or power that sits in judgment over his destiny. One is one's own refuge. Who else could be the refuge? Said the Buddha. He admonished his disciples to be a refuge unto themselves, and never to seek refuge in or help from anybody else. He taught and encouraged and stimulated each person to develop himself and to work out his own emancipation, for man has the power to liberate himself from all bondage through his own personal effort and intelligence. The Buddha says, "You should do your work, for the Tathagatas only teach the way." Footnote: Tathagata means one who has come to know the truth, one who has discovered the truth. This term is usually used by the Buddha referring to himself and to the Buddhas in general. End of footnote. If the Buddha is to be called a savior at all, It is only in the sense that he discovered and showed the path to liberation, nirvana. But we must tread the path ourselves. It is on this principle of individual responsibility that the Buddha allows freedom to his disciples. In the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the Buddha says that he never thought of controlling the Sangha, the order of monks. Nor did he want the Sangha to depend on him. Footnote: Sangha literally means community, but in Buddhism this term denotes the community of Buddhist monks, which is the order of monks. Buddha, Dhamma, the teaching, and Sangha, order, are known as the Tisarana, the three refuges, or the Tiratana, triple gem. End of footnote. He said that there was no esoteric doctrine in his teaching, nothing hidden in the, quote, closed fist of the teacher, Akariyamuti. Or, to put it in other words, there never was anything up his sleeve. The freedom of thought allowed by the Buddha is unheard of elsewhere in the history of religions. This freedom is necessary because, according to the Buddha, man's emancipation depends on his own realization of the truth, and not on the benevolent grace of a god or any external power as a reward for his obedient good behavior. The Buddha once visited a small town called Kesaputta in the kingdom of Kosala. The inhabitants of this town were known by the common name Kalama. When they heard that the Buddha was in their town, the Kalamas paid him a visit and told him, quote, "Sir, there are some recluses and brahmanas who visit Kesaputta. They explain and illumine only their own doctrines, and despise, condemn, and spurn others' doctrines. Then come other recluses and brahmanas, and they too, in their turn, explain and illumine only their own doctrines, and despise, condemn, and spurn others' doctrines. But for us, sir, we have always doubt and perplexity as to who among these venerable recluses and brahmanas spoke the truth, and who spoke falsehood." End quote. Then the Buddha gave them this advice, unique in the history of religions. Quote, "Yes, Kalamas, it is proper that you have doubt, that you have perplexity, for a doubt has arisen in a matter which is doubtful. Now look you, Kalamas, do not be led by reports, or tradition, or hearsay. Be not led by the authority of religious texts, nor by mere logic or inference, nor by considering appearances, nor by the delight in speculative opinions, nor by seeming possibilities, nor by the idea, 'this is our teacher.' But, O Kalamas, when you know for yourselves that certain things are unwholesome, akusala, and wrong and bad, then give them up. And when you know for yourselves that certain things are wholesome, kusala, and good, then accept them and follow them." End quote. The Buddha went even further. He told the bhikkhus that a disciple should examine even the Tathagata, Buddha himself, so that he, the disciple, might be fully convinced of the true value of the teacher whom he followed. According to the Buddha's teaching, doubt, vicikiccha, is one of the 5 hindrances, nivarana, to the clear understanding of truth and to spiritual progress, or for that matter to any progress. Footnote: the 5 hindrances are 1. Sensual lust, 2. ill will. 3. Physical and mental torpor and languor. 4. Restlessness and worry. 5. Doubt. End of footnote. Doubt, however, is not a sin, because there are no articles of faith in Buddhism. In fact, there is no sin in Buddhism, as sin is understood in some religions. The root of all evil is ignorance, avijja, and false views, miccha ditthi. It is an undeniable fact that as long as there is doubt, perplexity, wavering, no progress is possible. It is also equally undeniable that there must be doubt as long as one does not understand or see clearly. But in order to progress further, it is absolutely necessary to get rid of doubt. To get rid of doubt, one has to see clearly. There is no point in saying that one should not doubt or one should believe. Just to say, I believe, does not mean that you understand and see. When a student works on a mathematical problem, he comes to a stage beyond which he does not know how to proceed, and where he is in doubt and perplexity. As long as he has this doubt, he cannot proceed. If he wants to proceed, he must resolve this doubt. And there are ways of resolving that doubt. Just to say, I believe, or I do not doubt, will certainly not solve the problem. To force oneself to believe and to accept a thing without understanding is political and not spiritual or intellectual. The Buddha was always eager to dispel doubt. Even just a few minutes before his death, he requested his disciples several times to ask him if they had any doubts about his teaching, and not to feel sorry later that they could not clear those doubts. But the disciples were silent. What he said then was touching. Quote, if it is through respect for the teacher that you do not ask anything, let even one of you inform his friend, i.e., let one tell his friend so that the latter may ask the question on the other's behalf. Not only the freedom of thought, but also the tolerance allowed by the Buddha is astonishing to the student of the history of religions. Once, in Nalanda, a prominent and wealthy householder named Upali, a well-known lay disciple of Nigantha Nataputta, Jaina Mahavira, was expressly sent by Mahavira himself to meet the Buddha and defeat him in argument on certain points in the theory of karma, because the Buddha's views on the subject were different from those of Mahavira. Footnote: Mahavira, founder of Jainism, was a contemporary of the Buddha, and was probably a few years older than the Buddha. End of footnote. Quite contrary to expectations, Upali, at the end of the discussion, was convinced that the views of the Buddha were right and those of his master were wrong. So he begged the Buddha to accept him as one of his lay disciples, Upasaka. But the Buddha asked him to reconsider it, and not to be in a hurry, for, quote, considering carefully is good for well-known men like you. When Upali expressed his desire again, the Buddha requested him to continue to respect and support his old religious teachers, as he used to. In the 3rd century BC, the great Buddhist Emperor Ashoka of India, following this noble example of tolerance and understanding, honored and supported all other religions in his vast empire. In one of his edicts carved on rock, the original of which one may even read today, the emperor declared, quote, one should not honor only one's own religion and condemn the religion of others, but one should honor others' religions for this or that reason. So doing, one helps one's own religion to grow and renders service to the religions of others too. In acting otherwise, one digs the grave of one's own religion and also does harm to other religions. Whosoever honors his own religion and condemns other religions does so indeed through devotion to his own religion, thinking, I will glorify my own religion. But on the contrary, in so doing he injures his own religion more gravely. So concord is good. Let all listen and be willing to listen to the doctrines professed by others. End quote. We should add here that this spirit of sympathetic understanding should be applied today not only in the matter of religious doctrine, but elsewhere as well. This spirit of tolerance and understanding has been from the beginning one of the most cherished ideals of Buddhist culture and civilization. That is why there is not a single example of persecution or the shedding of a drop of blood in converting people to Buddhism, or in its propagation during its long history of 2,500 years. It spread peacefully all over the continent of Asia, having more than 500 million adherents today. Violence, in any form, under any pretext whatsoever, is absolutely against the teaching of the Buddha. The question has often been asked, is Buddhism a religion or a philosophy? It does not matter what you call it. Buddhism remains what it is, whatever label you may put on it. The label is immaterial. Even the label, Buddhism, which we give to the teaching of the Buddha, is of little importance. The name one gives to it is inessential. Quote, what's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. In the same way, truth needs no label. It is neither Buddhist, Christian, Hindu, nor Muslim. It is not the monopoly of anybody. Sectarian labels are a hindrance to the independent understanding of truth, and they produce harmful prejudices in men's minds. This is true not only in intellectual and spiritual matters, but also in human relations. When, for instance, we meet a man, we do not look on him as a human being, but we put a label on him, such as English, French, German, American, or Jew, and regard him with all the prejudices associated with that label in our mind. Yet he may be completely free from those attributes which we have put on him. People are so fond of discriminative labels that they even go to the length of putting them on human qualities and emotions common to all. So they talk of different brands of charity, as for example of Buddhist charity, of Christian charity, and look down upon other brands of charity. But charity cannot be sectarian. It is neither Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, nor Muslim. The love of a mother for her child is neither Buddhist nor Christian. It is mother love. Human qualities and emotions like love, charity, compassion, tolerance, patience, friendship, desire, hatred, ill will, ignorance, conceit, etc., need no sectarian labels. They belong to no particular religions. To the seeker after truth, it is immaterial from where an idea comes. The source and development of an idea is a matter for the academic. In fact, in order to understand truth, it is not necessary even to know whether the teaching comes from the Buddha or from anywhere else. What is essential is seeing the thing, understanding it. There is an important story in the Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta number 140, which illustrates this. The Buddha once spent a night in a potter's shed. In the same shed there was a young recluse who had arrived there earlier. Footnote. In India, potters' sheds are spacious and quiet. References are made in the Pali texts to ascetics and recluses, as well as to the Buddha himself, spending a night in a potter's shed during their wanderings. End of footnote. They did not know each other. The Buddha observed the recluse and thought to himself, "Pleasant are the ways of this young man. It would be good if I should ask about him." So the Buddha asked him, "O bhikkhu, in whose name have you left home?" Footnote. It is interesting to note here that the Buddha addresses this recluse as bhikkhu, which term is used for Buddhist monks. In the sequel, it will be seen that he was not a bhikkhu, not a member of the order of the Sangha, for he asked the Buddha to admit him into the order. Perhaps in the days of the Buddha the term bhikkhu was used at times even for other ascetics indiscriminately, or the Buddha was not very strict in the use of the term. Bhikkhu means mendicant, or one who begs for food, and perhaps it was used here in its literal and original sense. But today the term bhikkhu is used only of Buddhist monks, especially in Theravada countries like Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, and in Chittagong. End of footnote. Continued. O bhikkhu, in whose name have you left home? Or who is your master? Or whose doctrine do you like? "O friend," answered the young man, "there is the recluse Gautama, a Sakyan's scion, who left the Sakya family to become a recluse. There is high repute abroad of him that he is an arahant, a fully enlightened one. In the name of that blessed one I have become a recluse. He is my master, and I like his doctrine." "Where does that blessed one, the arahant, and fully enlightened one, live at the present time?" asked the Buddha. "In the countries to the north, friend, there is a city called Savatthi. It is there that the blessed one, the arahant, the fully enlightened one, is now living," replied the bhikkhu. "Have you ever seen him, that blessed one? Would you recognize him if you saw him?" asked the Buddha. "I have never seen that blessed one, nor should I recognize him if I saw him," replied the bhikkhu. The Buddha realized that it was in his name that this unknown young man had left home and become a recluse. But without divulging his own identity, he said, "O bhikkhu, I will teach you the doctrine. Listen and pay attention. I will speak." "Very well, friend," said the young man in assent. Then the Buddha delivered to this young man a most remarkable discourse explaining truth, the gist of which is given later. It was only at the end of the discourse that this young recluse, whose name was Bukasati, realized that the person who spoke to him was the Buddha himself. So he got up, went before the Buddha, bowed down at the feet of the master, and apologized to him for calling him friend unknowingly. Footnote. The term used is avuso, which means friend. It is a respectful term of address among equals, but disciples never use this term addressing the Buddha. Instead, they use the term Bhante, which approximately means sir or lord. At the time of the Buddha, the members of his order of monks, Sangha, addressed one another as avuso, friend. But before his death, the Buddha instructed younger monks to address their elders as Bhante, Sir, or Ayasma, Venerable. But elders should address the younger members by name, or as Avuso, Friend. This practice is continued up to the present day in the Sangha. End of footnote. He then begged the Buddha to ordain him and admit him into the order of the Sangha. The Buddha asked him whether he had the alms bowl and the robes ready. A bhikkhu must have 3 robes and the alms bowl for begging food. When Pukasati replied in the negative, the Buddha said that the Tathagatas would not ordain a person unless the alms bowl and the robes were ready. So Pukasati went out in search of an alms bowl and robes, but unfortunately was savaged by a cow and died. Later, when this sad news reached the Buddha, he announced that Pukasati was a wise man who had already seen truth, who had attained the penultimate stage in the realization of nirvana, and that he was born in a realm where he would become an arahant, and finally pass away, never to return to this world again. Footnote. An arahant is a person who has liberated himself from all defilements and impurities such as desire, hatred, ill will, ignorance, pride, conceit, etc. He has attained the 4th or the highest and ultimate stage in the realization of nirvana, and is full of wisdom, compassion, and such pure and noble qualities. Pukasati had attained at that moment only the 3rd stage, which is technically called anagami, never returner. The 2nd stage is called sakadagami, once returner, and the 1st stage is called sotapanna, stream entrant. End of footnote. From this story it is quite clear that when Pukasati listened to the Buddha and understood his teaching, he did not know who was speaking to him, or whose teaching it was. He saw truth. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 2. The 4 Noble Truths. The first noble truth, dukkha. The heart of the Buddha's teaching lies in the 4 Noble Truths, Katari Arya Sachani, which he expounded in his very first sermon to his old colleagues, the 5 ascetics, at Isapatana, modern Sarnath, near Benares. In this sermon, as we have it in the original texts, these 4 truths are given briefly. But there are innumerable places in the early Buddhist scriptures where they are explained again and again, with greater detail and in different ways. If we study the 4 Noble Truths with the help of these references and explanations, we get a fairly good and accurate account of the essential teachings of the Buddha according to the original texts. The 4 Noble Truths are 1. Dukkha, 2. Samudaya, the arising or origin of dukkha, 3. Nirodha, the cessation of dukkha, and 4. Magga, the way leading to the cessation of dukkha. The first noble truth, dukkha. The first noble truth, dukkha ariya satcha, is generally translated by almost all scholars as the noble truth of suffering, and it is interpreted to mean that life according to Buddhism is nothing but suffering and pain. Both translation and interpretation are highly unsatisfactory and misleading. It is because of this limited, free, and easy translation, and its superficial interpretation, that many people have been misled into regarding Buddhism as pessimistic. First of all, Buddhism is neither pessimistic nor optimistic. If anything at all, it is realistic, for it takes a realistic view of life and of the world. It looks at things objectively, yata bhutam. It does not falsely lull you into living in a fool's paradise, nor does it frighten and agonize you with all kinds of imaginary fears and sins. It tells you exactly and objectively what you are and what the world around you is, and shows you the way to perfect freedom, peace, tranquility, and happiness. One physician may gravely exaggerate an illness and give up hope altogether. Another may ignorantly declare that there is no illness, and that no treatment is necessary, thus deceiving the patient with a false consolation. You may call the first one pessimistic and the second optimistic. Both are equally dangerous. But a third physician diagnoses the symptoms correctly, understands the cause and nature of the illness, sees clearly that it can be cured, and courageously administers a course of treatment, thus saving his patient. The Buddha is like the last physician. He is the wise and scientific doctor for the ills of the world, Visakha or Visajya Guru. It is true that the Pali word dukkha, or Sanskrit dukkha, in ordinary usage means suffering, pain, sorrow, or misery, as opposed to the word sukha, meaning happiness, comfort, or ease. But the term dukkha as the First Noble Truth, which represents the Buddha's view of life and the world, has a deeper philosophical meaning and connotes enormously wider senses. It is admitted that the term dukkha in the First Noble Truth contains, quite obviously, the ordinary meaning of suffering. But in addition, it also includes deeper ideas, such as imperfection, impermanence, emptiness, insubstantiality. It is difficult, therefore, to find one word to embrace the whole conception of the term dukkha as the First Noble Truth, and so it is better to leave it untranslated than to give an inadequate and wrong idea of it by conveniently translating it as suffering or pain. The Buddha does not deny happiness in life when he says there is suffering. On the contrary, he admits different forms of happiness, both material and spiritual, for laymen as well as for monks. In the Anguttara Nikaya, one of the 5 original collections in Pali containing the Buddha's discourses, there is a list of happinesses, sukhani, such as the happiness of family life and the happiness of the life of a recluse, the happiness of sense pleasures, and the happiness of renunciation, the happiness of attachment and the happiness of detachment, physical happiness and mental happiness, etc. But all these are included in dukkha. Even the very pure spiritual states of dhyana, or trance, attained by the practice of higher meditation, free from even a shadow of suffering in the accepted sense of the word, states which may be described as unmixed happiness, as well as the state of dhyana, which is free from sensations both pleasant, sukha, and unpleasant, dukkha, and is only pure equanimity and awareness. Even these very high spiritual states are included in dukkha. In one of the suttas of the Majjhima Nikaya, again one of the original 5 collections, after praising the spiritual happiness of these dhyanas, the Buddha says that they are impermanent, dukkha, and subject to change, anicca, dukkha, viparinadama. Notice that the word dukkha is explicitly used. It is dukkha not because there is suffering in the ordinary sense of the word, but because whatever is impermanent is dukkha. Yad anicam tam dukkham. The Buddha was realistic and objective. He says, with regard to life and the enjoyment of sense pleasures, that one should clearly understand three things. 1. Attraction or enjoyment, asada. 2. Evil consequence or danger or unsatisfactoriness, adinava. And 3. Freedom or liberation, nisarana. When you see a pleasant, charming, and beautiful person, you like him or her. You are attracted. You enjoy seeing that person again and again. You derive pleasure and satisfaction from that person. This is enjoyment, asada. It is a fact of experience. But this enjoyment is not permanent, just as that person and all his or her attractions are not permanent either. When the situation changes, when you cannot see that person, when you are deprived of this enjoyment, you become sad, you may become unreasonable and unbalanced, and you may even behave foolishly. This is the evil, unsatisfactory, and dangerous side of the picture, adinava. This too is a fact of experience. Now, if you have no attachment to the person, if you are completely detached, that is freedom, liberation, nisarana. These three things are true with regard to all enjoyment in life. From this, it is evident that it is no question of pessimism or optimism, but that we must take account of the pleasures of life as well as of its pains and sorrows, and also of freedom from them, in order to understand life completely and objectively. Only then is true liberation possible. Regarding this question, the Buddha says, quote, O bhikkhus, if any recluses or brahmanas do not understand objectively in this way that the enjoyment of sense pleasures is enjoyment, that their unsatisfactoriness is unsatisfactoriness, that liberation from them is liberation, then it is not possible that they themselves will completely understand the desire for sense pleasures completely, or that they will be able to instruct another person to that end, or that the person following their instruction will completely understand the desire for sense pleasures. But O bhikkhus, if any recluses or brahmanas understand objectively in this way, that the enjoyment of sense pleasures is enjoyment, that their unsatisfactoriness is unsatisfactoriness, that liberation from them is liberation, then it is possible that they themselves will certainly understand the desire for sense pleasures completely, and that they will be able to instruct another person to that end, and that that person, following their instruction, will completely understand the desire for sense pleasures. End of quote. The conception of dukkha may be viewed from three aspects. 1. Dukkha as ordinary suffering, dukkha dukkha. 2. Dukkha as produced by change, viparinama dukkha. And 3. Dukkha as conditioned states, samkhara dukkha. All kinds of suffering in life, like birth, old age, sickness, death, association with unpleasant persons and conditions, separation from beloved ones and pleasant conditions, not getting what one desires, grief, lamentation, distress. All such forms of physical and mental suffering, which are universally accepted as suffering or pain, are included in dukkha as ordinary suffering. Dukkha, dukkha. A happy feeling, a happy condition in life is not permanent, not everlasting. It changes sooner or later. When it changes, it produces pain, suffering, unhappiness. This vicissitude is included in dukkha as suffering produced by change. Viparinama dukkha. It is easy to understand the two forms of suffering, dukkha, mentioned above. No one will dispute them. This aspect of the First Noble Truth is more popularly known because it is easy to understand. It is common experience in our daily life. But the third form of dukkha, as conditioned states, samkhara dukkha, is the most important philosophical aspect of the First Noble Truth. And it requires some analytical explanation of what we consider as a being, as an individual, or as I. What we call a being, or an individual, or I, according to Buddhist philosophy, is only a combination of ever-changing physical and mental forces or energies, which may be divided into 5 groups or aggregates, panchakanda. The Buddha says, in short, these 5 aggregates of attachment are dukkha. Elsewhere, he distinctly defines dukkha as the 5 aggregates. O bhikkhus, what is dukkha? It should be said here that it is the 5 aggregates of attachment. Here it should be clearly understood that dukkha and the 5 aggregates are not 2 different things. The 5 aggregates themselves are dukkha. We will understand this point better when we have some notion of the 5 aggregates which constitute the so-called being. Now, what are these 5? Section: the 5 aggregates. The first is the aggregate of matter, rupakanda. In this aggregate of matter are included the traditional 4 great elements, Katari Mavaputani, namely solidity, fluidity, heat, and motion, and also the derivatives, Upadaya Rupa, of the 4 great elements. In the term derivatives of 4 great elements are included our 5 material sense organs, i.e., the faculties of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, and their corresponding objects in the external world, i.e., visible form, sound, odor, taste, and tangible things, and also some thoughts or ideas or conceptions which are in the sphere of mind objects, dharmayatana. Thus the whole realm of matter, both internal and external, is included in the aggregate of matter. The second is the aggregate of sensations, Vedanakanda. In this group are included all our sensations, pleasant or unpleasant, or neutral, experienced through the contact of physical and mental organs with the external world. They are of 6 kinds. The sensations experienced through the contact of the eye with the visible forms, ear with sounds, nose with odor, tongue with taste, body with tangible objects, and mind, which is the 6th faculty in Buddhist philosophy, with mind objects or thoughts or ideas. All our physical and mental sensations are included in this group. A word about what is meant by the term mind, manas, in Buddhist philosophy may be useful here. It should be clearly understood that mind is not spirit as opposed to matter. It should always be remembered that Buddhism does not recognize a spirit opposed to matter, as is accepted by most other systems of philosophies and religions. Mind is only a faculty or organ, indriya, like the eye or the ear. It can be controlled and developed like any other faculty. And the Buddha speaks quite often of the value of controlling and disciplining these 6 faculties. The difference between the eye and the mind as faculties is that the former senses the world of colors and visible forms, while the latter senses the world of ideas and thoughts and mental objects. We experience different fields of the world with different senses. We cannot hear colors, but we can see them. Nor can we see sounds, but we can hear them. Thus, with our 5 physical sense organs, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, we experience only the world of visible forms, sounds, odors, tastes, and tangible objects. But these represent only a part of the world, not the whole world. What about thoughts and ideas? They are also a part of the world. But they cannot be sensed, they cannot be conceived by the faculty of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body. Yet they can be conceived by another faculty, which is mind. Now, ideas and thoughts are not independent of the world experienced by these 5 physical sense faculties. In fact, they depend on and are conditioned by physical experiences. Hence, a person born blind cannot have ideas of color, except through the analogy of sounds or some other things experienced through his other faculties. Ideas and thoughts which form a part of the world are thus produced and conditioned by physical experiences, and are conceived by the mind. Hence, mind, manas, is considered a sense faculty or organ, indriya, like the eye or the ear. The third is the aggregate of perceptions, sanyakanda. Like sensations, perceptions are also of 6 kinds, in relation to 6 internal faculties and the corresponding 6 external objects. Like sensations, they are produced through the contact of our 6 faculties with the external world. It is the perceptions that recognize objects, whether physical or mental. The fourth is the aggregate of mental formations, samkarakanda. Footnote. Mental formations is now a term generally used to represent the wide meaning of the word samkara in the list of 5 aggregates. Samkara in other contexts may mean anything conditioned, anything in the world, in which all the 5 aggregates are samkara. End of footnote. In this group are included all volitional activities, both good and bad. What is generally known as karma, or kama, comes under this group. The Buddha's own definition of karma should be remembered here. Quote, "O bhikkhus, it is volition, cetana, that I call karma. Having willed, one acts through body, speech, and mind." End quote. Volition is mental construction, mental activity. Its function is to direct the mind in the sphere of good, bad, or neutral activities. Just like sensations and perceptions, volition is of 6 kinds, connected with the 6 internal faculties and the corresponding 6 objects, both physical and mental, in the external world. Sensations and perceptions are not volitional actions. they do not produce karmic effects. It is only volitional actions, such as attention, manasikara, will, chanda, determination, adhimokkha, confidence, sada, concentration, samadhi, wisdom, panya, energy, viriya, desire, raga, repugnance or hate, patiga, ignorance, avijja, conceit, manya, idea of self, sakaya ditthi, etc., that can produce karmic effects. There are 52 such mental activities which constitute the aggregate of mental formations. The fifth is the aggregate of consciousness, vijnana khandha. Consciousness is a reaction or response which has one of the 6 faculties, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, as its basis, and one of the 6 corresponding external phenomena, visible form, sound, odor, taste, tangible things, and mind objects, i.e., an idea or thought, as its object. For instance, visual consciousness, cakkhu vijnana, has the eye as its basis, and a visible form as its object. Mental consciousness, mano vijnana, has the mind, manas, as its basis, and a mental object, i.e., an idea or thought, dhamma, as its object. So consciousness is connected with other faculties. Thus, like sensation, perception, and volition, consciousness also is of 6 kinds, in relation to 6 internal faculties, and corresponding 6 external objects. It should be understood clearly that consciousness does not recognize an object. It is only a sort of awareness of the presence of an object. When the eye comes in contact with a color, for instance blue, visual consciousness arises, which simply is awareness of the presence of a color. But it does not recognize that it is blue. There is no recognition at this stage. It is perception, the third aggregate discussed above, that recognizes that it is blue. The term visual consciousness is a philosophical expression denoting the same idea as is conveyed by the ordinary word seeing. Seeing does not mean recognizing. So there are other forms of consciousness. It must be repeated here that according to Buddhist philosophy, there is no permanent, unchanging spirit which can be considered self, or soul, or ego, as opposed to matter, and that consciousness, vijnana, should not be taken as spirit in opposition to matter. This point has to be particularly emphasized, because a wrong notion that consciousness is a sort of self or soul that continues as a permanent substance through life has persisted from the earliest time to the present day. One of the Buddha's own disciples, Sati by name, held that the master taught, "It is the same consciousness that transmigrates and wanders about." The Buddha asked him what he meant by consciousness. Sati's reply is classical. It is that which expresses, which feels, which experiences the results of good and bad deeds here and there. "To whomever, you stupid one," remonstrated the master, "have you heard me expounding the doctrine in this manner? Haven't I in many ways explained consciousness as arising out of conditions? That there is no arising of consciousness without conditions." Then the Buddha went on to explain consciousness in detail. Consciousness is named according to whatever condition through which it arises. On account of the eye and visible forms arises a consciousness, and it is called visual consciousness. On account of the ear and sounds arises a consciousness, and it is called auditory consciousness. On account of the nose and odors arises a consciousness, and it is called olfactory consciousness. On account of the tongue and tastes arises a consciousness, and it is called gustatory consciousness. On account of the body and tangible objects arises a consciousness, and it is called tactile consciousness. On account of the mind and mind objects, ideas and thoughts, arises a consciousness, and it is called mental consciousness. Then the Buddha explained it further by an illustration. A fire is named according to the material on account of which it burns. A fire may burn on account of wood, and it is called a wood fire. It may burn on account of straw, and then it is called a straw fire. So consciousness is named according to the condition through which it arises. Dwelling on this point, Buddhaghosa, the great commentator, explains, "A fire that burns on account of wood burns only when there is a supply, but dies down in that very place when it, the supply, is no longer there. Because then the condition has changed, but the fire does not cross over to splinters, etc., and become a splinter fire, and so on. Even so, the consciousness that arises on account of the eye and visible forms arises in that gate of sense organ, i.e. in the eye, only when there is the condition of the eye, visible forms, light and attention, but ceases then and there when it, the condition, is no more there, because then the condition has changed. But the consciousness does not cross over to the ear and become auditory consciousness, and so on." The Buddha declared in unequivocal terms that consciousness depends on matter, sensation, perception, and mental formations, and that it cannot exist independently of them. He says, "Consciousness may exist having matter as its means, rupupayam, matter as its object, ruparananam, matter as its support, rupapatitam, and seeking delight it may grow, increase, and develop. Or consciousness may exist having sensation as its means, or perception as its means, or mental formation as its means, mental formations as its object, mental formations as its support, and seeking delight it may grow, increase, and develop." Quote continued. "Were a man to say, 'I shall show the coming, the going, the passing away, the arising, the growth, the increase, or the development of consciousness, apart from matter, sensation, perception, and mental formations,' he would be speaking of something that does not exist." End quote. Very briefly, these are the 5 aggregates. What we call a being, or an individual, or I, is only a convenient name or a label given to the combination of these 5 groups. They are all impermanent, all constantly changing. Whatever is impermanent is dukkha. Yat anicam tam dukkam. This is the true meaning of the Buddha's words. Quote, "In brief, the 5 aggregates of attachment are dukkha." End quote. They are not the same for 2 consecutive moments. Here A is not equal to A. They are in a flux of momentary arising and disappearing. Quote, "O Brahmana, it is just like a mountain river, flowing far and swift, taking everything along with it. There is no moment, no instant, no second when it stops flowing, but it goes on flowing and continuing. So, Brahmana, is human life, like a mountain river." End quote. Footnote. These words are attributed by the Buddha to a teacher, Sata, named Araka, who was free from desires and who lived in the dim past. It is interesting to remember here the doctrine of Heraclitus, about 500 BC, that everything is in a state of flux, and his famous statement, "You cannot step twice into the same river, for fresh waters are ever flowing in upon you." End footnote. As the Buddha told Rathapala, the world is in continuous flux and is impermanent. One thing disappears, conditioning the appearance of the next in a series of cause and effect. There is no unchanging substance in them. There is nothing behind them that can be called a permanent self, Atman, individuality, or anything that can in reality be called I. Everyone will agree that neither matter, nor sensation, nor perception, nor any one of those mental activities, nor consciousness can really be called I. But when these five physical and mental aggregates, which are interdependent, are working together in a combination as a physio-psychological machine, we get the idea of I. Footnote. In fact, Buddhaghosa compares a being to a wooden mechanism. End footnote. But this is only a false idea, a mental formation, which is nothing but one of those 52 mental formations of the fourth aggregate which we have just discussed, namely, it is the idea of self, Sakkaya Ditthi. These five aggregates together, which we popularly call a being, are dukkha itself, samkhara dukkha. There is no other being or I standing behind these five aggregates who experiences dukkha. As Buddhaghosa says, mere suffering exists, but no sufferer is found. The deeds are, but no doer is found. End quote. There is no unmoving mover behind the movement. It is only movement. It is not correct to say that life is moving, but life is movement itself. Life and movement are not two different things. In other words, there is no thinker behind the thought. Thought itself is the thinker. If you remove the thought, there is no thinker to be found. Here we cannot fail to notice how this Buddhist view is diametrically opposed to the Cartesian cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. Now, a question may be raised whether life has a beginning. According to the Buddha's teaching, the beginning of the life stream of living beings is unthinkable. The believer in the creation of life by God may be astonished at this reply. But if you were to ask him, "What is the beginning of God?" he would answer without hesitation, "God has no beginning," and he is not astonished at his own reply. The Buddha says, quote, "O bhikkhus, this cycle of continuity, samsara, is without a visible end, and the first beginning of beings wandering and running around, enveloped in ignorance, avijja, and bound down by the fetters of thirst, desire, tanha, is not to be perceived." End quote. And further, referring to ignorance, which is the main cause of the continuity of life, the Buddha states, "The first beginning of ignorance, avijja, is not to be perceived in such a way as to postulate that there was no ignorance beyond a certain point." Thus, it is not possible to say that there was no life beyond a certain definite point. This, in short, is the meaning of the noble truth of dukkha. It is extremely important to understand this first noble truth clearly because, as the Buddha says, he who sees dukkha also sees the arising of dukkha, sees also the cessation of dukkha, and sees also the path leading to the cessation of dukkha. Beginning of footnote. In fact, the Buddha says that he who sees any one of the Four Noble Truths sees the other three as well. These Four Noble Truths are interconnected. End footnote. This does not at all make the life of a Buddhist melancholy or sorrowful, as some people wrongly imagine. On the contrary, a true Buddhist is the happiest of beings. He has no fears or anxieties. He is always calm and serene, and cannot be upset or dismayed by changes or calamities, because he sees things as they are. The Buddha was never melancholy or gloomy. He was described by his contemporaries as ever smiling, Mihita Bubama-gama. In Buddhist painting and sculpture, the Buddha is always represented with a countenance happy, serene, contented, and compassionate. Never a trace of suffering or agony or pain is to be seen. Footnote. There is a statue from Gandhara, and also one from Fujian, China, depicting Gautama as an ascetic, emaciated, with all his ribs showing. But this is before his enlightenment, when he was submitting himself to the rigorous ascetic practices, which he condemned after he became the Buddha. End of footnote. Buddhist art and architecture, Buddhist temples never give the impression of gloom or sorrow, but produce an atmosphere of calm and serene joy. Although there is suffering in life, a Buddhist should not be gloomy over it, should not be angry or impatient at it. One of the principal evils in life, according to Buddhism, is repugnance or hatred. Repugnance, pratiga, is explained as ill will with regard to living beings, with regard to suffering, and with regard to things pertaining to suffering. Its function is to produce a basis for unhappy states and bad conduct. Thus, it is wrong to be impatient at suffering. Being impatient or angry at suffering does not remove it. On the contrary, it adds a little more to one's troubles, and aggravates and exacerbates a situation already disagreeable. What is necessary is not anger or impatience, but the understanding of the question of suffering, how it comes about, and how to get rid of it, and then to work accordingly with patience, intelligence, determination, and energy. There are two ancient Buddhist texts called the Therigatha and the Therigatha, which are full of the joyful utterances of the Buddha's disciples, both male and female, who found peace and happiness in life through his teaching. The king of Kosala once told the Buddha that unlike many a disciple of other religious systems who looked haggard, coarse, pale, emaciated, and unprepossessing, his disciples were joyful and elated, hatapatata, jubilant and exultant, udagugada, enjoying the spiritual life, ahira tarupa, with faculties pleased, pinitindriya, free from anxiety, aposukha, serene, panaloma, peaceful, paradavuta, and living with a gazelle's mind, migabutena setasa, i.e., light-hearted. The king added that he believed that this healthy disposition was due to the fact that these venerable ones had certainly realized the great and full significance of the Blessed One's teaching. Buddhism is quite opposed to the melancholic, sorrowful, penitent, and gloomy attitude of mind which is considered a hindrance to the realization of truth. On the other hand, it is interesting to remember here that joy, piti, is one of the 7 bojjhangas, or factors of enlightenment, the essential qualities to be cultivated for the realization of nirvana. Footnote. For these 7 factors of enlightenment, see chapter on meditation. End of chapter 2. What the Buddha Taught by Dr. Walpola Rahula. Chapter 3. The Second Noble Truth. Samudaya. The Arising of Dukkha. The second noble truth is that of the arising or origin of dukkha. Dukkha samudayu daya ariya sacha. The most popular and well-known definition of the second truth as found in innumerable places in the original text runs as follows. Quote, it is this thirst, craving, tanha, which produces re-existence and re-becoming, ponobhavika, and which is bound up with passionate greed, nandira gasahagata, and which finds fresh delight now here and now there, tatra tatra binitanini. Namely, 1. Thirst for sense pleasures, kama tanha. 2. Thirst for existence and becoming, bhava tanha. And 3. Thirst for non-existence, self-annihilation, vibhava tanha. It is this thirst, desire, greed, craving, manifesting itself in various ways that gives rise to all forms of suffering and the continuity of beings. But it should not be taken as the first cause, for there is no first cause possible as, according to Buddhism, everything is relative and interdependent. Even this thirst, tanha, which is considered as the cause or origin of dukkha, depends for its arising, samudaya, on something else, which is sensation, vedanya. And sensation arises depending on contact, phassa. And so on and so forth goes on the circle which is known as conditioned genesis, paticca samuppada, which we will discuss later. So tanha, thirst, is not the first or the only cause of the arising of dukkha, but it is the most palpable and immediate cause, the principal thing, and the all-pervading thing. Hence, in certain places of the original Pali texts themselves, the definition of samudaya, or the origin of dukkha, includes other defilements and impurities, kilesa sasaradama, in addition to tanha, thirst, which is always given the first place. Within the necessarily limited space of our discussion, it will be sufficient if we remember that this thirst has at its center the false idea of self-arising out of ignorance. Here, the term thirst includes not only desire for and attachment to sense pleasures, wealth, and power, but also desire for and attachment to ideas and ideals, views, opinions, theories, conceptions, and beliefs, Dhamma tanha. According to the Buddha's analysis, all the troubles and strife in the world from little personal quarrels in families to great wars between nations and countries, arise out of this selfish thirst. From this point of view, all economic, political, and social problems are rooted in this selfish thirst. Great statesmen who try to settle international disputes and talk of war and peace only in economic and political terms touch the superficialities and never go deep into the real root of the problem. As the Buddha told Ratapala, the world lacks and hankers and is enslaved to thirst. Tanhadaso. Everyone will admit that all the evils in the world are produced by selfish desire. This is not difficult to understand. But how this desire, thirst, can produce re-existence and re-becoming, Ponobhavika, is a problem not so easy to grasp. It is here that we have to discuss the deeper philosophical side of the second noble truth, corresponding to the philosophical side of the first noble truth. Here we must have some idea about the theory of karma and rebirth. There are four nutriments, ahara, in the sense of cause or condition, necessary for the existence and continuity of beings. 1. Ordinary material food, kahalinkarhara. 2. Contact of our sense organs, including mind, with the external world, fasahara. 3. Consciousness, vijnanahara. And 4. Mental volition or will, manosansetanahara. Of these four, the last mentioned, mental volition, is the will to live, to exist, to re-exist, to continue, to become more and more. Footnote. It is interesting to compare this mental volition with libido in modern psychology. End of footnote. It creates the root of existence and continuity, striving forward by way of good and bad actions. Kusala kama. It is the same as volition, cetana. We have seen earlier that volition is karma, as the Buddha himself has defined it. Referring to mental volition, just mentioned above, the Buddha says, when one understands the nutriment of mental volition, one understands the three forms of thirst. Tanha. Footnote. The three forms of thirst are 1. Thirst for sense pleasures, 2. Thirst for existence and becoming, and 3. Thirst for non-existence, as is given in the definition of samudaya, arising of dukkha, above. End of footnote. Thus the terms thirst, volition, mental volition, and karma all denote the same thing. They denote the desire, the will to be, to exist, to re-exist, to become more and more, to grow more and more, to accumulate more and more. This is the cause of the arising of dukkha, and this is found within the aggregate of mental formations, one of the 5 aggregates which constitute a being. Here is one of the most important and essential points in the Buddha's teaching. We must therefore clearly and carefully mark and remember that the cause, the germ, of the arising of dukkha is within dukkha itself, and not outside. And we must equally well remember that the cause, the germ, of the cessation of dukkha, of the destruction of dukkha, is also within dukkha itself, and not outside. This is what is meant by the well-known formula often found in original Pali texts. Yam kinchi samudayadamam sabam tam nirodapam. Whatever is of the nature of arising, all that is of the nature of cessation. A being, a thing, or a system, if it has within itself the nature of arising, the nature of coming into being, has also within itself the nature, the germ, of its own cessation and destruction. Thus, dukkha, 5 aggregates, has within itself the nature of its own arising, and has within itself the nature of its own cessation. This point will be taken up again in the discussion of the third noble truth, Nirodha. Now, the Pali word kama, or the Sanskrit word karma, from the root kra, to do, literally means action, doing. But in the Buddhist theory of karma, it has a specific meaning. It means only volitional action, not all action. Nor does it mean the result of karma, as many people wrongly and loosely use it. In Buddhist terminology, karma never means its effect. Its effect is known as the fruit, or the result of karma, kamaphala, or kama vipaka. Volition may relatively be good or bad, just as a desire may be relatively good or bad. So karma may be good or bad relatively. Good karma, kusala, produces good effects, and bad karma, akusala, produces bad effects. Thirst, volition, karma, whether it is good or bad, has one force as its effect: force to continue in a good or bad direction. Whether good or bad, it is relative, and it is within the cycle of continuity, samsara. An arahant, though he acts, does not accumulate karma, because he is free from the false idea of self, free from the thirst for continuity and becoming, free from all other defilements and impurities, kilesa, sasava, dhamma. For him there is no rebirth. The theory of karma should not be confused with the so-called moral justice, or reward and punishment. The idea of moral justice, or reward and punishment, arises out of the conception of a supreme being, a god, who sits in judgment, who is a lawgiver, and who decides what is right and wrong. The term justice is ambiguous and dangerous, and in its name more harm than good is done to humanity. The theory of karma is the theory of cause and effect, of action and reaction. It is a natural law, which has nothing to do with the idea of justice or reward and punishment. Every volitional action produces its effects or results. If a good action produces good effects, and a bad action bad effects, it is not justice or reward, or punishment meted out by anybody, or any power sitting in judgment on your action. But this is in virtue of its own nature, its own law. This is not difficult to understand. But what is difficult is that, according to the karma theory, the effects of a volitional action may continue to manifest themselves, even in a life after death. Here we have to explain what death is, according to Buddhism. We have seen earlier that a being is nothing but a combination of physical and mental forces or energies. What we call death is the total non-functioning of the physical body. Do all these forces and energies stop altogether with the non-functioning of the body? Buddhism says no. Will, volition, desire, thirst to exist, to continue, to become more and more, is a tremendous force that moves whole lives, whole existences, that even moves the whole world. This is the greatest force, the greatest energy in the world. According to Buddhism, this force does not stop with the non-functioning of the body, which is death, but it continues manifesting itself in another form, producing re-existence, which is called rebirth. Now, another question arises. If there is no permanent, unchanging entity or substance, like self or soul, Atman, what is it that can re-exist or be reborn after death? Before we go on to life after death, let us consider what this life is and how it continues now. What we call life, as we have so often repeated, is the combination of the 5 aggregates, a combination of physical and mental energies. These are constantly changing. They do not remain the same for 2 consecutive moments. Every moment they are born and they die. When the aggregates arise, decay, and die, O Bhikkhu, every moment you are born, decay, and die. Thus, even now during this very lifetime, every moment we are born and die, but we continue. If we can understand that in this life we can continue without a permanent unchanging substance like self or soul, why can't we understand that those forces themselves can continue without a self or a soul behind them after the non-functioning of the body? When this physical body is no more capable of functioning, energies do not die with it, but continue to take some other shape or form, which we call another life. In a child, all the physical, mental, and intellectual faculties are tender and weak, but they have within them the potentiality of producing a full-grown man. Physical and mental energies, which constitute the so-called being, have within themselves the power to take a new form, and grow gradually and gather force to the full. As there is no permanent, unchanging substance, nothing passes from one moment to the next. So quite obviously, nothing permanent or unchanging can pass or transmigrate from one life to the next. It is a series that continues unbroken, but changes every moment. The series is, really speaking, nothing but movement. It is like a flame that burns through the night. It is not the same flame, nor is it another. A child grows up to be a man of 60. Certainly the man of 60 is not the same as the child of 60 years ago, nor is he another person. Similarly, a person who dies here and is reborn elsewhere is neither the same person, not another, nachaso nacha anano. It is the continuity of the same series. The difference between death and birth is only a thought moment. The last thought moment in this life conditions the first thought moment in the so-called next life, which in fact is the continuity of the same series. During this life itself too, one thought moment conditions the next thought moment. So, from the Buddhist point of view, the question of life after death is not a great mystery, and a Buddhist is never worried about this problem. As long as there is this thirst to be and to become, the cycle of continuity, samsara, goes on. It can stop only when its driving force, this thirst, is cut off through wisdom, which sees reality, truth, nirvana. End of chapter 3. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 4. The Third Noble Truth. Nirodha, the cessation of dukkha. The third noble truth is that there is emancipation, liberation, freedom from suffering, from the continuity of dukkha. This is called the noble truth of the cessation of dukkha, dukkha nirodha arisacca, which is nibbana, more popularly known in its Sanskrit form of nirvana. To eliminate dukkha completely, one has to eliminate the main root of dukkha, which is thirst, tanha, as we saw earlier. Therefore, nirvana is known also by the term tanhakaya, extinction of thirst. Now you will ask, but what is nirvana? Volumes have been written in reply to this quite natural and simple question. They have, more and more, only confused the issue rather than clarified it. The only reasonable reply to give to the question is that it can never be answered completely and satisfactorily in words, because human language is too poor to express the real nature of the absolute truth, or ultimate reality, which is nirvana. Language is created and used by masses of human beings to express things and ideas experienced by their sense organs and their mind. A supramundane experience like that of absolute truth is not of such a category. Therefore, there cannot be words to express that experience, just as the fish had no words in his vocabulary to express the nature of the solid land. The tortoise told his friend the fish that he, the tortoise, just returned to the lake after a walk on the land. Of course, the fish said, you mean swimming. The tortoise tried to explain that one couldn't swim on land, that it was solid, and that one walked on it. But the fish insisted that there could be nothing like it, that it must be liquid like his lake, with waves, and that one must be able to dive and swim there. Words and symbols representing things and ideas known to us. And these symbols do not and cannot convey the true nature of even ordinary things. Language is considered deceptive and misleading in the manner of understanding of the truth. So the Lankavatara Sutra says that ignorant people get stuck in words, like an elephant in the mud. Nevertheless, we cannot do without language. But if nirvana is to be expressed and explained in positive terms, we are likely immediately to grasp an idea associated with those terms, which may be quite the contrary. Therefore, it is generally expressed in negative terms, a less dangerous mode perhaps. Footnote. Sometimes positive terms like siva, auspicious, good, kema, safety, sudhi, purity, dipa, island, sarana, refuge, tanya, protection, para, opposite shore, other side, santi, peace, tranquility are used to denote nirvana. There are 32 synonyms for nibbana in the Amsakata Samyutta of the Samyutta Nikaya. They are mostly metaphorical. End footnote. So it is often referred to by such negative terms as tanhakaya, extinction of thirst, asamkata, uncompound, unconditioned; viraga, absence of desire; nirodha, cessation; nibbana, blowing out or extinction. Let us consider a few definitions and descriptions of nirvana, as is found in the original Pali texts. It is the complete cessation of that very thirst, tanha, giving it up, renouncing it, emancipation from it, detachment from it. Footnote. It is interesting to note that this definition of nirodha, cessation of dukkha, which is found in the first sermon of the Buddha at Sarnath, does not contain the word nibbana, though the definition means it. End footnote. Quote, calming of all conditioned things, giving up of all defilements, extinction of thirst, detachment, cessation, nibbana. Another quote. O bhikkhus, what is the absolute, asamkata, unconditioned? It is, O bhikkhus, the extinction of desire, ragakayo, the extinction of hatred, dosakayo, the extinction of illusion, mohakayo. This, O bhikkhus, is called the absolute. Another quote. O Radha, this extinction of thirst, tanhakayo, is nibbana. Another quote. O bhikkhus, wherever there may be things conditioned or unconditioned, among them detachment, viraga, is the highest. End quote. That is to say, freedom from conceit, destruction of thirst, the uprooting of attachment, the cutting off of continuity, the extinction of thirst, tanha, detachment, cessation, nibbana. The reply of Sariputta, the chief disciple of the Buddha, to a direct question, what is nibbana, posed by a parivajaka, is identical with the definition of asamkata given by the Buddha above, i.e., the extinction of desire, the extinction of hatred, the extinction of illusion. Another quote. The abandoning and destruction of desire and craving for these 5 aggregates of attachment. That is the cessation of dukkha. Quote, the cessation of continuity and becoming, bhava nirodha, is nibbana. And further, referring to nirvana, the Buddha says, quote, O bhikkhus, there is the unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned. Were there not the unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned, there would be no escape for the born, grown, and conditioned. Since there is the unborn, ungrown, and unconditioned, so there is escape for the born, grown, and conditioned. End quote. Beginning of another quote. Here the 4 elements of solidity, fluidity, heat, and motion have no place. The notions of length and breadth, the subtle and the gross, good and evil, name and form are altogether destroyed. Neither this world nor the other, nor coming, going, or standing, neither death nor birth, nor sense objects are to be found. End quote. Because nirvana is thus expressed in negative terms, there are many who have got a wrong notion that it is negative and expresses self-annihilation. Nirvana is definitely no annihilation of self, because there is no self to annihilate. If at all, it is the annihilation of the illusion of the false idea of self. It is incorrect to say that nirvana is negative or positive. The ideas of negative and positive are relative, and are within the realm of duality. These terms cannot be applied to nirvana, absolute truth, which is beyond duality and relativity. A negative word need not necessarily indicate a negative state. The Pali or of Sanskrit word for health is arogya, a negative term, which literally means absence of illness. But arogya, health, does not represent a negative state. The word immortal, or its Sanskrit equivalent amrta, or Pali amata, which also is a synonym for nirvana, is negative, but it does not denote a negative state. The negation of negative values is not negative. One of the well-known synonyms for nirvana is freedom, Pali muti, Sanskrit mukti. Nobody would say that freedom is negative. But even freedom has a negative side. Freedom is always a liberation from something which is obstructive, which is evil, which is negative. But freedom is not negative. So nirvana, muti or vimuti, the absolute freedom, is freedom from all evil, freedom from craving, hatred, and ignorance, freedom from all terms of duality, relativity, time, and space. We may get some idea of nirvana as absolute truth from the Dhatu Bhanga Sutta, number 140, of the Majjhima Nikaya. This extremely important discourse was delivered by the Buddha to Pukasati, already mentioned, whom the master found to be the intelligent and earnest one, in the quiet of the night in a potter's shed. The essence of the relevant portion of the sutta is as follows. A man is composed of 6 elements: solidity, fluidity, heat, motion, space, and consciousness. He analyzes them and finds that none of them is mine, or me, or myself. He understands how consciousness appears and disappears, how pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral sensations appear and disappear. Through this knowledge, his mind becomes detached. Then he finds within him a pure equanimity, upekkha, which he can direct towards the attainment of any high spiritual state. And he knows that thus this pure equanimity will last for a long period. But then he thinks, quote, if I focus this purified and cleansed equanimity on the sphere of infinite space and developed a mind conforming thereto, that is a mental creation, samkhata. Footnote. Notice that all the spiritual and mystic states, however pure and high they may be, are mental creations, mind-made, conditioned and compound, samkhata. They are not reality, not truth, satcha. End footnote. If I focus this purified and cleansed equanimity on the sphere of infinite consciousness, on the sphere of nothingness, or on the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, and develop a mind conforming thereto, that is a mental creation. End quote. Then he neither mentally creates nor wills continuity and becoming, bhava, or annihilation, vibhava. Footnote. This means that he does not produce new karma, because now he is free from thirst, will, and volition. End footnote. As he does not construct or does not will continuity and becoming or annihilation, he does not cling to anything in the world. As he does not cling, he is not anxious. As he is not anxious, he is completely calmed within, fully blown out within. And he knows, quote, finished is birth, lived is pure life. What should be done is done, nothing more is left to be done. End quote. And footnote. This expression means that he is an arahant. End footnote. Now, when he experiences a pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral sensation, he knows that it is impermanent, that it does not bind him, that it is not experienced with passion. Whatever may be the sensation, he experiences it without being bound to it, visamyuto. He knows that all those sensations will be pacified with the dissolution of the body, just as the flame of a lamp goes out when oil and the wick give out. Quote, therefore, O bhikkhu, a person so endowed is endowed with the absolute wisdom, for the knowledge of the extinction of all dukkha is the absolute noble wisdom. This his deliverance, founded on truth, is unshakable. O bhikkhu, that which is unreality, mosadhamma, is false. That which is reality, amosadhamma, nibbana, is truth, satcha. Therefore, O bhikkhu, a person so endowed is endowed with this absolute truth. For the absolute noble truth, paramam arya satcham, is nibbana, which is reality. End quote. Elsewhere, the Buddha unequivocally uses the word truth in place of nibbana. I will teach you the truth and the path leading to the truth. Here, truth definitely means nirvana. Now, what is absolute truth? According to Buddhism, the absolute truth is that there is nothing absolute in the world, that everything is relative, conditioned, and impermanent, and that there is no unchanging, everlasting, absolute substance, like self, soul, or Atman, within or without. This is the absolute truth. Truth is never negative, though there is a popular expression as negative truth. The realization of this truth, i.e., to see things as they are, yatha bhutam, without illusion or ignorance, avijja, is the extinction of craving, thirst, tanhakaya, and the cessation, nirodha, of dukkha, which is nirvana. It is interesting and useful to remember here the Mahayana view of nirvana as not being different from samsara. Footnote. Nagarjuna clearly says that, quote, samsara has no difference whatever from nirvana, and nirvana has no difference whatever from samsara. End footnote. The same thing is samsara or nirvana according to the way you look at it, subjectively or objectively. This Mahayana view was probably developed out of the ideas found in the original Theravada Pali texts, to which we have just referred in our brief discussion. It is incorrect to think that nirvana is the natural result of the extinction of craving. Nirvana is not the result of anything. If it would be a result, then it would be an effect produced by a cause. It would be samkhata, produced and conditioned. Nirvana is neither cause nor effect. It is beyond cause and effect. Truth is not a result, nor an effect. It is not produced like a mystic, spiritual, mental state, such as dhyana or samadhi. Truth is. Nirvana is. The only thing you can do is to see it, to realize it. There is a path leading to the realization of nirvana, but nirvana is not the result of this path. Footnote. It is useful to remember here that among 9 supramundane dharmas, Navalokutara-dhamma, nirvana is beyond magga, path, and phala, fruition. End footnote. You may get to the mountain along a path, but the mountain is not the result, not an effect of the path. You may see a light, but the light is not the result of your eyesight. People often ask, what is there after nirvana? This question cannot arise, because nirvana is the ultimate truth. If it is ultimate, there can be nothing after it. If there is anything after nirvana, then that will be the ultimate truth, and not nirvana. A monk named Radha put this question to the Buddha in a different form. For what purpose or end is nirvana? This question presupposes something after nirvana, when it postulates some purpose or end for it. So the Buddha answered, O Radha, this question could not catch its limit, i.e., it is besides the point. One lives the holy life with nirvana as its final plunge into the absolute truth, as its goal, as its ultimate end. Some popular inaccurately phrased expressions like the Buddha entered into nirvana or peri-nirvana after his death have given rise to many imaginary speculations about nirvana. Footnote. There are some who write after the nirvana of the Buddha instead of after the peri-nirvana of the Buddha. After the nirvana of the Buddha has no meaning, and the expression is unknown in Buddhist literature. It is always after the peri-nirvana of the Buddha. End of footnote. The moment you hear the phrase that the Buddha entered into nirvana or peri-nirvana, you take nirvana to be a state or a realm or a position in which there is some sort of existence, and try to imagine it in terms of the senses of the word existence as it is known to you. This popular expression, entered into nirvana, has no equivalent in the original texts. There is no such thing as entering into nirvana after death. There is a word, perinibbuto, used to denote the death of the Buddha or an arahant who has realized nirvana, but it does not mean entering into nirvana. Parinibbuto simply means fully passed away, fully blown out, or fully extinct, because the Buddha or an arahant has no re-existence after his death. Now another question arises. What happens to the Buddha or an arahant after his death? Parinirvana. This comes under the category of unanswered questions, avyakata. Even when the Buddha spoke about this, he indicated that no words in our vocabulary could express what happens to an arahant after his death, In a reply to a parivrajaka named Vacha, the Buddha said that terms like born or not born do not apply in the case of an arahant, because those things, matter, sensation, perception, mental activities, consciousness, with which the terms like born and not born are associated, are completely destroyed and uprooted, never to rise again after his death. An arahant after his death is often compared to a fire gone out when the supply of wood is over, or to the flame of a lamp gone out when the wick and oil are finished. Here it should be clearly and distinctly understood, without any confusion, that what is being compared to a flame or a fire gone out is not nirvana, but the being composed of the five aggregates who realized nirvana. This point has to be emphasized because many people, even some great scholars, have misunderstood and misinterpreted this simile as referring to nirvana. Nirvana is never compared to a fire or lamp gone out. There is another popular question. If there is no self, no Atman, who realizes nirvana? Before we go on to nirvana, let us ask the question, who thinks now if there is no self? We have seen earlier that it is the thought that thinks, that there is no thinker behind the thought. In the same way, it is wisdom, panya, realization that realizes. There is no other self behind the realization. In the discussion of the origin of dukkha, we saw that whatever it may be, whether being or thing or system, if it is of the nature of arising, it has within itself the nature, the germ of its cessation, its destruction. Now, dukkha, samsara, the cycle of continuity, is of the nature of arising. It must also be of the nature of cessation. Dukkha arises because of thirst, tanha, and it ceases because of wisdom, panya. Thirst and wisdom are both within the five aggregates, as we saw earlier. Thus, the germ of their arising, as well as that of their cessation, are both within the five aggregates. This is the real meaning of the Buddha's well-known statement. Within this fathom-long sentient body itself, I postulate the world, the arising of the world, the cessation of the world, and the path leading to the cessation of the world. This means that all the Four Noble Truths are found within the five aggregates, i.e., within ourselves. Here, the word world, loka, is used in place of dukkha. This also means that there is no external power that produces the arising and cessation of dukkha. When wisdom is developed and cultivated according to the fourth noble truth, the next to be taken up, it sees the secret of life, the reality of things as they are. When the secret is discovered, when the truth is seen, all the forces which feverishly produce the continuity of samsara in illusion become calm and incapable of producing any more karma formations, because there is no more illusion, no more thirst for continuity. It is like a mental disease which is cured when the cause or the secret of the malady is discovered and seen by the patient. In almost all religions, the summum bonum can be attained only after death. But nirvana can be realized in this very life, It is not necessary to wait till you die to attain it. He who has realized the truth, nirvana, is the happiest being in the world. He is free from all complexes and obsessions, the worries and troubles that torment others. His mental health is perfect. He does not repent the past, nor does he brood over the future. He lives fully in the present. Therefore, he appreciates and enjoys things in the purest sense without self-projections. He is joyful, exultant, enjoying the pure life, his faculties pleased, free from anxiety, serene and peaceful. As he is free from selfish desire, hatred, ignorance, conceit, pride, and all such defilements, he is pure and gentle, full of universal love, compassion, kindness, sympathy, understanding, and tolerance. His service to others is of the purest, for he has no thought of self. He gains nothing, accumulates nothing, not even anything spiritual, because he is free from the illusion of self and the thirst for becoming. Nirvana is beyond all terms of duality and relativity. It is therefore beyond our conceptions of good and evil, right and wrong, existence and non-existence. Even the word happiness, sukha, which is used to describe nirvana, has an entirely different sense here. Sariputta once said, "O friend, nirvana is happiness. Nirvana is happiness." Then Uddhavi asked, "But friend Sariputta, what happiness can it be if there is no sensation?" Sariputta's reply was highly philosophical and beyond ordinary comprehension. That there is no sensation itself is happiness. Nirvana is beyond logic and reasoning, atakavakara. However much we may engage, often as a vain intellectual pastime, in highly speculative discussions regarding nirvana or ultimate truth or reality, we shall never understand it that way. A child in the kindergarten should not quarrel about the theory of relativity. Instead, if he follows his studies patiently and diligently, one day he may understand it. Nirvana is to be realized by the wise within themselves. Pachatam vetitabo vinyuhi. If we follow the path patiently and with diligence, train and purify ourselves earnestly, and attain the necessary spiritual development, we may one day realize it within ourselves, without taxing ourselves with puzzling and high-sounding words. Let us now turn to the path which leads to the realization of nirvana. End of chapter 4. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 5. The Fourth Noble Truth. Magga, the Path. The fourth noble truth is that of the way leading to the cessation of dukkha. Dukkha nirodha gamini patipada arisacha. This is known as the middle path, Majjhima Patipada, because it avoids two extremes, one extreme being the search for happiness through the pleasures of the senses, which is low, common, unprofitable, and the way of the ordinary people. The other being the search for happiness through self-mortification in different forms of asceticism, which is painful, unworthy, and unprofitable. Having himself first tried these two extremes, and having found them to be useless, the Buddha discovered through personal experience the middle path, which gives vision and knowledge, which leads to calm, insight, enlightenment, nirvana. This middle path is generally referred to as the Noble Eightfold Path, Ariya Atangika Magga, because it is composed of 8 categories or divisions, namely 1. Right understanding, Samaditi. 2. Right thought, Sammasankappa. 3. Right speech, Sammavaka. 4. Right action, Sammakamanta. 5. Right livelihood, Sammajiva. 6. Right effort, Sammavayama. 7. Right mindfulness, Sammasati. 8. Right concentration, Sammasamadhi. Practically the whole teaching of the Buddha, to which he devoted himself during 45 years, deals in some way or other with this path. He explained it in different ways and in different words to different people, according to the stage of their development and their capacity to understand and follow him. But the essence of those many thousand discourses scattered in the Buddhist scriptures is found in the Noble Eightfold Path. It should not be thought that the 8 categories or divisions of the path should be followed and practiced one after the other in numerical order, as given in the usual list above. But they are to be developed more or less simultaneously, as far as possible according to the capacity of each individual. They are all linked together, and each helps the cultivation of the others. These 8 factors aim at promoting and perfecting the 3 essentials of Buddhist training and discipline, namely A. Ethical conduct, Sila, B. Mental discipline, Samadhi, and C. Wisdom, Panya. It will therefore be more helpful for a coherent and better understanding of the 8 divisions of the path if we group them and explain them according to these 3 heads. Ethical conduct, Sila, is built on the vast conception of universal love and compassion for all living beings, on which the Buddha's teaching is based. It is regrettable that many scholars forget this great ideal of the Buddha's teaching and indulge in only dry philosophical and metaphysical divagations when they talk and write about Buddhism. The Buddha gave his teaching for the good of the many, for the happiness of the many, out of compassion for the world. Bahujana Tikaya, Bahujana Sukhaya, Lokanaskampaya. According to Buddhism, for a man to be perfect, there are 2 qualities that he should develop equally: compassion, karuna, on one side, and wisdom, panya, on the other. Here compassion represents love, charity, kindness, tolerance, and such noble qualities on the emotional side, or qualities of the heart, while wisdom would stand for the intellectual side, or the qualities of the mind. If one develops only the emotional, neglecting the intellectual, one may become a good-hearted fool, while to develop only the intellectual side, neglecting the emotional, may turn one into a hard-hearted intellect without feeling for others. Therefore, to be perfect, one has to develop both equally. That is the aim of the Buddhist way of life. In it, wisdom and compassion are inseparably linked together, as we shall see later. Now, in ethical conduct, Sila, based on love and compassion, are included 3 factors of the Noble Eightfold Path, namely right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 in the list. Right speech means abstention, 1. From telling lies, 2. From backbiting and slander and talk that may bring about hatred, enmity, disunity, and disharmony among individuals or groups of people. 3. From harsh, rude, impolite, malicious, and abusive language. 4. From idle, useless, and foolish babble and gossip. When one abstains from these forms of wrong and harmful speech, one naturally has to speak the truth, has to use words that are friendly and benevolent, pleasant and gentle, meaningful and useful. One should not speak carelessly. Speech should be at the right time and place. If one cannot say something useful, one should keep noble silence. Right action aims at promoting moral, honorable, and peaceful conduct. It admonishes us that we should abstain from destroying life, from stealing, from dishonest dealings, from illegitimate sexual intercourse, and that we should also help others to lead a peaceful and honorable life in the right way. Right livelihood means that one should abstain from making one's living through a profession that brings harm to others, such as trading in arms and lethal weapons, intoxicating drinks, poisons, killing animals, cheating, etc., and should live by a profession which is honorable, blameless, and innocent of harm to others. One can clearly see here that Buddhism is strongly opposed to any kind of war, when it lays down that trade in arms and lethal weapons is an evil and unjust means of livelihood. These three factors, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, of the Eightfold Path, constitute ethical conduct. It should be realized that the Buddhist ethical and moral conduct aims at promoting a happy and harmonious life, both for the individual and for society. This moral conduct is considered as the indispensable foundation for all higher spiritual attainments. No spiritual development is possible without this moral basis. Next comes mental discipline, in which are included three other factors of the Eightfold Path, namely, right effort, right mindfulness or attentiveness, and right concentration, numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the list. Right effort is the energetic will, 1. To prevent evil and unwholesome states of mind from arising, and 2. To get rid of such evil and unwholesome states that have already arisen within a man, and 3. To produce, to cause to arise, good and wholesome states of mind not yet arisen, and 4. To develop and bring to perfection the good and wholesome states of the mind already present in a man. Right mindfulness, or attentiveness, is to be diligently aware, mindful and attentive with regard to 1. The activities of the body, kaya, 2. Sensations or feelings, vedana, 3. The activities of the mind, citta, and 4. Ideas, thoughts, conceptions, and things, dhamma. The practice of concentration on breathing, anapanasati, is one of the well-known exercises connected with the body for mental development. There are several other ways of developing attentiveness in relation to the body as modes of meditation. With regard to sensations and feelings, one should be clearly aware of all forms of feelings and sensations, pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, of how they appear and disappear within oneself. Concerning the activities of the mind, one should be aware whether one's mind is lustful or not, given to hatred or not, deluded or not, distracted or concentrated, etc. In this way, one should be aware of all movements of mind, how they arise and disappear. As regards ideas, thoughts, conceptions, and things, one should know their nature, how they appear and disappear, how they are developed, how they are suppressed and destroyed, and so on. These four forms of mental culture, or meditation, are treated in detail in the Satipatthana Sutta, setting up of mindfulness. The third and last factor of mental discipline is right concentration, leading to the 4 stages of dhyana, generally called trance or requiem. In the first stage of dhyana, passionate desires and certain unwholesome thoughts like sensuous lust, ill will, languor, worry, restlessness, and skeptical doubt are discarded, and feelings of joy and happiness are maintained, along with certain mental activities. In the second stage, all intellectual activities are suppressed. Tranquility and one-pointedness of mind developed, and the feelings of joy and happiness are still retained. In the third stage, the feeling of joy, which is an active sensation, also disappears, while the disposition of happiness still remains in addition to mindful equanimity. In the fourth stage of dhyana, all sensations, even of happiness and unhappiness, of joy and sorrow, disappear, only pure equanimity and awareness remaining. Thus the mind is trained and disciplined and developed through right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The remaining 2 factors, namely right thought and right understanding, go to constitute wisdom. Right thought denotes the thoughts of selfless renunciation or detachment, thoughts of love and thoughts of nonviolence, which are extended to all beings. It is very interesting and important to note here that thoughts of selfless detachment, love, and nonviolence are grouped on the side of wisdom. This clearly shows that true wisdom is endowed with these noble qualities, and that all thoughts of selfish desire, ill will, hatred, and violence are the result of a lack of wisdom in all spheres of life, whether individual, social, or political. Right understanding is the understanding of things as they are, and it is the 4 noble truths that explain things as they really are. Right understanding, therefore, is ultimately reduced to the understanding of the 4 noble truths. This understanding is the highest wisdom which sees the ultimate reality. According to Buddhism, there are 2 sorts of understanding. What we generally call understanding is knowledge, an accumulated memory, an intellectual grasping of a subject according to a certain given data. This is knowing accordingly, anubbodha. It is not very deep. Real deep understanding is called penetration, pativedha, seeing a thing in its true nature, without name and label. This penetration is possible only when the mind is free from all impurities and is developed fully through meditation. From this brief account of the path, one may see that it is a way of life to be followed, practiced, and developed by each individual. It is self-discipline in body, word, and mind, self-development and self-purification. It has nothing to do with belief, prayer, worship, or ceremony. In that sense, it has nothing which may popularly be called religious. It is a path leading to the realization of ultimate reality, to complete freedom, happiness, and peace through moral, spiritual, and intellectual perfection. In Buddhist countries, there are simple and beautiful customs and ceremonies on religious occasions. They have little to do with the real path, but they have their value in satisfying certain religious emotions and the needs of those who are less advanced, and helping them gradually along the path. With regard to the Four Noble Truths, we have four functions to perform. The first noble truth is dukkha, the nature of life, its suffering, its sorrows and joys, its imperfection and unsatisfactoriness, its impermanence and insubstantiality. With regard to this, our function is to understand it as a fact, clearly and completely. Parinyeya. The second noble truth is the origin of dukkha, which is desire, thirst, accompanied by all other passions, defilements, and impurities. A mere understanding of this fact is not sufficient. Here our function is to discard it, to eliminate, to destroy and eradicate it. Pahataba. The third noble truth is the cessation of dukkha, nirvana, the absolute truth, the ultimate reality. Here our function is to realize it. Sachikatava. The fourth noble truth is the path leading to the realization of nirvana. A mere knowledge of the path, however complete, will not do. In our case, our function is to follow it and to keep to it. Bhavetava. End of chapter 5. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 6. The Doctrine of No Soul, Anatta. What in general is suggested by soul, self, ego, or to use the Sanskrit expression, Atman, is that in man there is a permanent, everlasting, and absolute entity, which is the unchanging substance behind the changing phenomenal world. According to some religions, each individual has such a separate soul which is created by God, and which, finally after death, lives eternally, either in heaven or hell, its destiny depending on the judgment of its creator. According to others, it goes through many lives till it is completely purified and becomes finally united with God, or Brahman, universal soul, or Atman, from which it originally emanated. This soul or self in man is the thinker of thoughts, feeler of sensations, and receiver of rewards and punishments for all its actions, good and bad. Such a conception is called the idea of self. Buddhism stands unique in the history of human thought in denying the existence of such a soul, self, or Atman. According to the teaching of the Buddha, the idea of self is an imaginary, false belief which has no corresponding reality, and it produces harmful thoughts of me and mine, selfish desire, craving, attachment, hatred, ill will, conceit, pride, egoism, and other defilements, impurities, and problems. It is the source of all the troubles in the world, from personal conflicts to wars between nations. In short, to this false view can be traced all the evil in the world. Two ideas are psychologically deep-rooted in man: self-protection and self-preservation. For self-protection, man has created God, on whom he depends for his own security, safety, and protection, just as a child depends on its parent. For self-preservation, man has conceived the idea of an immortal soul, or Atman, which will live eternally. In his ignorance, weakness, fear, and desire, man needs these two things to console himself. Hence he clings to them deeply and fanatically. The Buddha's teaching does not support this ignorance, weakness, fear, and desire, but aims at making man enlightened by removing and destroying them, striking at their very root. According to Buddhism, our ideas of God and soul are false and empty. Though highly developed as theories, they are all the same extremely subtle mental projections, garbed in an intricate metaphysical and philosophical phraseology. These ideas are so deeply rooted in man, and so near and dear to him, that he does not wish to hear, nor does he want to understand, any teaching against them. The Buddha knew this quite well. In fact, he said that his teaching was against the current, patiso against man's selfish desires. Just 4 weeks after his enlightenment, seated under a banyan tree, he thought to himself, I have realized this truth which is deep, difficult to see, difficult to understand, comprehensible only by the wise. Men who are overpowered by passions and surrounded by a mass of darkness cannot see this truth, which is against the current, which is lofty, deep, subtle, and hard to comprehend. With these thoughts in his mind, the Buddha hesitated for a moment, whether it would not be in vain if he tried to explain to the world the truth he had just realized. Then he compared the world to a lotus pond. In a lotus pond, there are some lotuses still under water. There are others which have risen up only to the water level. There are still others which stand above water and are untouched by it. In the same way in this world, there are men at different levels of development. Some would understand the truth. So the Buddha decided to teach it. The doctrine of anatta, or no soul, is the natural result of, or the corollary to, the analysis of the 5 aggregates and the teaching of conditioned genesis, paticca samuppada. We have seen earlier in the discussion of the first noble truth, dukkha, that what we call a being or an individual is composed of the 5 aggregates, and that when these are analyzed and examined, there is nothing behind them which can be taken as I, Atman, or self, or any unchanging, abiding substance. That is the analytical method. The same result is arrived at through the doctrine of conditioned genesis, which is the synthetical method. And according to this, nothing in the world is absolute. Everything is conditioned, relative, and interdependent. This is the Buddhist theory of relativity. Before we go into the question of anatta proper, it is useful to have a brief idea of the conditioned genesis. The principle of this doctrine is given in a short formula of 4 lines. When this is, that is. Imasmim sati idam hoti. This arising, that arises. Imasupada idam upajati. When this is not, that is not. Imasmim asati idam nahoti. This ceasing, that ceases. Imasa nirodha idam nirujati. Footnote. To put it into a modern form, when A is, B is. A arising, B arises. When A is not, B is not. A ceasing, B ceases. End of footnote. On this principle of conditionality, relativity, and interdependence, the whole existence and continuity of life and its cessation are explained in a detailed formula, which is called paticca-samuppada, conditionogenesis, consisting of 12 factors. 1. Through ignorance are conditioned volitional actions or karma formations, avijja-pachaya samkara. Through volitional actions is conditioned consciousness, samkara-pachaya vijnanam. Through consciousness are conditioned mental and physical phenomena, vijnana-pachaya namarupam. Through mental and physical phenomena are conditioned the 6 faculties, i.e., 5 physical sense organs and mind. Namarupa-pachaya salayatanam. 5. Through the 6 faculties is conditioned sensorial and mental contact, salayatana-pachaya phaso. 6. Through sensorial and mental contact is conditioned sensation, phasa-pachaya vedana. 7. Through sensation is conditioned desire, thirst, vedana-pachaya tanha. 8. Through desire, thirst, is conditioned clinging, tanha-pachaya upadanam. 9. Through clinging is conditioned the process of becoming, upadana-pachaya bhavo. 10. Through the process of becoming is conditioned birth, bhava-pachaya jati. 11. Through birth are conditioned 12. Decay, death, lamentation, pain, etc. Jati-pachaya jamaramamam. This is how life arises, exists, and continues. If we take this formula in reverse order, we come to the cessation of the process. Through the complete cessation of ignorance, volitional activities, or karma formations cease. Through the cessation of volitional activities, consciousness ceases. Through the cessation of birth, decay, death, sorrow, etc., cease. It should be remembered that each of these factors is conditioned, paticca-samuppanna, as well as conditioning, paticca-samuppada. Therefore, they are all relative, interdependent, and interconnected, and nothing is absolute or independent. Hence, no first cause is accepted by Buddhism, as we have seen earlier. Conditioned genesis should be considered a circle, and not as a chain. The question of free will has occupied an important place in Western thought and philosophy. But according to conditioned genesis, this question does not and cannot arise in Buddhist philosophy. If the whole of existence is relative, conditioned, and interdependent, how can will alone be free? Will, which is included in the 4th aggregate, samkara khandha, like any other thought, is conditioned, paticca-samuppanna. So-called freedom itself in this world is not absolutely free. That too is conditioned and relative. There is, of course, such a conditioned and relative free will, but not unconditioned and absolute. There can be nothing absolutely free in this world, physical or mental, as everything is conditioned and relative. If free will implies a will independent of conditions, independent of cause and effect, such a thing does not exist. How can a will, or anything for that matter, arise without conditions, away from cause and effect, when the whole of life, the whole of existence, is conditioned and relative. Here again, the idea of free will is basically connected with the ideas of God, soul, justice, reward, and punishment. Not only so-called free will is not free, but even the very idea of free will is not free from conditions. According to the doctrine of conditioned genesis, as well as according to the analysis of being into 5 aggregates, the idea of an abiding, immortal substance in man or outside, whether it is called Atman, I, soul, self, or ego, is considered only a false belief, a mental projection. This is the Buddhist doctrine of anatta, no soul or no self. In order to avoid a confusion, it should be mentioned here that there are 2 kinds of truths: conventional truth, samoti-sacca, and ultimate truth, paramata-sacca. When we use such expressions in our daily life as I, you, being, individual, etc., we do not lie because there is no self or being as such, but we speak a truth conforming to the convention of the world. But the ultimate truth is that there is no I or being in reality. As the Mahayana Sutralankara says, a person, Pudgala, should be mentioned as existing only in designation, prajnapti, i.e., conventionally there is a being, but not in reality or substance. Quote, the negation of an imperishable Atman is the common characteristic of all dogmatic systems of the lesser as well as the great vehicle, and there is, therefore, no reason to assume that Buddhist tradition, which is in complete agreement on this point, has deviated from the Buddha's original teaching. H. von Glasenapp, in an article Vedanta and Buddhism on the question of anatta. End footnote. An end of quote. It is therefore curious that recently there should have been a vain attempt by a few scholars to smuggle the idea of self into the teaching of the Buddha, quite contrary to the spirit of Buddhism. Footnote. The late Mrs. Rice Davids and others. See Mrs. Rice Davids' Gautama the Man, Shakya or Buddhist Origins, A Manual of Buddhism, What Was the Original Buddhism, etc. End of footnote. These scholars respect, admire, and venerate the Buddha and his teaching. They look up to Buddhism. But they cannot imagine that the Buddha, whom they consider the most clear and profound thinker, could have denied the existence of an Atman, or self, which they need so much. They unconsciously seek the support of the Buddha for this need for eternal existence. Of course not in a petty individual self with a small s, but in the big self with a capital S. It is better to say frankly that one believes in an Atman or self. Or one may even say that the Buddha was totally wrong in denying the existence of an Atman. But certainly it will not do for anyone to try to introduce into Buddhism an idea which the Buddha never accepted, as far as we can see from the extant original texts. Religions which believe in God and soul make no secret of these 2 ideas. On the contrary, they proclaim them, constantly and repeatedly, in the most eloquent terms. If the Buddha had accepted these 2 ideas, so important in all religions, he certainly would have declared them publicly, as he had spoken about other things, and would not have left them hidden to be discovered only 25 centuries after his death. People become nervous at the idea that through the Buddha's teachings of anatta, the self they imagine they have is going to be destroyed. The Buddha was not unaware of this. A bhikkhu once asked him, "Sir, is there a case where one is tormented when something permanent within oneself is not found?" "Yes, bhikkhu, there is," answered the Buddha. Quote, "A man has the following view. The universe is that Atman. I shall be that after death, permanent, abiding, everlasting, unchanging, and I shall exist as such for eternity." He hears the Tathagata or a disciple of his preaching the doctrine aiming at the complete destruction of all speculative views, aiming at the extinction of thirst, aiming at detachment, cessation, nirvana. Then that man thinks, "I will be annihilated, I will be destroyed, I will be no more." So he mourns, worries himself, laments, weeps, beating his breast, and becomes bewildered. Thus, O bhikkhu, there is a case where one is tormented when something permanent within oneself is not found. End quote. Elsewhere, the Buddha says, "O bhikkhus, this idea that I may not be, I may not have, is frightening to the uninstructed worldling." Those who want to find a self in Buddhism argue as follows. It is true that the Buddha analyzes being into matter, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, and says that none of these things is self. But he does not say that there is no self at all in man or anywhere else, apart from these aggregates. This position is untenable for two reasons. One is that, according to the Buddha's teaching, a being is composed only of these five aggregates, and nothing more. Nowhere has he said that there was anything more than these five aggregates in a being. The second reason is that the Buddha denied categorically, in unequivocal terms, in more than one place, the existence of Atman, soul, self, or ego within man or without, or anywhere else in the universe. Let us take some examples. In the Dhammapada, there are 3 verses extremely important and essential in the Buddha's teaching. They are numbers 5, 6, and 7 of chapters 20, or verses 277, 78, and 79. The first 2 verses say, "All conditioned things are impermanent, sabba samkara anicca," and "All conditioned things are dukkha, sabba samkara dukkha." The third verse says, "All dhammas are without self, sabbe dhamma anatta." Here it should be carefully observed that in the first 2 verses the word samkara, conditioned things, is used. But in its place in the third verse the word dhamma is used. Why didn't the third verse use the word samkara, conditioned things, as the previous 2 verses? And why did it use the term dhamma instead? Here lies the crux of the whole matter. The term samkara denotes the 5 aggregates, all conditioned, interdependent, relative things and states, both physical and mental. If the third verse has said all samkara, conditioned things, are without self, then one might think that, although conditioned things are without self, yet there may be a self outside conditioned things, outside of the 5 aggregates. It is in order to avoid misunderstanding that the term Dhamma is used in the third verse. The term Dhamma is much wider than Samkara. There is no term in Buddhist philosophy Buddhist terminology wider than Dhamma. It includes not only the conditioned things and states, but also the non-conditioned, the absolute, nirvana. There is nothing in the universe or outside, good or bad, conditioned or non-conditioned, relative or absolute, which is not included in this term. Therefore, it is quite clear, according to this statement, all Dhammas are without self. There is no self, no Atman, not only in the five aggregates, but nowhere else too outside them, or apart from them. This means, according to the Theravada teaching, that there is no self either in the individual, Pugala, or in the Dhammas. The Mahayana Buddhist philosophy maintains exactly the same position, without the slightest difference, on this point, putting emphasis on Dharma Nairamta, as well as Pugdala Nairatmya. In the Alagadupama Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya, addressing his disciples, the Buddha said, "O bhikkhus, accept a soul theory, Attavada, in the acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation. But do you see, O bhikkhus, such a soul theory in the acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation?" "Certainly not, sir." He replies, "Good, O bhikkhus. I too, O bhikkhus, do not see a soul theory, in acceptance of which there would not arise grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, and tribulation." If there had been any soul theory which the Buddha had accepted, he would certainly have explained it here, because he asked the bhikkhus to accept that soul theory which did not produce suffering. But in the Buddha's view, there is no such soul theory, and any soul theory, whatever it may be, however subtle and sublime, is false and imaginary, creating all kinds of problems, producing in its train grief, lamentation, suffering, distress, tribulation, and trouble. Continuing the discourse, the Buddha said in the same sutta, "O bhikkhus, when neither self nor anything pertaining to self can truly and really be found, this speculative view, the universe is that Atman, soul, I shall be that after death, permanent, abiding, everlasting, unchanging, and I shall exist as such for eternity. Is it not wholly and completely foolish?" Footnote. Referring to this passage, S. Radhakrishnan, Indian philosophy, says, quote, "It is the false view that clamors for the perpetual continuance of the small self that the Buddha refutes." End quote. We cannot agree with this remark. On the contrary, the Buddha in fact here refutes the universal term, Atman or soul. As we saw just now in the earlier passage, the Buddha did not accept any self, great or small. In his view, all theories of Atman were false, mental projections. End footnote. Here the Buddha explicitly states that an Atman, or soul, or self, is nowhere to be found in reality, and it is foolish to believe that there is such a thing. Those who seek a self in the Buddha's teaching quote a few examples which they first translate wrongly and then misinterpret. One of them is the well-known line, "Atahi atano nato," from the Dhammapada. or verse 160, which is translated as self is the lord of self, and then interpreted to mean that the big self is the lord of the small self. First of all, this translation is incorrect. Atta here does not mean self in the sense of a soul. In Pali, the word atta is generally used as a reflexive or indefinite pronoun, except in a few cases where it specifically and philosophically refers to the soul theory, as we have seen above. But in general usage, as in the chapter 7 in the Dhammapada where this line occurs, and in many other places, it is used as a reflexive or indefinite pronoun, meaning myself, yourself, himself, oneself, etc. Footnote. In his article Vedanta and Buddhism, H. von Glasenapp explains this point clearly. End footnote. Next, the word natho does not mean lord, but refuge, support, help, protection. Footnote. The commentary on the Dhammapada says, Nato ti patita. Nato means support, refuge, help, protection. The old Sinhalese Sanaya of the Dhammapada paraphrases the word nato as pihiti vaneya, is a support, refuge, help. If we take the negative form of nato, this becomes further confirmed. Anatta does not mean without a lord or lordless, but it means helpless, supportless, unprotected, poor. Even the PTS Pali Dictionary explains the word natha as protector, refuge, help, but not as lord. The translation of the word Lokanatha by Savior of the World, just using a popular Christian expression, is not quite correct because the Buddha is not a savior. This epithet really means refuge of the world. End of footnote. Therefore, atta hi atano nato really means one is one's own refuge, or one is one's own help or support. It has nothing to do with any metaphysical soul or self. It simply means that you have to rely on yourself and not rely on others. Another example of the attempt to introduce the idea of self into the Buddha's teaching is in the well-known words Attadipa, Viharata, Attasarana, Ananyasarana, which are taken out of context in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. This phrase literally means dwell making yourselves your island, support, making yourselves your refuge, and not anyone else as your refuge. Footnote. Rice Davids. Be ye lamps unto yourself. Be ye a refuge to yourselves. Betake yourselves to no external refuge, as an alternate translation. End footnote. Those who wish to see a self in Buddhism interpret the words Attadipa and Attasarana, taking self as a lamp, taking self as a refuge. Footnote 3. Deepa here does not mean lamp, but it definitely means island. The Digha Nikaya commentary, commenting on the word Deepa, here says, Mahasamuda Gatam Deepam via Atanam Deepam Patitam Katva Viharatha. Dwell making yourselves an island, a support, resting place, even as an island in the great ocean. Samsara, the continuity of existence, is usually compared to an ocean. Samsara Sagara, and what is required in the ocean for safety, is an island, a solid land, not a lamp. End of footnote. We cannot understand the full meaning and significance of the advice of the Buddha to Ananda unless we take into consideration the background and the context in which these words were spoken. The Buddha was at the time staying at a village called Beluva. It was just 3 months before his death, parinirvana. At this time he was 80 years old and was suffering from a very serious illness, almost dying, Maranantika. But he thought it was not proper for him to die without breaking it to his disciples who were near and dear to him. So with courage and determination he bore all his pains, got the better of his illness, and recovered. But his health was still poor. After his recovery, he was seated one day in the shade outside his residence. Ananda, the most devoted attendant of the Buddha, went to his beloved master, sat near him, and said, "Sir, I have looked after the health of the Blessed One. I have looked after him in his illness. But at the sight of the illness of the Blessed One, the horizon became dim to me, and my faculties were no longer clear. Yet there was one little consolation. I thought that the Blessed One would not pass away until he had left instructions touching the order of the Sangha." End quote. Then the Buddha, full of compassion and human feeling, gently spoke to his devoted and beloved attendant. Quote, "Ananda, what does the order of the Sangha expect from me? I have taught the Dhamma, truth, without making any distinction as exoteric and esoteric. With regard to the truth, the Tathagata has nothing like the closed fist of a teacher, Akariyamuti. Surely, Ananda, if there is anyone who thinks that he will lead the Sangha, and that the Sangha should depend on him, let him set down his instructions." But the Tathagata had no such idea. Why should he then leave instructions concerning the Sangha? I am now old, Ananda, 80 years old. As a worn-out cart has to be kept going by repairs, so, it seems to me, the body of the Tathagata can only be kept going by repairs. Therefore, Ananda, dwell making yourselves your island, support, making yourselves, not anyone else, your refuge, making the Dhamma your island, support, the Dhamma your refuge, nothing else your refuge. End quote. What the Buddha wanted to convey to Ananda is quite clear. The latter was sad and depressed. He thought they would all be lonely, helpless, without a refuge, without a leader after their great teacher's death. So the Buddha gave him consolation, courage, and confidence, saying that they should depend on themselves and on the Dhamma he taught, and not on anyone else or on anything else. Here the question of a metaphysical Atman, or self, is quite beside the point. Further, the Buddha explained to Ananda how one could be one's own island or refuge, how one could make the Dhamma one's own island or refuge, through the cultivation of mindfulness or awareness of the body, sensations, mind and mind objects, the 4 Satipatthanas. There is no talk at all here about an Atman or self. Another reference, oft-quoted, is used by those who try to find Atman in the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha was once seated under a tree in a forest on the way from Uruvela from Benares. On that day, 30 friends, all of them young princes, went out on a picnic with their young wives into the same forest. One of the princes, who was unmarried, brought a prostitute with him. While the others were amusing themselves, she purloined some objects of value and disappeared. In their search for her in the forest, they saw the Buddha seated under a tree and asked him whether he had seen a woman. He inquired what was the matter. When they explained, the Buddha asked them, "What do you think, young men? Which is better for you, to search after a woman or to search after yourselves?" Here again, it is a simple and natural question, and there is no justification for introducing far-fetched ideas of metaphysical Atman or self into the business. They answered that it was better for them to search after themselves. The Buddha then asked them to sit down and explain the Dhamma to them. In the available account, in the original text of what he preached to them, not a word is mentioned about an Atman. Much has been written on the subject of the Buddha's silence when a certain parivrajaka, wanderer, named Vakagota, asked him whether there was an Atman or not. The story is as follows. Vakagota comes to the Buddha and asks, "Venerable Gautama, is there an Atman?" The Buddha is silent. "Then, Venerable Gautama, is there no Atman?" Again the Buddha is silent. Vakagota gets up and walks away. After the Parivrajaka had left, Ananda asked the Buddha why he did not answer Vakagota's question. The Buddha explains his position. "Ananda, when asked by Vakagota the wanderer, 'Is there a self?' If I had answered, 'There is a self,' then, Ananda, that would be siding with those recluses and brahmanas who hold the eternalist theory, Sasatavada. And, Ananda, when asked by the wanderer, 'Is there no self?' If I had answered, 'There is no self,' then that would be siding with those recluses and brahmanas who hold the annihilationist theory, Ukeda-vada. Footnote. On another occasion, the Buddha had told this same Vakagota that the Tathagata had no theories because he had seen the nature of things. Here too he does not want to associate himself with any theorists. End footnote. Again, Ananda, when asked by Vakagota, 'Is there a self?' If I had answered, 'There is a self,' would that be in accordance with my knowledge that all dhammas are without self?" He replies, "Surely not, sir." The Buddha replies, "And again, Ananda, when asked by the wanderer, 'Is there no self?' If I had answered, 'There is no self,' then that would have been a greater confusion to the already confused Vakagota." Two footnotes. In fact, on another occasion, evidently earlier, when the Buddha had explained a certain deep and subtle question, the question as to what happened to an arahant after death, Vakagota said, "Venerable Gautama, here I fall into ignorance. I get into confusion. Whatever little faith I had at the beginning of this conversation with the Venerable Gautama, that too is gone now." So the Buddha did not want to confuse him again. Earlier footnote on the question of all dhammas are without self. Exactly the same words as in the first line of the Dhammapada 20. Woodward's translation of these words by "all things are impermanent" is completely wrong, probably due to an oversight, but this is a very serious mistake. This perhaps is one of the reasons for so much unnecessary talk on the Buddha's silence. The most important word in this context, anatta, without a self, has been translated as impermanent. The English translations of Pali texts contain major and minor errors of this kind, some due to carelessness or oversight, some to lack of proficiency in the original language. Whatever the cause may be, it is useful to mention here, with the deference due to those great pioneers in this field, that these errors have been responsible for a number of wrong ideas about Buddhism among people who have no access to the original texts. It is good to know, therefore, that Miss I.B. Horner, the secretary of the Pali Text Society, plans to bring out revised and new translations. End of footnote. For Vakagota would have thought, formerly, indeed, I had an Atman, but now I haven't got one. It should now be quite clear why the Buddha was silent. But it would be still clearer if we take into consideration the whole background and the way the Buddha treated questions and questioners, which is altogether ignored by those who have discussed this problem. The Buddha was not a computing machine, giving answers to whatever questions were put to him by anyone at all, without any consideration. He was a practical teacher, full of compassion and wisdom. He did not answer questions to show his knowledge and intelligence, but to help the questioner on the way to realization. He always spoke to people bearing in mind their standard of development, their tendencies, their mental makeup, their character, their capacity to understand a particular question. According to the Buddha, there are 4 ways of treating questions. 1. Some should be answered directly. 2. Others should be answered by way of analyzing them. 3. Yet others should be answered by counter-questions. And 4, and lastly, there are questions which should be put aside. There may be several ways of putting aside a question. One is to say that a particular question is not answered or explained, as the Buddha had told this very same Vakagota on more than one occasion, when those famous questions on whether the universe is eternal or not, etc., were put to him. In the same way he had replied to Malunkyaputta and others. But he could not say the same thing with regard to the question whether there is an Atman, self, or not, because he had always discussed and explained it. He could not say, there is self, because it is contrary to his knowledge that all Dhammas are without self. Then he did not want to say, there is no self, because that would unnecessarily, without any purpose, have confused and disturbed poor Vakagota, who was already confused on a similar question, as he had himself admitted earlier. He was not yet in a position to understand the idea of anatta. Therefore, to put aside this question by silence was the wisest thing in this particular case. We must not forget, too, that the Buddha had known Vakagota quite well for a long time. This was not the first occasion on which this inquiring wanderer had come to see him. The wise and compassionate teacher gave much thought and showed great consideration for this confused seeker. There are many references in the Pali texts to this same Vakagota, the wanderer. His going round quite often to see the Buddha and his disciples, and putting the same kind of question again and again, evidently very much worried, almost as obsessed by these problems. The Buddha's silence seems to have had much more effect on Vakagota than any eloquent answer or discussion. Footnote. For we see that after some time Vakagota came again to see the Buddha, but this time did not ask any questions as usual, but said, "It is long since I had a talk with the Venerable Gautama. It would be good if the Venerable Gautama would preach to me on good and bad, kusala kusalam, in brief." The Buddha said that he would explain to him good and bad, in brief as well as in detail, and so he did. Ultimately, Vakagota became a disciple of the Buddha, and following his teaching, attained arahantship, realized truth, nirvana, and the problems of Atman and other questions obsessed him no more. End footnote. Some people take self to mean what is generally known as mind or consciousness. But the Buddha said that it is better for a man to take his physical body as self rather than mind, thought, or consciousness, because the former seems to be more solid than the latter. Because mind, thought, or consciousness, sita, mano, vijnana, changes constantly, day and night, even faster than the body, kaya. It is the vague feeling, I am, that creates the idea of self, which has no corresponding reality. And to see this truth is to realize nirvana, which is not very easy. In the Samyutta Nikaya, there is an enlightening conversation on this point between a bhikkhu named Khemaka and a group of bhikkhus. These bhikkhus ask Khemaka whether he sees in the five aggregates any self or anything pertaining to a self. Khemaka replies, no. Then the bhikkhus say that, if so, he should be an arahant free from all impurities. But Khemaka confesses that though he does not find in the five aggregates a self, or anything pertaining to a self, quote, I am not an arahant free from all impurities. O friends, with regard to the five aggregates of attachment, I have a feeling, I am, but I do not clearly see this is I am. End quote. Then Khemaka explains that what he calls I am is neither matter, sensation, perception, mental formations, nor consciousness, nor anything without them. But he has the feeling I am with regard to the five aggregates, though he could not see clearly this is I am. He says it is like the smell of a flower. It is neither the smell of the petals, nor of the color, nor of the pollen, but the smell of the flower. Khemaka further explains that even a person who has attained the early stages of realization still retains this feeling, I am. But later on, when he progresses further, this feeling of I am altogether disappears, just as the chemical smell of a freshly washed cloth disappears after a time when it is kept in a box. This discussion was so useful and enlightening to them that at the end of it, the text says all of them, including Khemaka himself, became arahants free from all impurities, thus finally getting rid of I am. According to the Buddha's teaching, it is as wrong to hold the opinion, I have no self, which is the annihilationist theory, as to hold the opinion, I have self, which is the eternalist theory, because both are fetters, both arising out of the false idea, I am. The correct position with regard to the question of anatta is not to take hold of any opinions or views, but to see things objectively as they are without mental projections. To see what we call I, or being, is only a combination of physical and mental aggregates, which are working together interdependently in a flux of momentary change within the law of cause and effect, and that there is nothing permanent, everlasting, unchanging, and eternal in the whole of existence. Here naturally a question arises. If there is no Atman or self, who gets the results of karma, actions? No one can answer this question better than the Buddha himself. When this question was raised by a bhikkhu, the Buddha said, I have taught you, O bhikkhus, to see conditionality everywhere in all things. The Buddha's teaching on anatta, no soul or no self, should not be considered as negative or nihilistic. Like nirvana, it is truth, reality, and reality cannot be negative. It is the false belief in a non-existing imaginary self that is negative. The teaching on anatta dispels the darkness of false beliefs and produces the light of wisdom. It is not negative. As Asanga very aptly says, there is the fact of no selfness. Nairatmyastita. End of chapter 6. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 7. Meditation, or mental culture. Bhavana. The Buddha said, O bhikkhus, there are two kinds of illness. What are those two? Physical illness and mental illness. There seem to be people who enjoy freedom from physical illness even for a year or two, even for 100 years or more. But O bhikkhus, rare in this world are those who enjoy freedom from mental illness, even for one moment, except those who are free from mental defilements, i.e., except arahants. The Buddha's teaching, particularly his way of meditation, aims at producing a state of perfect mental health, equilibrium, and tranquility. It is unfortunate that hardly any other section of the Buddha's teaching is so much misunderstood as meditation, both by Buddhists and non-Buddhists. The moment the word meditation is mentioned, one thinks of an escape from the daily activities of life, assuming a particular posture, like a statue in some cave or cell in a monastery, in some remote place cut off from society, and musing on, or being absorbed in, some kind of mystic or mysterious thought or trance. True Buddhist meditation does not mean this kind of escape at all. The Buddha's teaching on this subject was so wrongly, or so little understood, that in later times the way of meditation deteriorated and generated into a kind of ritual or ceremony, almost technical in its routine. Footnote. The Yogavatara's Manual, edited by Rice Davids. A text on meditation written in Ceylon probably, about the 18th century, shows how meditation at the time had degenerated into a ritual of reciting formulas, burning candles, etc. End of footnote. Most people are interested in meditation or yoga in order to gain some spiritual or mystic powers, like the third eye, which others do not possess. There was some time ago a Buddhist nun in India who was trying to develop a power to see through her ears, while she was still in the possession of the power of perfect eyesight. This kind of idea is nothing but spiritual perversion. It is always a question of desire, thirst for power. The word meditation is a very poor substitute for the original term, bhavana, which means culture, or development, i.e. mental culture or mental development. The Buddhist bhavana, properly speaking, is mental culture in the full sense of the term. It aims at cleansing the mind of impurities and disturbances, such as lustful desires, hatred, ill will, indolence, worries, and restlessness, skeptical doubts, and cultivating such qualities as concentration, awareness, intelligence, will, energy, the analytical faculty, confidence, joy, tranquility, leading finally to the attainment of the highest wisdom which sees the nature of things as they are, and realizes the ultimate truth, nirvana. There are two forms of meditation. One is the development of mental concentration, samatha or samadhi, of one-pointedness of mind, siddhikagata, or Sanskrit sitai kagrata, by various methods prescribed in the texts, leading up to the highest mystic states such as the sphere of nothingness or the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception. All these mystic states, according to the Buddha, are mind-created, mind-produced, conditioned, samkhata. They have nothing to do with reality, truth, nirvana. This form of meditation existed before the Buddha. Hence, it is not purely Buddhist, but it is not excluded from the field of Buddhist meditation. However, it is not essential for the realization of nirvana. The Buddha himself, before his enlightenment, studied these yogic practices under different teachers and attained to the highest mystic states. But he was not satisfied with them because they did not give complete liberation. They did not give insight into the ultimate reality. He considered these mystic states only as happy living in this existence, Ditadhamma Saku Kavikara, or peaceful living, Santavihara, and nothing more. He therefore discovered the other form of meditation, known as vipassana, insight into the nature of things, leading to the complete liberation of mind, to the realization of the ultimate truth, nirvana. This is essentially Buddhist meditation, Buddhist mental culture. It is an analytical method based on mindfulness, awareness, vigilance, observation. It is impossible to do justice to such a vast subject in a few pages. However, an attempt is made here to give a very brief and very rough idea of the true Buddhist meditation, mental culture, or mental development, in a practical way. The most important discourse ever given by the Buddha on mental development, meditation, is called the Satipatthana Sutta, the setting up of mindfulness, number 22 of the Digha Nikaya, or number 10 of the Majjhima Nikaya. This discourse is so highly venerated in tradition that it is regularly recited not only in Buddhist monasteries, but also in Buddhist homes, with members of the family sitting around and listening with deep devotion. Very often, bhikkhus recite this sutta by the bedside of a dying man to purify his last thoughts. The ways of meditation given in this discourse are not cut off from life, nor do they avoid life. On the contrary, they are all connected with our life, our daily activities, our sorrows and joys, our words and thoughts, our moral and intellectual occupations. The discourse is divided into four main sections. The first section deals with our body, kaya. The second with our feelings and sensations, vedana. The third with the mind, citta. And the fourth with various moral and intellectual subjects, dhamma. It should be clearly borne in mind that whatever the form of meditation may be, the essential thing is mindfulness or awareness, sati, attention or observation, anapassana. One of the most well-known, popular, and practical examples of meditation connected with the body is called the mindfulness or awareness of in and out breathing, anapanasati. It is for this meditation only that a particular and definite posture is prescribed in the texts. For other forms of meditation given in this sutta, you may sit, stand, walk, or lie down as you like. But for cultivating mindfulness of in and out breathing, one should sit, according to the text, cross-legged, keeping the body erect and mindfulness alert. But sitting cross-legged is not practical and easy for people of all countries, particularly for Westerners. Therefore, those who find it difficult to sit cross-legged may sit on a chair, keeping the body erect and mindfulness alert. It is very necessary for this exercise that the meditator should sit erect, but not stiff. His hands placed comfortably on his lap. Thus seated, you may close your eyes, or you may gaze at the tip of your nose, as it may be convenient to you. You breathe in and out all day and night, but you are never mindful of it. You never for a second concentrate your mind on it. Now you are going to do just this. Breathe in and out as usual, without any effort or strain. Now, bring your mind to concentrate on your breathing in and breathing out. Let your mind watch and observe your breathing in and out. Let your mind be aware and vigilant of your breathing in and out. When you breathe, you sometimes take deep breaths, sometimes not. This does not matter at all. Breathe normally and naturally. The only thing is that when you take deep breaths, you should be aware that they are deep breaths, and so on. In other words, your mind should be so fully concentrated on your breathing that you are aware of its movements and changes. Forget all other things, your surroundings, your environment. Do not raise your eyes and look at anything. Try to do this for 5 or 10 minutes. At the beginning, you will find it extremely difficult to bring your mind to concentrate on your breathing. You will be astonished how your mind runs away. It does not stay. You begin to think of various things. You hear sounds outside. Your mind is disturbed and distracted. You may be dismayed and disappointed. But if you continue to practice this exercise twice daily, morning and evening, for about 5-10 minutes at a time, you will gradually, by and by, begin to concentrate your mind on your breathing. After a certain period, you will experience just that split second when your mind is fully concentrated on your breathing, when you will not hear even sounds nearby, when no external world exists for you. This slight moment is such a tremendous experience for you, full of joy, happiness, and tranquility, that you would like to continue it. But still you cannot. Yet, if you go on practicing this regularly, you may repeat the experience again and again for longer and longer periods. That is the moment when you lose yourself completely in your mindfulness of breathing. As long as you are conscious of yourself, you can never concentrate on anything. This exercise of mindfulness of breathing, which is one of the simplest and easiest practices, is meant to develop concentration leading up to very high mystic attainments, jhana. Besides, the power of concentration is essential for any kind of deep understanding, penetration, insight into the nature of things, including the realization of nirvana. Apart from all this, this exercise on breathing gives you immediate results. It is good for your physical health, for relaxation, sound sleep, and for efficiency in your daily work. It makes you calm and tranquil. Even at moments when you are nervous or excited, if you practice this for a couple minutes, you will see for yourself that you become immediately quiet and at peace. You feel as if you have awakened after a good rest. Another very important, practical, and useful form of meditation, mental development, is to be aware and mindful of whatever you do, physically or verbally, during the daily routine of work in your life, private, public, or professional. Whether you walk, stand, sit, lie down, or sleep, whether you stretch or bend your limbs, whether you look around, whether you put on your clothes, whether you talk or keep silence, whether you eat or drink, even whether you answer the calls of nature. In these and other activities, you should be fully aware and mindful of the act you perform at that moment. That is to say, that you should live in the present moment, in the present action. This does not mean that you should not think of the past or the future at all. On the contrary, you think of them in relation to the present moment, the present action, when and where it is relevant. People do not generally live in their actions, in the present moment. They live in the past or in the future. Though they seem to be doing something now, here, they live somewhere else in their thoughts, in their imaginary problems and worries, usually in the memories of the past or in desires and speculations about the future. Therefore, they do not live in, nor do they enjoy what they do at the present moment. So they are unhappy and discontented with the present moment, with the work at hand. And naturally, they cannot give themselves fully to what they appear to be doing. Sometimes you see a man in a restaurant reading while eating, a very common sight. He gives you the impression of being a very busy man, with no time even for eating. You wonder whether he eats or reads. One may say that he does both. In fact, he does neither. He enjoys neither. He is strained and disturbed in mind, and he does not enjoy what he does at the present moment, does not live his life in the present moment, but unconsciously and foolishly tries to escape from life. This does not mean, however, that one should not talk with a friend while having lunch or dinner. You cannot escape life, however you may try. As long as you live, whether in a town or in a cave, you have to face it and live it. Real life is in the present moment, not the memories of the past, which is dead and gone, nor the dreams of the future, which is not yet born. One who lives in the present moment lives the real life, and he is happiest. When asked why his disciples, who lived a simple and quiet life with only one meal a day, were so radiant, the Buddha replied, "They do not repent the past, nor do they brood over the future. They live in the present. Therefore they are radiant. By brooding over the future and repenting the past, fools dry up like green reeds cut down in the sun." Mindfulness, or awareness, does not mean that you should think and be conscious, "I am doing this," or "I am doing that." No, just the contrary. The moment you think, "I am doing this," you become self-conscious, and then you do not live in the action, but you live in the idea, "I am," and consequently your work too is spoiled. You should forget yourself completely, and lose yourself in what you do. The moment a speaker becomes self-conscious and thinks, "I am addressing an audience," his speech is disturbed, and his trend of thought broken. But when he forgets himself in his speech, in his subject, then he is at his best. He speaks well and explains things clearly. All great work, artistic, poetic, intellectual, or spiritual, is produced at those moments when its creators are lost completely in their actions, when they forget themselves altogether and are free from self-consciousness. This mindfulness or awareness with regard to our activities, taught by the Buddha, is to live in the present moment, to live in the present action. This is also the Zen way, which is based primarily on this teaching. Here, in this form of meditation, you haven't got to perform any particular action in order to develop mindfulness, but you have only to be mindful and aware of whatever you do. You haven't got to spend 1 second of your precious time on this particular meditation. You have only to cultivate mindfulness and awareness, always, day and night, with regard to all activities in your usual daily life. These two forms of meditation discussed above are connected with our body. Then there's a way of practicing mental development meditation with regard to all our sensations or feelings, whether happy, unhappy, or neutral. Let us take only one example. You experience an unhappy, sorrowful sensation. In this state, your mind is cloudy, hazy, not clear. It is depressed. In some cases, you do not even see clearly why you have that unhappy feeling. First of all, you should learn not to be unhappy about your unhappy feeling, not to be worried about your worries. But try to see clearly why there is a sensation or a feeling of unhappiness, or worry, or sorrow. Try to examine how it arises, its cause, how it disappears, its cessation. Try to examine it as if you are observing it from outside, without any subjective reaction, as a scientist observes some object. Here, too, you should not look at it as my feeling or my sensation, subjectively, but only look at it as a feeling or a sensation, objectively. You should forget again the false idea of I. When you see its nature, how it arises and disappears, your mind grows dispassionate towards that sensation and becomes detached and free. It is the same with regard to all sensations or feelings. Now let us discuss the form of meditation with regard to our minds. You should be fully aware of the fact that whenever your mind is passionate or detached, whenever it is overpowered by hatred, ill will, jealousy, or is full of love, compassion, whenever it is deluded or has a clear and right understanding, and so on and so forth. We must admit that very often we are afraid or ashamed to look at our own minds, so we prefer to avoid it. One should be bold and sincere, and look at one's own mind as one looks at one's face in a mirror. Here is no attitude of criticizing or judging, or discriminating between right and wrong, or good and bad. It is simply observing, watching, examining. You are not a judge, but a scientist. When you observe your mind, you see its true nature clearly. You become dispassionate with regard to its emotions, sentiments, and states. Thus, you become detached and free, so that you may see things as they are. Let us take one example. Say you are really angry, overpowered by anger, ill will, hatred. It is curious and paradoxical that the man who is in anger is not really aware, not mindful that he is angry. The moment he becomes aware and mindful of that state of his mind, the moment he sees his anger, it becomes, as it were, shy and ashamed, and begins to subside. You should examine its nature, how it arises, how it disappears. Here again, it should be remembered that you should not think, I am angry, or of my anger. You should only be aware and mindful of the state of an angry mind. You are only observing and examining an angry mind objectively. This should be the attitude with regard to all sentiments, emotions, and states of mind. Then there is a form of meditation on ethical, spiritual, and intellectual subjects. All our studies, reading, discussions, conversation, and deliberations on such subjects are included in this meditation. To read this book and to think deeply about the subjects discussed in it is a form of meditation. We have seen earlier that the conversation between Khemaka and the group of monks was a form of meditation, which led to the realization of nirvana. So, according to this form of meditation, you may study, think, and deliberate on the 5 hindrances, nivarana, namely 1. Lustful desires, kamachanda. 2. Ill will, hatred, or anger, vyapada. 3. Torpor and languor, thinamida. 4. Restlessness and worry, udaka kukaka. 5. Skeptical doubts, vichikicha. These 5 are considered as hindrances to any kind of clear understanding, as a matter of fact, to any kind of progress. When one is overpowered by them, and when one does not know how to get rid of them, then one cannot understand right and wrong, or good and bad. One may also meditate on the 7 factors of enlightenment, bojjhanga. They are 1. Mindfulness, sati, i.e. to be aware and mindful in all activities and movements, both physical and mental, as we discussed above. 2. Investigation and research into the various problems of doctrine, Dhammavikaya. Included here are all our religious, ethical, and philosophical studies, readings, researches, discussions, conversation, even attending lectures relating to such doctrinal subjects. 3. Energy, virya, to work with determination till the end. 4. Joy, piti, the quality quite contrary to the pessimistic, gloomy, or melancholic attitude of mind. 5. Relaxation, passaddhi, of both body and mind. One should not be stiff, physically or mentally. 6. Concentration, samadhi, as discussed above. 7. Equanimity, upekkha, i.e. to be able to face life in all its vicissitudes with calm of mind, tranquility, without disturbance. To cultivate these qualities, the most essential thing is a genuine wish, will, or inclination. Many other material and spiritual conditions conducive to the development of each quality are described in the texts. One may also meditate on subjects as the 5 aggregates, investigating the question, what is a being, or what is that called I, or on the 4 Noble Truths, as we discussed above. Study and investigation of those subjects constitute this 4th form of meditation, which leads to the realization of ultimate truth. Apart from those we have discussed here, there are many other subjects of meditation, traditionally 40 in number, among which mention should be made particularly of the 4 sublime states, Brahma Vihara. 1. Extending unlimited universal love and goodwill, metta, to all living beings without any kind of discrimination, just as a mother loves her only child. 2. Compassion, karuna, for all living beings who are suffering, in trouble and affliction. 3. Sympathetic joy, mudita, in others' success, welfare, and happiness. And 4. Equanimity, upekkha, in all vicissitudes of life. End of chapter 7. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Chapter 8. What the Buddha Taught and the World Today. There are some who believe that Buddhism is so lofty and sublime a system that it cannot be practiced by ordinary men and women in this workaday world of ours, and that one has to retire from it to a monastery or to some quiet place if one desires to be a true Buddhist. This is a sad misconception, due evidently to a lack of understanding of the teaching of the Buddha. People run to such hasty and wrong conclusions as a result of their hearing, or reading casually, something about Buddhism written by someone, who, as he has not understood the subject in all its aspects, gives only a partial and lopsided view of it. The Buddha's teaching is meant not only for monks in monasteries, but also for ordinary men and women living at home with their families. The Noble Eightfold Path, which is the Buddhist way of life, is meant for all, without distinction of any kind. The vast majority of people in the world cannot turn monk, or retire into caves or forests. However noble and pure Buddhism may be, it would be useless to the masses of mankind if they could not follow it in their daily life in the world of today. But if you understand the spirit of Buddhism correctly, and not only its letter, you can surely follow and practice it while living the life of an ordinary man. There may be some who find it easier and more convenient to accept Buddhism, if they do live in a remote place, cut off from the society of others. Others may find that kind of retirement dulls and depresses their whole being, both physically and mentally, and that it may not therefore be conducive to the development of their spiritual and intellectual life. True renunciation does not mean running away physically from the world. Sariputta, the chief disciple of the Buddha, said that one man might live in a forest devoting himself to ascetic practices, but might be full of impure thoughts and defilements. Another might live in a village or a town, practicing no ascetic discipline, but his mind might be pure and free from defilements. Of these two, said Sariputta, the one who lives a pure life in the village or town is definitely far superior to, and greater than, the one who lives in the forest. The common belief that to follow the Buddha's teaching one has to retire from life is a misconception. It is really an unconscious defense against practicing it. There are numerous references in Buddhist literature to men and women living ordinary, normal family lives who successfully practiced what the Buddha taught and realized nirvana. Vakagota the Wanderer, whom we met earlier in the chapter on anatta, once asked the Buddha straightforwardly whether there were laymen and women leading the family life who followed his teaching successfully and attained to high spiritual states. The Buddha categorically stated that there were not one or two, not 100 or 200 or 500, but many more laymen and women leading the family life who followed his teaching successfully and attained to high spiritual states. It may be agreeable for certain people to live a retired life in a quiet place, away from noise and disturbance. But it is certainly more praiseworthy and courageous to practice Buddhism living among your fellow beings, helping them and being of service to them. It may, perhaps, be useful in some cases for a man to live in retirement for a time in order to improve his mind and character, as preliminary moral, spiritual, and intellectual training, to be strong enough to come out later and help others. But if a man lives all his life in solitude, thinking only of his own happiness and salvation, without caring for his fellows, this surely is not in keeping with the Buddha's teaching, which is based on love, compassion, and service to others. One might now ask, if a man can follow Buddhism while living the life of an ordinary layman, why was the Sangha, the order of monks established by the Buddha. The order provides opportunity for those who are willing to devote their lives not only to their own spiritual and intellectual development, but also to the service of others. An ordinary layman with a family cannot be expected to devote his whole life to the service of others, whereas a monk, who has no family responsibilities or any other worldly ties, is in a position to devote his whole life for the good of the many, for the happiness of the many, according to the Buddha's advice. That is how, in the course of history, the Buddhist monastery became not only a spiritual center, but also a center of learning and culture. The Sigala Sutta, number 31 of the Digha Nikaya, shows with what great respect the layman's life, his family, and social relations are regarded by the Buddha. A young man named Sigala used to worship the 6 cardinal points in the heavens: east, south, west, north, nadir, and zenith, in obeying and observing the last advice given him by his dying father. The Buddha told the young man that in the noble discipline, Ariyasa Vinaya, of his teaching, the 6 directions were different. According to his noble discipline, the 6 directions were east, parents; south, teachers; west, wife and children; north, friends, relatives and neighbors; nadir, servants and workers and employees; zenith, religious men. One should worship these 6 directions, said the Buddha. Here the word worship, namaseya, is very significant, for one worships something sacred, something worthy of honor and respect. These 6 family and social groups mentioned above are treated in Buddhism as sacred, worthy of respect and worship. But how is one to worship them? The Buddha says that one could worship them only by performing one's duties towards them. These duties are explained in his discourse to Sigala. First, parents are sacred to their children. The Buddha says, parents are called Brahma, Brahmati Mata Pitaro. The term Brahma denotes the highest and most sacred conception in Indian thought, and in it the Buddha includes parents. So in good Buddhist families at the present time, children literally worship their parents every day, morning and evening. They have to perform certain duties towards their parents, according to the noble discipline. They should look after their parents in their old age, should do whatever they have to do on their behalf, should maintain the honor of the family and continue the family tradition, should protect the wealth earned by their parents, and perform their funeral rites after their death. Parents, in turn, have certain responsibilities towards their children. They should keep their children away from evil courses, should engage them in good and profitable activities, should give them a good education, should marry them into good families, and should hand over the property to them in due course. Second, the relation between teacher and pupil. A pupil should respect and be obedient to his teacher, should attend to his needs if any, should study earnestly. And the teacher, in his turn, should train and shape his pupil properly, should teach him well, should introduce him to his friends, and should try to procure him security or employment when his education is over. Third, the relation between husband and wife. Love between the husband and wife is considered almost religious or sacred. It is called Sadhara Brahmacharya, sacred family life. Here too, the significance of the term Brahma should be noted. The highest respect is given to this relationship. Wives and husbands should be faithful, respectful, and devoted to each other, and they have certain duties towards each other. The husband should always honor his wife and never be wanting in respect to her. He should love her and be faithful to her, should secure her position and comfort, should please her by presenting her with clothing and jewelry. The fact that the Buddha did not forget to mention even such a thing as the gifts a husband should make to his wife shows how understanding and sympathetic were his humane feelings towards ordinary human emotions. The wife, in her turn, should supervise and look after household affairs, should entertain guests, visitors, friends, relatives, and employees, should love and be faithful to her husband, should protect his earnings, should be clever and energetic in all activities. Fourth, the relation between friends, relatives, and neighbors. They should be hospitable and charitable to one another, should speak pleasantly and agreeably, should work for each other's welfare, should be on equal terms with one another, should not quarrel among themselves, should help each other in need, and should not forsake each other in difficulty. Fifth, the relation between master and servant. The master or the employer has several obligations towards his servant or his employee. Work should be assigned according to ability and capacity. Adequate wages should be paid. Medical needs should be provided. Occasional donations or bonuses should be granted. The servant or employee, in his turn, should be diligent and not lazy, honest and obedient and not cheat his master. He should be earnest in his work. Sixth, the relation between the religious, literally recluses and brahmanas, and the laity. Lay people should look after the material needs of the religious with love and respect. The religious, with a loving heart, should impart knowledge and learning to the laity, and lead them along the good path away from evil. We see then that the lay life, with its family and social relations, is included in the noble discipline, and is within the framework of the Buddhist way of life, as the Buddha envisaged it. So, in the Samyutta Nikaya, one of the oldest Pali texts, Sakka, the king of the gods, Devas, declares that he worships not only the monks who live a virtuous holy life, but also lay disciples, upasaka, who perform meritorious deeds, who are virtuous and maintain their families righteously. If one desires to become a Buddhist, there is no initiation ceremony or baptism which one has to undergo. But to become a bhikkhu, a member of the order of the Sangha, one has to undergo a long process of disciplinary training and education. If one understands the Buddha's teaching, and if one is convinced that his teaching is the right path, and if one tries to follow it, then one is a Buddhist. But according to the unbroken age-old tradition in Buddhist countries, one is considered a Buddhist if one takes the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, the order of monks, and Dhamma, the teaching, generally called the Triple Gem, as one's refuges, and undertakes to observe the 5 precepts, Pankasila, the minimum moral obligations of a lay Buddhist. 1. Not to destroy life. 2. Not to steal. 3. Not to commit adultery. 4. Not to tell lies. And 5. Not to take intoxicating drinks. Reciting the formulas given in the ancient texts. On religious occasions, Buddhists in congregation usually recite these formulas, following the lead of a Buddhist monk. There are no external rites or ceremonies which a Buddhist has to perform. Buddhism is a way of life, and what is essential is following the Noble Eightfold Path. Of course, there are in all Buddhist countries simple and beautiful ceremonies on religious occasions. There are shrines with statues of the Buddha, stupas or dagabas, and bo trees in monasteries where Buddhists worship, offer flowers, light lamps, and burn incense. This should not be likened to prayer in theistic religions. It is only a way of paying homage to the memory of the master who showed the way. These traditional observances, though inessential, have their value in satisfying the religious emotions and needs of those who are less advanced intellectually and spiritually, and helping them gradually along the path. Those who think that Buddhism is interested only in lofty ideals, high moral and philosophical thought, and that it ignores the social and economic welfare of the people, are wrong. The Buddha was interested in the happiness of men. To him, happiness was not possible without leading a pure life based on moral and spiritual principles. But he knew that leading such a life was hard in unfavorable material and social conditions. Buddhism does not consider material welfare as an end in itself. It is only a means to an end, a higher and nobler end. But it is a means which is indispensable in achieving a higher purpose for man's happiness. So Buddhism recognizes the need of certain minimum material conditions favorable to spiritual success, even that of a monk engaged in meditation in some solitary place. Footnote: Buddhist monks, members of the order of the Sangha, are not expected to have personal property, but they are allowed to hold communal Sangika property. End of footnote. The Buddha did not take life out of the context of its social and economic background. He looked at it as a whole, in all its social, economic, and political aspects. His teachings on ethical, spiritual, and philosophical problems are fairly well known. But little is known, particularly in the West, about his teaching on social, economic, and political matters. Yet there are numerous discourses dealing with these scattered throughout the ancient Buddhist texts. Let us take only a few examples. The Kakavati Siddhanta Sutta of the Digha Nikaya clearly states that poverty, dalidya, is the cause of immorality and crimes such as theft, falsehood, violence, hatred, cruelty, etc. Kings in ancient times, like governments today, tried to suppress crime through punishment. The Kuttadanta Sutta of the same Nikaya explains how futile this is. It says that this method can never be successful. Instead, the Buddha suggests that, in order to eradicate crime, the economic condition of the people should be improved. Grain and other facilities for agriculture should be provided for farmers and cultivators. Capital should be provided for traders and those engaged in business. Adequate wages should be paid to those who are employed. When people are thus provided for with opportunities for earning a sufficient income, they will be contented, will have no fear or anxiety, and consequently the country will be peaceful and free from crime. Because of this, the Buddha told lay people how important it is to improve their economic condition. This does not mean that he approved of hoarding wealth with desire and attachment, which is against his fundamental teaching. Nor did he approve of each and every way of earning one's livelihood. There are certain trades, like the production and sale of armaments, which he condemns as an evil means of livelihood, as we saw earlier. A man named Digajanu once visited the Buddha and said, "Venerable Sir, we are ordinary laymen, leading the family life with wife and children. Would the Blessed One teach us some doctrines which would be conducive to our happiness in this world and hereafter? The Buddha tells him that there are 4 things which are conducive to a man's happiness in this world. First, he should be skilled, efficient, earnest, and energetic in whatever profession he is engaged, and he should know it well, Uttana Sampada. Second, he should protect his income, which he has thus earned righteously with the sweat of his brow, Araka Sampada. This refers to protecting wealth from thieves, etc. All these ideas should be considered against the background of the period. Third, he should have good friends, Kalyana Mita, who are faithful, learned, virtuous, liberal, and intelligent, who will help him along the right path away from evil. Fourth, he should spend reasonably in proportion to his income, neither too much nor too little, i.e., he should not hoard wealth avariciously, nor should he be extravagant. In other words, he should live within his means, Samajivikata. Then the Buddha expounds the 4 virtues conducive to a layman's happiness hereafter. 1. Sada. He should have faith and confidence in moral, spiritual, and intellectual values. 2. Sila. He should abstain from destroying and harming life, from stealing and cheating, from adultery, from falsehood, and from intoxicating drinks. 3. Kaga. He should practice charity, generosity, without attachment and craving for his wealth. 4. Panya. He should develop wisdom, which leads to the complete destruction of suffering, to the realization of nirvana. Sometimes the Buddha even went into details about saving money and spending it, as, for instance, when he told the young man Sigala that he should spend 1/4 of his income on his daily expenses, invest half in his business, and put aside 1/4 for any emergency. Once the Buddha told Anathapindika, a great banker, one of his most devoted lay disciples who founded for him the celebrated Jetavana monastery at Savatthi, that a layman, who leads an ordinary family life, has 4 kinds of happiness. The first happiness is to enjoy economic security or sufficient wealth acquired by just and righteous means, ati sukha. The second is spending that wealth liberally on himself, his family, his friends and relatives, and on meritorious deeds, bhoga sukha. The third to be free from debts, anana sukha. The fourth happiness is to live a faultless and pure life without committing evil in thought, word, or deed, anavaja sukha. It must be noted here that 3 of these kinds are economic, and that the Buddha finally reminded the banker that economic and material happiness is not worth 1/16th part of the spiritual happiness arising out of a faultless and good life. From the few examples given above, one could see that the Buddha considered economic welfare as requisite for human happiness, but that he did not recognize progress as real and true if it was only material, devoid of a spiritual and moral foundation. While encouraging material progress, Buddhism always lays great stress on the development of the moral and spiritual character for a happy, peaceful, and contented society. The Buddha was just as clear on politics, on war and peace. It is too well known to be repeated here that Buddhism advocates and preaches nonviolence and peace as its universal message, and does not approve of any kind of violence or destruction of life. According to Buddhism, there is nothing that can be called a quote, just war, which is only a false term coined and put into circulation to justify and excuse hatred, cruelty, violence, and massacre. Who decides what is just or unjust? The mighty and the victorious are just, and the weak and the defeated are, quote, unjust. Our war is always just, and your war is always unjust. Buddhism does not accept this position. The Buddha not only taught nonviolence and peace, but he even went to the field of battle itself and intervened personally and prevented war, as is in the case of the dispute between the Shakyas and the Koliyas, who were prepared to fight over the question of the waters of the Rohini. And his words once prevented King Ajatasattu from attacking the kingdom of the Vajis. In the days of the Buddha, as today, there were rulers who governed their countries unjustly. People were oppressed and exploited, tortured and persecuted, excessive taxes were imposed, and cruel punishments were inflicted. The Buddha was deeply moved by these inhumanities. The Dhammapada Thakatha records that he, therefore, directed his attention to the problem of good government. His views should be appreciated against the social, economic, and political background of his time. He had shown how a whole country could become corrupt, degenerate, and unhappy when the heads of its government, that is, the king, the ministers, and administrative officers, become corrupt and unjust. For a country to be happy, it must have a just government. How this form of just government could be realized is explained by the Buddha in his teaching of the, quote, 10 duties of the king, Dasaraja Dhamma, as given in the Jitaka texts. Of course, the term king, Raja, of old, should be replaced today by the term government. The 10 duties of the king, therefore, apply today to all those who constitute the government, such as the head of state, ministers, political leaders, legislative and administrative officers, etc. The first of the 10 duties of the king is liberality, generosity, charity, dana. The ruler should not have craving and attachment to wealth and property, but should give it away for the welfare of the people. Second, a high moral character, sila. He should never destroy life, cheat, steal, and exploit others, commit adultery, utter falsehood, and take intoxicating drinks. That is, he must at least observe the 5 precepts of the layman. Third, sacrificing everything for the good of the people, parichaga. He must be prepared to give up all personal comfort, name and fame, and even his life, in the interest of the people. Fourth, honesty and integrity, ajava. He must be free from fear or favor in the discharge of his duties, must be sincere in his intentions, and must not deceive the public. Fifth, kindness and gentleness, madhava. He must possess a genial temperament. Sixth, austerity in habits, tapa. He must lead a simple life and should not indulge in a life of luxury. He must have self-control. Seventh, freedom from hatred, ill will, enmity, akrodha. He should bear no grudge against anybody. Eighth, nonviolence, avihimsa, which means not only that he should harm nobody, but also that he should try to promote peace by avoiding and preventing war, and everything which involves violence and destruction of life. Ninth, patience, forbearance, tolerance, and understanding, khanti. He must be able to bear hardships, difficulties, and insults without losing his temper. 10th, non-opposition, non-obstruction, avirodha. That is to say that he should not oppose the will of the people, should not obstruct any measures that are conducive to the welfare of the people. In other words, he should rule in harmony with his people. Footnote. It is interesting to note here that the 5 principles, or Panchasila, in India's foreign policy are in accordance with the Buddhist principles, which Ashoka, the great Buddhist emperor of India, applied to the administration of his government in the 3rd century BC. The expression Panchasila, 5 precepts or virtues, is itself a Buddhist term. End of footnote. If a country is ruled by men endowed with such qualities, it is needless to say that the country must be happy. But this was not a utopia, for there were kings in the past like Ashoka of India who had established kingdoms based on these ideas. The world today lives in constant fear, suspicion, and tension. Science has produced weapons which are capable of unimaginable destruction. Brandishing these new instruments of death, great powers threaten and challenge one another, boasting shamelessly that one could cause more destruction and misery in the world than the other. They have gone along this path of madness to such a point that, now, if they take one more step forward in that direction, the result will be nothing but mutual annihilation along with the total destruction of humanity. Human beings in fear of the situation they have themselves created want to find a way out and seek some kind of a solution. But there is none except that held out by the Buddha, his message of nonviolence and peace, of love and compassion, of tolerance and understanding, of truth and wisdom, of respect and regard for all life, of freedom from selfishness, hatred, and violence. The Buddha says, quote, "Never by hatred is hatred appeased, but it is appeased by kindness. This is an eternal truth." Another quote, "One should win anger through kindness, wickedness through goodness, selfishness through charity, and falsehood through truthfulness." End quote. There can be no peace or happiness for man as long as he desires and thirsts after conquering and subjugating his neighbor. As the Buddha says, quote, "The victor breeds hatred, and the defeated lies down in misery. He who renounces both victory and defeat is happy and peaceful." End quote. The only conquest that brings peace and happiness is self-conquest. Quote, "One may conquer millions in battle, but he who conquers himself, only one, is the greatest of conquerors." End quote. You will say this is all very beautiful, noble, and sublime, but impractical. Is it practical to hate one another? To kill one another? To live in eternal fear and suspicion like wild animals in a jungle? Is this more practical and comfortable? Was hatred ever appeased by hatred? Was evil ever won over by evil? But there are examples, at least in individual cases, where hatred is appeased by love and kindness, and evil won over by goodness. You will say that this may be true, practicable in individual cases, but that never works in national and international affairs. People are hypnotized, psychologically puzzled, blinded and deceived by the political and propaganda usage of such terms as national, international, or state. But what is a nation but a vast conglomeration of individuals? A nation or a state does not act. It is the individual who acts. What the individual thinks and does is what the nation or the state does and thinks. What is applicable to the individual is applicable to the nation or the state. If hatred can be appeased by love and kindness on the individual scale, surely it can be realized on the national and international scale too. Even in the case of a single person, to meet hatred with kindness, one must have tremendous courage, boldness, faith, and confidence in moral force. May it not be even more so with regard to international affairs? If by the expression "not practical" you mean not easy, you are right. Definitely it is not easy. But yet it should be tried. You may say it is risky trying it. Surely it cannot be riskier than trying a nuclear war. It is a consolation and inspiration to think today that at least there was one great ruler, well known in history, who had the courage, the confidence, and the vision to apply this teaching of nonviolence, peace, and love to the administration of a vast empire in both internal and external affairs. Ashoka, the great Buddhist emperor of India, the 3rd century BC, the beloved of the gods, as he was called. At first, he followed the example of his father, Bindusara, and grandfather, Chandragupta, and wished to complete the conquest of the Indian peninsula. He invaded and conquered Kalinga and annexed it. Many hundreds of thousands were killed, wounded, tortured, and taken prisoner in this war. But later, when he became a Buddhist, he was completely changed and transformed by the Buddha's teaching. In one of his famous edicts, inscribed on rock Edict number 13 as it is now called, the original of which one may read even today, referring to the conquest of Kalinga, the emperor publicly expressed his repentance and said how extremely and painful it was for him to think of that carnage. He publicly declared that he would never draw his sword again for any conquests, but that he, quote, wishes all living beings nonviolence, self-control, the practice of serenity and mildness. This, of course, is considered the chief conquest by the beloved of the gods, i.e. Ashoka, namely the conquest by piety, Dhammavijaya. Not only did he renounce war himself, he expressed his desire that my sons and grandsons will not think of a new conquest as worth achieving. Let them think of that conquest only which is the conquest by piety. That is good for this world and the world beyond. End quote. This is the only example in the history of mankind of a victorious conqueror at the zenith of his power, still possessing the strength to continue his territorial conquests, yet renouncing war and violence and turning to peace and nonviolence. Here is a lesson for the world today. The ruler of an empire publicly turned his back on war and violence and embraced the message of peace and nonviolence. There is no historical evidence to show that any neighboring king took advantage of Ashoka's piety to attack him militarily, or that there was any revolt or rebellion within his empire during his lifetime. On the contrary, there was peace throughout the land, and even countries outside his empire seem to have accepted his benign leadership. To talk of maintaining peace through the balance of power, or through the threat of nuclear deterrence, is foolish. The might of armaments can only produce fear and not peace. It is impossible that there can be genuine and lasting peace through fear. Through fear can only come hatred, ill will, and hostility. Suppressed, perhaps, for the time being only, but ready to erupt and become violent at any moment. True and genuine peace can prevail only in an atmosphere of metta, amity, free from fear, suspicion, and danger. Buddhism aims at creating a society where the ruinous struggle for power is renounced, where calm and peace prevail away from conquest and defeat, where the persecution of the innocent is vehemently denounced, where one who conquers oneself is more respected than those who conquer millions by military and economic warfare, where hatred is conquered by kindness and evil by goodness, where enmity, jealousy, ill will, and greed do not infect men's minds, where compassion is the driving force of action, where all, including the least of living things, are treated with fairness, consideration, and love, where life in peace and harmony, in a world of material contentment, is directed towards the highest and noblest aim, the realization of the ultimate truth, nirvana. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Selected texts. A word of explanation may help the modern reader to understand and appreciate the style of the original Pali texts selected for translation here. 3 months after the Buddha's parinirvana, death, a council of the disciples closely associated with him was held, at which all his teaching, discourses, and rules of discipline, as they were remembered, were recited, approved as authentic, and classified into 5 collections, called Nikayas, which constitute the Tipitaka, triple canon. These collections were entrusted to various theras, or elders, and to their pupillary succession for oral transmission for the benefit of future generations. In order to perpetuate an unbroken and authentic oral transmission, regular and systematic recitation is necessary. It must be particularly noted that this recitation was not the act of a single individual alone, but of a group. The purpose of this mode of collective recitation was to keep the texts intact, free from change, modification, or interpolation. If one member of the group forgot a word, another would remember it. Or if one modified, added, or omitted a word or a phrase, another would correct him. In this way, it was hoped, nothing could be changed, modified, added, or omitted. Texts handed down through an unbroken oral tradition of this kind were considered more reliable and authentic than any record of the teachings set down by a single individual alone, many years after the death of their promulgator. The teachings of the Buddha were committed to writing for the first time at a council in the 1st century BC, held in Ceylon 4 centuries after his death. Up to that time, the whole of the Tipitaka had been handed down from generation to generation in this unbroken oral tradition. The original texts are in Pali, a language soft, melodious, and smooth-flowing. Their frequent repetitions, the use of categories, not only help memorization, which is necessary for the continuity of oral tradition, but also give them poetic beauty and charm. They use poetic rhythms and have all the grace of poetry. The recitation of these texts in the original Pali in the calm atmosphere of a tropical grove or in a monastery still produces beautiful, harmonious, and serene effects. The sonorous Pali words, their grandeur, and the well-known cadence of repetitions produce the effect, even for someone who does not know their meaning, of a solemn chant in an unknown tongue. Recitation of this kind, with its conventional melodic line, was so peaceful and moving that some narratives related that the deities in the woods were sometimes fascinated and attracted by it. In the following selections from the original canon, the repetitions are rendered in full only in some places, in order to give the reader an idea of their style. In other places, they are indicated by dots. I have tried to render the original Pali as closely as possible into English, without offending the original sense and tone of the Buddha's words or modern English usage. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Text. Setting in motion the wheel of truth. Dhammacakka Pavatana Sutta. The first sermon of the Buddha. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living in the deer park at Isapatana, the resort of seers, near Varanasi, Benares. There he addressed the group of 5 bhikkhus. Bhikkhus, these two extremes ought not to be practiced by one who has gone forth from the household life. What are the two? There is devotion to the indulgence of sense pleasures, which is low, common, the way of the ordinary people, unworthy and unprofitable. And there is devotion to self-mortification, which is painful, unworthy, and unprofitable. Quote, continue, upquote. Avoiding both these extremes, the Tathagata has realized the middle path. It gives vision, it gives knowledge, and it leads to calm, to insight, to enlightenment, to nibbana. And what is that middle path? It is simply the Noble Eightfold Path, namely, right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. This is the middle path realized by the Tathagata, which gives vision, which gives knowledge, and which leads to calm, to insight, to enlightenment, to nibbana. The noble truth of suffering, dukkha, is this. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, sorrow and lamentation, pain, grief, and despair are suffering. Association with the unpleasant is suffering. Disassociation from the pleasant is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. In brief, the 5 aggregates of attachment are suffering. The noble truth of the origin of suffering is this. It is this thirst, craving, which produces re-existence and re-becoming, bound up with passionate greed. It finds fresh delight now here and now there, namely, thirst for sense pleasures, thirst for existence and becoming, and thirst for non-existence, self-annihilation. The noble truth of the cessation of suffering is this. It is the complete cessation of that very thirst, giving it up, renouncing it, emancipating oneself from it, detaching oneself from it. The noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering is this. It is simply the Noble Eightfold Path, namely, right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. This is the noble truth of suffering, dukkha. Such was the vision, the knowledge, the wisdom, the science, the light that arose in me with regard to things not heard before. This suffering, as a noble truth should be fully understood. Such was the vision, the knowledge, the wisdom, the science, the light that arose in me with regard to things not heard before. This suffering as a noble truth has been fully understood. Repeats. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. Such was the vision, etc. This origin of suffering as a noble truth should be abandoned. Such was the vision, etc. This origin of suffering as a noble truth has been abandoned. Such was the vision, etc., with regards to things not heard before. This repeats for the third and fourth noble truths as well. Continue quote. As long as my vision of true knowledge was not fully clear in these three aspects, in these 12 ways regarding the Four Noble Truths, I did not claim to have realized the perfect enlightenment that is supreme in the world with its gods, with its maras and brahmas, in this world with its recluses and brahmanas, with its princes and men. Footnote. As may be seen from the 4 preceding paragraphs, with regard to each of the Four Noble Truths, there are 3 aspects of knowledge. 1. The knowledge that is the truth, Satyananya. 2. The knowledge that a certain function or action with regard to this truth should be performed, Kichananya. And 3. The knowledge that what the function or action with regard to this truth has been performed, Katanyanya. When these 3 aspects are applied to each of the Four Noble Truths, 12 ways are obtained. End of footnote. Continue quote. But when my vision of true knowledge was fully clear in these 3 aspects, in these 12 ways, regarding the Four Noble Truths, then I claimed to have realized the perfect enlightenment that is supreme in the world with its gods, its maras, and brahmas, in this world with its recluses and brahmanas, with its princes and men. And a vision of true knowledge arose in me thus: my heart's deliverance is unassailable. This is the last birth. Now there is no more rebecoming, rebirth. End of quote. This the Blessed One said. The group of 5 bhikkhus was glad, and they rejoiced at his words. Samyutta Nikaya, LVI 11. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. The Fire Sermon. Adita Pariyaya Sutta. Footnote. It is interesting to note here that Section 3 of The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot is called the Fire Sermon. In the note to line 308, burning, 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 Eliot writes, the complete text of the Buddha's Fire Sermon, which corresponds to the importance of the Sermon on the Mount, from which these words are taken, will be found translated in the late Henry Clark's Warren's Buddhism in Translation, Harvard Oriental Series. Mr. Warren was one of the great pioneers of Buddhist studies in the Occident. The translation of the sutta given here, made by the present author, especially for this edition, is from the original Pali of the Samyutta Nikaya, of the Sutta Pitaka. Warren's translation was of the narrative as found in the Mahavagga of the Vinaya Pitaka. End footnote. Beginning of the Fire Sermon. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living at Gayasisa in Gaya with 1,000 bhikkhus. There he addressed the bhikkhus. Quote, Bhikkhus, all is burning. And what is the all that is burning? Bhikkhus, the eye is burning. Visible forms are burning. Visual consciousness is burning. Visual impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on account of the visual impression, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, with the fire of hate, with the fire of delusion. I say it is burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrows, with lamentations, with pains, with griefs, with despairs. The ear is burning. Sounds are burning. Auditory consciousness is burning. Auditory impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on account of the auditory impression, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, ... The nose is burning. Odors are burning. Olfactory consciousness is burning. Olfactory impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on the count of the olfactory impression, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, ... The tongue is burning. Flavors are burning. Gustative consciousness is burning. Gustative impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on the count of the gustative impression, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, ... The body is burning. Tangible things are burning. Tactile consciousness is burning. Tactile impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on account of the tactile sensation, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, ... The mind is burning. Mental objects, ideas, etc., are burning. Mental consciousness is burning. Mental impression is burning. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, is burning, arises on account of the mental impression, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, with the fire of hate, with the fire of delusion. I say it is burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrows, with lamentations, with pains, with griefs, with despairs. Bhikkhus, a learned and noble disciple, who sees things thus, becomes dispassionate with regard to the eye, becomes dispassionate with regard to visible forms, becomes dispassionate with regard to the visual consciousness, becomes dispassionate with regard to the visual impression. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on account of the visual impression. With regard to that too, he becomes dispassionate. He becomes dispassionate with regard to the ear, with regard to sounds, ... He becomes dispassionate with regard to the nose, ... with regard to odors, ... He becomes dispassionate with regard to the tongue, ... with regard to flavors, ... He becomes dispassionate with regard to the body, ... with regard to tangible things, ... He becomes dispassionate with regard to the mind, becomes dispassionate with regard to mental objects, ideas, etc. Becomes dispassionate with regard to mental consciousness, becomes dispassionate with regard to mental impression. Also, whatever sensation, pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, arises on account of mental impression. With regard to that too, he becomes dispassionate. Being dispassionate, he becomes detached. Through detachment, he is liberated. When liberated, there is knowledge that he is liberated, and he knows. Birth is exhausted, and the holy life has been lived. And what has to be done is done. There is no more left to be done on this account. End of Buddha's quote. This the Blessed One said. The bhikkhus were glad, and they rejoiced at his words. While this exposition was being delivered, the minds of those thousands bhikkhus were liberated from impurities without attachment. Samyutta Nikaya, XXXB, 28. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. Text. Universal Love. Metta Sutta. He who is skilled and good, and who wishes to attain that state of calm, should act thus. He should be able, upright, perfectly upright, compliant, gentle, and humble. Contented, easily supported, and with few duties, of simple livelihood, controlled in senses, discreet, not impudent. He should not be greedily attached to families. He should not commit any slight wrong, such that other wise men might censure him. Then he should cultivate his thoughts thus. May all beings be happy and secure. May their minds be contented. Whatever living beings there may be, feeble or strong, long or tall, stout or medium, short, small or large, seen or unseen, those dwelling far or near, those who are born and those who are yet to be born, may all beings, without exception, be happy-minded. Let not one deceive one another, nor despise any person, whatever, in any place. In anger or ill will, let not one wish any harm to another. Just as a mother would protect her only child, even at the risk of her own life, even so let one cultivate a boundless heart towards all beings. Let one's thoughts of boundless love pervade the whole world, above, below, and across, without any obstruction, without any hatred, without any enmity. Whether one stands, walks, sits, or lies down, as long as one is awake, one should maintain this mindfulness. This, they say, is the sublime state in this life. Not falling into wrong views, virtuous and endowed with insight, one gives up attachment to sense desires. Verily, such a man does not return to enter a womb again. Suettanipata 1:8. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. Blessings. Mangala Sutta. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living at the monastery of Anathapindika in Jeta's Grove, near Savatthi. Now when the night was far advanced, a certain deity, whose surpassing splendor illuminated the entire Jeta Grove, came into the presence of the Blessed One, and, drawing near, respectfully saluted him and stood on one side. Standing thus, he addressed the Blessed One in verse. Quote, Many deities and men, yearning after happiness, have pondered on blessings. Pray, tell me the highest blessing. End quote. Beginning of Buddha's response. Not to associate with fools, to associate with the wise, and to honor those who are worthy of honor. This is the highest blessing. To reside in a suitable locality, to have done meritorious actions in the past, and to set oneself in the right course. This is the highest blessing. Vast learning, skill in handicraft, a highly trained discipline, and pleasant speech. This is the highest blessing. Supporting one's father and mother, cherishing wife and children, and peaceful occupations. This is the highest blessing. Liberality, righteous conduct, the helping of relatives, and blameless actions. This is the highest blessing. To cease and abstain from evil, abstention from intoxicating drinks, and diligence in virtue. This is the highest blessing. Reverence, humility, contentment, gratitude, and the opportune hearing of the Dhamma. This is the highest blessing. Patience, obedience, seeing the samanas, holy men, and taking part in religious discussions at proper times. This is the highest blessing. Self-control, the holy life, the perception of the noble truths, and the realization of Nibbana. This is the highest blessing. If a man's mind is sorrowless, stainless, and secure, and does not shake when touched by worldly vicissitudes, this is the highest blessing. Those who thus acting are everywhere unconquered, attain happiness everywhere. To them these are the highest blessings. Suttanipata 2:4. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Text. Getting rid of all cares and troubles. Sabbasava Sutta. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living at the monastery of Anathapindika in Jeta's Grove near Savatthi. There he addressed the bhikkhus, saying, "Bhikkhus," and they replied to him, "Venerable Sir." The Blessed One spoke as follows. Bhikkhus, I will expound to you the method of restraining all cares and troubles. Footnote. The term asava in this sutta has wider senses than its usual psychological and ethical meanings, such as influx, outflow, defilement, impurity. It is here used figuratively and embraces both psychological cares and physical troubles and difficulties, as can be seen in the sequel. End footnote. Listen and reflect well. I shall speak to you. Yes, Venerable Sir, they said in response to the Blessed One. He then spoke as follows. Bhikkhus, I say that the destruction, getting rid, of cares and troubles is possible for one who knows and who sees, not for one who does not know and does not see. What must a person know and see in order that the destruction, getting rid of cares and troubles, should be possible? These are wise reflection and unwise reflection. For a person who reflects unwisely, there arise cares and troubles which have not yet arisen. And in addition, those who have already arisen increase. But for him who reflects wisely, cares and troubles which have not yet arisen do not arise. And in addition, those already arisen disappear. Bhikkhus, 1. There are the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by insight. 2. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by restraint. 3. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by use. 4. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by endurance. 5. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by avoidance. 6. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by dispersal. And 7. There are cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by culture. 1. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by insight? Bhikkhus, the uninstructed ordinary man, who does not see the noble ones, who is unversed in the teachings of the noble ones, who is untrained in the teachings of the noble ones, who does not see good men, who is unversed in the teachings of good men, who is untrained in the teachings of good men, does not understand what things should be reflected on and what things should not be reflected on. Not knowing what things should be reflected on, what things should not be reflected on, he reflects on things that should not be reflected on, and does not reflect on things that should be reflected on. Now, bhikkhus, what are the things that should not be reflected on, but which he reflects? If in a person reflecting on certain things there arises the defilement of sense pleasures, which has not yet arisen, and in addition, the defilement of sense pleasure which has already arisen in him increases, the defilement of the desire for existence and for becoming, the defilement of ignorance which has not yet arisen arises, and in addition, the defilement of ignorance which has already arisen in him increases, then these are the things that should not be reflected on, but which on he reflects. Bhikkhus, what are the things that should be reflected on, but on which he does not reflect? If in a person reflecting on certain things, the defilement of sense pleasure, which has not yet arisen, does not arise, and in addition, the defilement of sense pleasure, which has already arisen in him, disappears, the defilement of the desire for existence and for becoming, the defilement of ignorance, which has not yet arisen, does not arise, and in addition, the defilement of ignorance, which has already arisen in him, disappears. These are the things that should be reflected on, but on which he does not reflect. By reflecting on things that should not be reflected on, and by not reflecting on things that should be reflected on, defilements that have not yet arisen arise, and defilements that have already arisen in him increase. Then he reflects unwisely, unnecessarily, in this way. 1. Did I exist in the past? 2. Did I not exist in the past? 3. What was I in the past? 4. How was I in the past? 5. Having been what, did I become what in the past? 6. Shall I exist in the future? 7. Shall I not exist in the future? 8. What shall I be in the future? 9. How shall I be in the future? 10. Having been what, shall I become what in the future? Or now, at the present time, he is doubtful about himself. 11. Am I? 12. Am I not? 13. What am I? 14. How am I? 15. Whence came this person? 16. Whither will he go? Whether he reflects unwisely in this way, one of the 6 false views arises in him. 1. I have a self. This view arises in him as true and real. 2. I have no self. This view arises in him as true and real. 3. By self I perceive self. This view arises in him as true and real. 4. By self I perceive non-self. This view arises in him as true and real. 5. By non-self I perceive self. This view arises in him as true and real. 6. or a wrong view arises in him as follows. This myself, which speaks and feels, which experiences the fruits of good and bad actions, now here and now there. This self is permanent, stable, everlasting, unchanging, remaining the same forever and ever. This, bhikkhus, is what is called becoming enmeshed in views, a jungle of views, a wilderness of views, scuffling in views, the agitation, struggle of views, the fetter of views. Bhikkhus, the uninstructed ordinary man, fettered by the fetters of views, does not liberate himself from birth, aging, and death, from sorrows, lamentations, pains, griefs, and despairs. I say that he does not liberate himself from suffering, dukkha. And bhikkhus, the instructed noble disciple, who sees the noble ones, who is versed in the teachings of the noble ones, who is well trained in the teachings of the noble ones, who sees good men, who is versed in the teachings of good men, who is well trained in the teachings of good men, knows what things should be reflected on and what should not be reflected on. Knowing what things should be reflected on and what should not be reflected on, he does not reflect on things that should not be reflected on, and reflects on things that should be reflected on. Now, bhikkhus, what are the things that should not be reflected on, which he does not reflect? If in a person, reflecting on certain things, there arises the defilement of sense pleasures, which has not yet arisen, and, in addition, the defilement of sense pleasures which has already arisen in him increases, the defilement of the desire for existence and for becoming, ... The defilement of ignorance which has not yet arisen arises, and the defilement of ignorance which has already arisen in him increases. These are the things which should not be reflected on, and on which he does not reflect. Bhikkhus, what are the things that should be reflected on, and on which he reflects? If in a person, reflecting on certain things, the defilement of sense pleasure which has not yet arisen does not arise, and in addition, the defilement of sense pleasure which has already arisen in him disappears, the defilement of the desire for existence and for becoming, ... The defilement of ignorance which has not yet arisen does not arise, and, in addition, the defilement of ignorance which has already arisen in him disappears. These are the things that should be reflected on, and on which he reflects. By not reflecting on things that should not be reflected on, and by reflecting on things that should be reflected on, the defilements that have not yet arisen do not arise, and, in addition, the defilements that have already arisen in him disappear. Then he reflects wisely. This is dukkha, suffering. He reflects wisely. This is the arising, cause of dukkha. He reflects wisely. This is the cessation of dukkha. He reflects wisely. This is the path leading to the cessation of dukkha. When he reflects wisely in this matter, the three fetters, the false idea of self, skeptical doubt, attachment to observances and rites, fall away from him. Bhikkhus, these are called the troubles, defilements, fetters, that should be got rid of by insight. 2. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by restraint? Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, lives with his eyes restrained. Now, if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him when he lives without restraining his eyes, those troubles, distresses, and vexations are not for him when he lives restraining his eyes in this matter. Considering wisely, he lives with his ears restrained, with his nose restrained, with his tongue, with his body, with his mind restrained. Now, if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him, when he lives without restraining his mind, those troubles, distresses, and vexations are not for him, when he lives restraining his mind in this matter. Because these are called the cares and troubles to be got rid of by restraint. 3. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by use? Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, makes use of his robes, only to keep off cold, to keep off heat, to keep off gadflies, mosquitoes, winds, and the sun, and creeping creatures, and to cover himself decently. Considering wisely, he makes use of food, neither for pleasures nor for excess, intoxication, neither for beauty nor for adornment, but only to support and sustain this body, to keep it from hurt, fatigue, and to foster the holy life, thinking, in this way I put out the feeling of suffering, hunger, which is already there, and will not produce a new feeling. And my life will be maintained in a blamelessness, harmlessness, and convenience. Considering wisely, he makes use of lodging, only to keep off cold, to keep off heat, to keep off gadflies and mosquitoes, winds and the sun, and creeping creatures, to dispel the risks of the seasons and to enjoy seclusion. Considering wisely, he makes use of medicaments and medical requirements, only to get rid of pains and illnesses which he may have and to maintain his health. Because if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him who does not use any of these things, these troubles, distresses, and vexations are not for him when he uses them in this manner. Because these are called the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by use. 4. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by endurance? Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, puts up with cold and heat, hunger and thirst, with gadflies, mosquitoes, winds, the sun and creeping creatures, abusive and hurtful language. He becomes inured to the endurance of bodily feelings which are painful, acute, sharp, severe, unpleasant, disagreeable, deadly. Because if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for a person who does not endure any of these troubles, distresses, and vexations are not for him who endures them in this manner. Because these are called the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by endurance. 5. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by avoidance? Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, avoids a savage elephant, a savage horse, a savage bull, a savage dog, avoids a snake, the stump of a tree, a thorny hedge, a pit or hole, a precipice, a refuse pool, or a dirty pool. Considering wisely, he also avoids sitting in such unseemly places, and frequenting such unseemly resorts, and cultivating such bad friends as would lead to the discreet among his fellows in the holy life to conclude that he has gone astray. Bhikkhus, if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him, when he does not avoid any such things, such as these, those troubles, distresses, and vexations would not be for him when he avoids them in this manner. These are called the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by avoidance. 6. What are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by dispersal? Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, does not tolerate, rejects, discards, destroys, extinguishes thoughts of sense pleasure which have arisen in him. He does not tolerate thoughts of ill will, He does not tolerate thoughts of violence. He does not tolerate, rejects, discards, destroys, extinguishes whatever evil and unwholesome thoughts which have arisen in him. Bhikkhus, if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him when he does not disperse any of these, those troubles, distresses, and vexations would not be for him when he disperses them in this manner. Bhikkhus, these are called the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by dispersal. 7. Bhikkhus, what are the cares and troubles to be got rid of by culture? Bhavana. Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, considering wisely, cultivates mindfulness, a factor of enlightenment associated with detachment, with passionlessness, with cessation, maturing into renunciation. Considering wisely, he cultivates the investigation of the Dhamma, a factor of enlightenment, energy, a factor of enlightenment, joy, a factor of enlightenment, calmness, relaxation, a factor of enlightenment, concentration, a factor of enlightenment, equanimity, a factor of enlightenment associated with detachment, with passionlessness, with cessation, maturing into renunciation. Bhikkhus, if there are any troubles, distresses, and vexations for him when he does not cultivate any of these troubles, distresses and vexations would not be for him when he cultivates them in this manner. Bhikkhus, these are called cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by culture. Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu in whom the cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by insight have been got rid of by insight. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by restraint have been got rid of by restraint. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by use have been got rid of by use. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by endurance have been got rid of by endurance. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by avoidance have been got rid of by avoidance. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by dispersal have been got rid of by dispersal. The cares and troubles which are to be got rid of by culture have been got rid of by culture. Bhikkhus, it is this bhikkhu who is said to have restrained all cares and troubles. He has cut off craving, struck off his fetters, and by fathoming false pride, has put an end to suffering. End of Buddha's quote. Thus spoke the Blessed One. Glad at heart, those bhikkhus rejoiced at the words of the Blessed One. Majjhima Nikaya, number 2. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. The Parable of the Piece of Cloth. Vatupama Sutta. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living at the monastery of Anathapindika in Jeta's Grove near Savatthi. There the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus, saying, Bhikkhus, and they replied to him, Venerable Sir. The Blessed One then spoke as follows. If a soiled and dirty piece of cloth is dipped by the fuller in any dye at all, blue, yellow, red, or pink, it will still be a bad and dirty color. Why? Because the cloth is not clean. Even so, bhikkhus, when the mind is impure, a bad future life must be expected. If a perfectly clean piece of cloth is dipped by the fuller in any dye at all, blue, yellow, red, or pink, it will be a beautiful and clean color. Why? Because the cloth is clean. Even so, bhikkhus, when the mind is pure, a good future life must be expected. Now, what are the mind's impurities? Cupidity, excessive desire, is an impurity of the mind. Enmity, anger, rancor, hypocrisy, malice, jealousy, avarice, trickery, deceit, obduracy, haughtiness, pride, arrogance, inflation. Indolence is an impurity of the mind. That bhikkhu who recognizes cupidity, excessive desire, as an impurity of the mind, abandons it. Who recognizes enmity, anger, rancor, hypocrisy, malice, jealousy, avarice, trickery, deceit, obduracy, haughtiness, pride, arrogance, inflation, indolence, as an impurity of the mind, abandons it. Bhikkhus, when that bhikkhu has abandoned cupidity, excessive desire, recognizing it as an impurity of the mind, when he has abandoned enmity, anger, rancor, hypocrisy, malice, jealousy, avarice, trickery, deceit, obduracy, haughtiness, pride, arrogance, inflation, indolence, recognizing it as an impurity of the mind, he finds serene joy, satisfaction in the Enlightened One, knowing that the Blessed One is worthy, perfectly enlightened, endowed with knowledge and virtue, happy, knower of worlds, matchless tamer of men, teacher of gods and men, awakened and blessed. He finds serene joy, satisfaction in the Dhamma, knowing that the Dhamma is excellently expounded by the Blessed One. It can be realized here in this life. It produces immediate results. It invites people to come and see, investigate. It leads to the goal, nibbana. It has to be comprehended by the wise, each for himself. He finds serene joy, satisfaction, in the community of the disciples, knowing that the community of the disciples of the Blessed One is of good conduct, upright, wise, dutiful. The community of the disciples of the Blessed One, namely, the 4 pairs of persons, the 8 kinds of individuals, is worthy of offerings, of hospitality, of gifts, of reverential salutation. It is an incomparable field of merit to the world. Footnote. The 4 pairs of persons constitute the 4 kinds of disciples who have attained the 4 paths and the 4 fruits of sainthood, namely Sotapatti, stream entrant, Sakadagami, once returner, Anagami, never returner, and Arahata, worthy. The one who has attained the path and the one who has attained the fruit of each of the 4 stages of sainthood are once taken together and considered as a pair. Hence the 4 pairs of persons. And then when the 2 persons of each pair are regarded separately, there are 8 individuals. End of footnote. Finally, with impurities renounced, spewed out, discharged, abandoned, and with the thought that he is endowed with serene joy in the Enlightened One, in his teaching, Dhamma, in the community, he is touched with a feeling for the sense and the truth, and he receives the gladness associated with truth. When one is glad, joy arises. When the mind is joyful, the body becomes relaxed. When relaxed, one feels content. The mind of the contented man is concentrated. A bhikkhu who has reached this state in virtue, in mental discipline, and in wisdom may, without impediment to his spiritual life, partake of the choicest rice with all manner of sauces and curries. Just as a soiled and dirty cloth, plunged in clear water, becomes pure and clean, or just as gold, passed through the furnace, becomes pure and clean. Even so, a bhikkhu who has reached this state in virtue, in mental discipline, and in wisdom, may partake of the choicest rice with all manner of sauces and curries, and it will not be an impediment, harm, to him and to his spiritual life. With thoughts of love, of compassion, of sympathetic joy, of equanimity, he pervades one quarter of the world, so too the second, the third, and the fourth quarters, above, below, across, everywhere. The whole length and breadth of the wide world is pervaded by the radiant thoughts of a mind all-embracing, vast and boundless, without hate, without ill will. Then he knows, there is this, there is a lower, and there is yet a higher stage. Deliverance lies beyond this realm of perceptions. When he knows and sees this, his mind becomes liberated from the impurities of sense pleasure, of the desire for continuing existence, of ignorance. When liberated, there is knowledge that he is liberated. Then he knows birth is exhausted, the holy life has been lived, what has to be done is done, there is no more left to be done on this account. Bhikkhus, such a bhikkhu can said to have bathed internally. Now at this time there was sitting close by the Brahmin Sundarika Bharadvaja, who asked the Blessed One thus, "Does the Venerable Gautama go to bathe in the river Bahuka?" "What does the river Bahuka matter, Brahmin? What good does it do?" "Venerable Gautama, the river Bahuka is considered by many people as purifying, as holy. Many people wash away their sins in the river Bahuka." Thereupon the Blessed One addressed the Brahmin Sundarika Bhavarajda in these lines. "In Bahuka and in Adhikaka, Gaya, Sundarika, Sratsati, Payaga, Bahumati, there the fool of black deeds may daily plunge, yet is never purified. What can Sundarika, Payaga, or Bahumati do? They cleanse not the man guilty of hate and evil. For him who is pure in mind, any day is auspicious, any day is hallowed. Cleansed, pure in deeds, he always fulfills observances. So, Brahmin, come and bathe here. Love all that lives. If you neither lie, nor slay, nor steal, are no greedy miser, but live in trust, what use going to Gaya? Your well home is at Gaya." At this, the Brahmin Sundarika Bharajava said to the Blessed One, "Excellent, Venerable Gautama, excellent. It is just as if one should set upright what had been turned upside down, or reveal what had been hidden away, or show the way to a man gone astray, or bring a lamp into darkness so that those with eyes might see things there. In this manner, in many ways, the Dhamma is expounded by the Venerable Gautama. I take refuge in the Venerable Gautama, in the Dhamma, and in the community of bhikkhus. May I be admitted into the order and receive the higher ordination under the Venerable Gautama." The Brahmin Sundarika Bharajava was admitted into the order and received the higher ordination. Not long after his higher ordination, the Venerable Bharajava, dwelling alone and aloof, strenuous, ardent, resolute, attained to and dwelt in that incomparable state, the ultimate aim of holy life, in quest of which sons of families go forth from home to homelessness. And he knew through higher knowledge, birth is exhausted, the holy life has been lived. What has to be done is done, there is no more left to be done on this account. And in this way the Venerable Bharajava too became one of the Arahants. Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta number 7. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. The Foundations of Mindfulness. The Presence of Mindfulness. Satipatthana Sutta, abridged. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once living among the Kurus at Kama Sadama, a market town of the Kuru people. There the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus and spoke as follows. This is the only way, bhikkhus, for the purification of beings, for the overcoming of sorrow and lamentation, for the destruction of suffering and grief, for reaching the right path, for the attainment of nibbana, namely the four foundations, four forms of presence, of mindfulness. What are the four? Here, a bhikkhu, ardent, clearly comprehending things, and mindful, lives observing the activities of the body, having overcome covetousness and repugnance towards the world of the body, observing feelings, and having overcome covetousness and repugnance towards the world of feelings, observing the activities of the mind, having overcome covetousness and repugnance towards the world of the mind, observing mental objects, having overcome covetousness and repugnance towards the world of mental objects. Section. Body. And how does a bhikkhu live observing the activities of the body? 1. Breathing. Here bhikkhus, a bhikkhu having gone to the forest, to the foot of a tree or to some empty place, sits down, with his legs crossed, keeps his body straight and his mindfulness alert. Ever mindful, he breathes in, and ever mindful, he breathes out. Breathing in a long breath, he knows, I am breathing in a long breath. Breathing out a long breath, he knows, I am breathing out a long breath. Breathing in a short breath, he knows, I am breathing in a short breath. Breathing out a short breath, he knows, I am breathing out a short breath. Experiencing the whole breath body, I shall breathe in. Thus he trains himself. Experiencing the whole breath body, I shall breathe out. Thus he trains himself. Calming the activity of the breath body, I shall breathe in. Thus he trains himself. Calming the activity of the breath body, I shall breathe out. Thus he trains himself. Thus he lives observing the activities of the body internally, or externally, or both internally and externally. He lives also observing origination factors in the body, or dissolution factors in the body, or origination and dissolution factors in the body. Or his mindfulness is established to the extent necessary just for knowledge and awareness that the body exists and he lives unattached and clings to naught in the world. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the activities of the body. 2. Postures of the body. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu knows when he is going, I am going. He knows when he is standing, I am standing. He knows when he is sitting, I am sitting. He knows when he is lying down, I am lying down. Or he knows just how his body is disposed. Thus he lives observing the activities of the body internally or externally. 3. Full attention. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu applies full attention, either in going forward or back, in looking straight on or looking away, in bending or in stretching, in wearing robes or carrying the bowl, in eating, drinking, chewing, or savoring, in attending to the calls of nature, in walking, in standing, in sitting, in falling asleep, in waking, in speaking or in keeping silence. In all these he applies full attention. Thus he lives observing the activities of the body. Four, repulsiveness of the body. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reflects on this very body enveloped by the skin and full of manifold impurity, from the soul up, and from the top of the hair down, thinking thus: there are in this body hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, midriff, spleen, lungs, intestines, mesentery, stomach, facies, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, grease, saliva, navel mucus, synovial fluid, urine. Just as if there were a double-mouthed provision bag full of various kinds of grain, such as hill paddy, green gram, cowpeas, sesamum, and husked rice, and a man with sound eyes, having opened that bag, were to reflect thus: this is a hill paddy, this is a paddy, this is a green gram, this is a cowpea, this is sesamum, this is husked rice. Just so, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reflects on this very body, enveloped by the skin and full of manifold impurity, from the soul up, and from the top of the hair down, thinking thus: there are in this body of hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, ... synovial fluid, urine. Thus he lives observing the body, ... 5. Material elements. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reflects on this very body, as it is, and as it is constituted, by way of the material elements. There are in this body the element of earth, the element of water, the element of fire, the element of wind. Just as if, bhikkhus, a clever cow butcher or his apprentice, having slaughtered a cow and divided it into portions, would be sitting at the juncture of 4 high roads. In this same way, a bhikkhu reflects on this very body, as it is, and as it is constituted, by way of the material elements. There are in this body the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Thus he lives observing the body, ... 6. The 9 cemetery objects. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body dead 1, 2, or 3 days, swollen, blue, and festering, thrown onto the cemetery, so he applies this perception to his own body thus: verily, my own body too is of the same nature. Such it will become and will not escape it. Thus he lives observing the body. 2. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, being eaten by crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, or by different kinds of worms, so he applies this perception to his own body thus: verily, my own body too is of the same nature. Such it will become and will not escape it. Thus he lives observing the body, ... 3. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, reduced to a skeleton, with some flesh and blood attached to it, held together by the tendons, ... 4. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, reduced to a skeleton, blood besmeared and without flesh, held together by the tendons, ... 5. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, reduced to a skeleton, without flesh and blood, held together by the tendons, ... 6. And further, bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, cemetery reduced to disconnected bones, scattered in all directions. Here a bone of the hand, there a bone of the foot, a shin bone, a thigh bone, the pelvis, spine, and skull. 7. And further bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery completely reduced to bleached bones of conch-like color. 8. And further bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, reduced to bones, more than a year old, lying in a heap. 9. And further bhikkhus, just as a bhikkhu sees a body thrown onto the cemetery, reduced to bones, rotten, and become dust. So he applies this perception to his own body thus. Verily, my own body too is of the same nature. Such it will become and will not escape it. Thus he lives observing the body. Section 2. Feelings. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu live observing feelings? Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, when experiencing a pleasant feeling, knows, I experience a pleasant feeling. When experiencing a painful feeling, he knows, I experience a painful feeling. When experiencing a neither pleasant nor painful feeling, he knows, I experience a neither pleasant nor painful feeling. When experiencing a pleasant worldly feeling, he knows, I experience a pleasant worldly feeling. When experiencing a pleasant spiritual feeling, he knows, I experience a pleasant spiritual feeling. When experiencing a painful worldly feeling, he knows, I experience a painful worldly feeling. When experiencing a painful spiritual feeling, he knows, I experience a painful spiritual feeling. When experiencing a neither pleasant nor painful worldly feeling, he knows, I experience a neither pleasant nor painful worldly feeling. When experiencing a neither pleasant nor painful spiritual feeling, he knows, I experience a neither pleasant nor painful spiritual feeling. He lives in this way observing feelings internally, or externally, or internally and externally. He lives observing origination factors in feelings, or dissolution factors in feelings, or origination and dissolution factors in feelings. Or his mindfulness is established to the extent necessary, just for knowledge and awareness that feeling exists, and he lives unattached and clings to naught in the world. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observed feelings. 3. Mind. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu live observing mind? Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu knows the mind with lust as being with lust, the mind without lust as being without lust, the mind with hate as being with hate, the mind without hate as being without hate, the mind with ignorance as being without ignorance, the mind without ignorance as being without ignorance, the shrunken state of mind as the shrunken state, the distracted state of mind as the distracted state, the developed state of mind as the developed state, the undeveloped state of mind as the undeveloped state, the state of mind with some other mental state superior to it as being the state with something mentally superior to it, the state of mind with no other mental state superior to it as being the state with nothing mentally superior to it, the concentrated state of mind as the concentrated state, the unconcentrated state of mind as the unconcentrated state, the liberated state of mind as the liberated state, and the unliberated state of mind as the unliberated state. He lives in this way, observing the mind internally or internally and externally. He lives observing origination factors in mind, or dissolution factors in mind, or origination and dissolution factors in mind. Or his mindfulness is established to the extent necessary, just for knowledge and awareness that mind exists, and he lives unattached and clings to naught in the world. Thus bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the mind. Section 4. Mental Objects. And how bhikkhus does a bhikkhu live observing mental objects? 5 hindrances. Here bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the 5 hindrances as mental objects. How bhikkhus does a bhikkhu live observing the 5 mental objects as hindrances as mental objects? 1. Here bhikkhus, when sense desire is present, a bhikkhu knows, sense desire is in me. Or when sense desire is not present, he knows there is no sense desire in me. He knows how the non-arisen sense desire arises. He knows how the arisen sense desire disappears. He knows how the non-arising in the future of the abandoned sense desire comes to be. 2. When anger is present, he knows anger is in me. 3. When torpor and languor are present, he knows torpor and languor are in me. 4. When restlessness and worry are present, he knows restlessness and worry are in me. 5. When doubt is present, he knows doubt is in me. Or when doubt is not present, he knows there is no doubt in me. He knows how the non-arisen doubt arises. He knows how the arisen doubt disappears. And he knows how the non-arising in the future of the abandoned doubt comes to be. In this way, he lives observing mental objects internally or externally, or internally and externally. He lives observing origination factors in mental objects, or dissolution factors in mental objects, or origination and dissolution factors in mental objects. Or his mindfulness is established to the extent necessary just for knowledge and awareness that mental objects exist, and he lives unattached and clings to naught in the world. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the 5 hindrances as mental objects. 5 aggregates. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the 5 aggregates of clinging as mental objects. How bhikkhus does a bhikkhu live observing, contemplating the 5 aggregates of clinging as mental objects? Here bhikkhus, a bhikkhu thinks, this is material form. It arises in this way, and it disappears in this way. This is feeling. It arises in this way, and it disappears in this way. This is perception. It arises in this way, and it disappears in this way. This is mental formations. They arise in this way, and they disappear in this way. This is consciousness. It arises in this way, and it disappears in this way. Thus he lives contemplating mental objects internally, etc. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating the 5 aggregates of clinging as mental objects. The 6 sense bases. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating the 6 internal and 6 external sense bases as mental objects. How bhikkhus does a bhikkhu live contemplating the 6 internal and the 6 external sense bases as mental objects? Here bhikkhus, a bhikkhu knows the eye and visual forms, and the fetter that arises dependent on both, the eye and forms. He knows how the non-arisen fetter arises. He knows how the arisen fetter disappears. And he knows how the non-arising in the future of the abandoned fetter comes to be. He knows the ear and sounds, the nose and smells, the tongue and flavors, the body and tangible objects, the mind and mental objects, and the fetter that arises dependent on both. He knows how the non-arisen fetter arises. He knows how the arisen fetter disappears. And he knows how the non-arising in the future of the abandoned fetter comes to be. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating mental objects internally, etc. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating the 6 internal and 6 external bases as mental objects. The 7 factors of enlightenment. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives observing the 7 factors of enlightenment as mental objects. How, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu live observing the 7 factors of enlightenment as mental objects? 1. Here, bhikkhus, when the enlightenment factor of mindfulness is present, the bhikkhu knows the enlightenment factor of mindfulness is in me. Or when the enlightenment factor of mindfulness is absent, he knows the enlightenment factor of mindfulness is not in me. And he knows how the non-arisen enlightenment factor of mindfulness arises, and how perfection in the development of the arisen enlightenment factor of mindfulness comes to be. 2. When the enlightenment factor of the investigation of mental objects is present, the bhikkhu knows the enlightenment factor of the investigation of mental objects is in me. When the enlightenment factor of the investigation of mental objects is absent, he knows, etc. 3. When the enlightenment factor of energy is present, he knows the enlightenment factor of energy is in me. When the enlightenment factor of energy is absent, he knows the enlightenment factor of energy is not in me. And he knows how the non-arisen enlightenment factor of energy arises, and how perfection in the development of the arisen enlightenment factor of energy comes to be. 4. When the enlightenment factor of joy is present, he knows, etc. 5. When the enlightenment factor of relaxation is present, he knows, etc. 6. When the enlightenment factor of concentration is present, he knows, etc. 7. When the enlightenment factor of equanimity is present, he knows, etc. Thus he lives, observing mental objects internally, etc. Thus, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives, observing the 7 factors of enlightenment as mental objects. The 4 Noble Truths. And further, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating the 4 Noble Truths as mental objects. How, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu live contemplating the 4 Noble Truths as mental objects? Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu knows. This is dukkha, suffering. According to reality, he knows. This is the origin of dukkha. According to reality, he knows. This is the cessation of dukkha. According to reality, he knows. This is the path leading to the cessation of dukkha. According to reality. Thus he lives contemplating mental objects internally, etc. In this way, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu lives contemplating the 4 Noble Truths as mental objects. Bhikkhus, whosoever practices these 4 foundations of mindfulness in this manner for 7 years, then one of these 2 fruits may be expected by him: highest knowledge, arahantship, here and now, or if some remainder of clinging is yet present, the state of non-returning. Bhikkhus, let alone 7 years. Should any person practice these 4 foundations of mindfulness in this matter for 6 years, 5 years, 4, 3, 2, 1 year, then one of these 2 fruits may be expected by him: highest knowledge, here and now, or if some remainder of clinging is yet present, the state of non-returning. Bhikkhus, let alone a year. Should anyone practice these 4 foundations of mindfulness in this matter for 7 months, 6 months, 5, 4, 3, 2, a month, half a month, then one of these 2 fruits may be expected by him: highest knowledge, here and now, or if some remainder of clinging is yet present, the state of non-returning. Bhikkhus, let alone half a month. Should any person practice these 4 foundations of mindfulness in this manner for a week, then one of these 2 fruits may be expected by him: highest knowledge here and now, or if some remainder of clinging is yet present, the state of non-returning. Because of this, it was said, "This is the only way, bhikkhus, for the purification of beings, for the overcoming of sorrow and lamentation, for the destruction of suffering and grief, for reaching the right path, for the attainment of nibbana, namely the 4 foundations of mindfulness." This the Blessed One said. Satisfied, the bhikkhus rejoiced at his words. From the Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta number 10. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. Advice to Sigala, Domestic and Social Relations. Sigalovada Sutta, abridged. Thus have I heard. The Blessed One was once staying near Rajagaha, at the squirrels' feeding ground in the bamboo wood. Now at this time Sigala, a householder's son, rising early, went out of Rajagaha. With wet hair, wet garments, and his clasped hands uplifted, he performed the rite of worship to the several quarters of the earth and sky, to the east, south, west, and north, and to the nadir and the zenith. Footnote. Performing the rite of worship of the different quarters of the external world, invoking for protection the mighty spirits or gods inhabiting them, was an old ritual according to the Vedic tradition. The Buddha, who disapproves and condemns such superstitious old practices, gives them new meanings and interpretations, according to the persons to whom he speaks. See the parable of the piece of cloth, where he speaks to a Brahmin of the inner bath instead of the sacred baths of the holy river. End of footnote. Early that same morning, the Blessed One dressed, took bowl and robe, and entered Rajagaha seeking alms. He saw Sigala at his rite of worship, and spoke to him thus. Why, young householder, do you, rising early and leaving Rajagaha, with your hair and raiment wet, worship the several quarters of sky and earth? Sir, my father, when he was on his deathbed, said to me, Dear son, you should worship the quarters of earth and sky. So I, sir, honoring my father's word, reverencing, revering, holding it sacred, rising early and leaving Rajagaha, worship in this way. But in the disciple of the Arya, noble one, young householder, the 6 quarters should not be worshipped in this way. Reply. How then, sir, in the disciple of the Arya, should the 6 quarters be worshipped? It would be an excellent thing if the Blessed One would so teach me the way in which, according to the disciple of the Arya, the 6 quarters should be worshipped. Here then, young householder, reflect carefully, and I will tell you. Yes, sir, responded young Sigala. And the Blessed One said, Just as, young householder, the Aryan disciple has put away the 4 vices in conduct, just as he does no evil actions from the 4 motives, just as he does not make towards the 6 doors of dissipating wealth, avoiding these 14 evil things, he is a guardian of the 6 quarters, is on his way to conquer both worlds, is successful both in this world and in the next. At the dissolution of the body, after death, he is reborn to a happy destiny in heaven. What are the 4 vices of conduct that he has put away? The destruction of life, stealing, adultery, and lying. These are the 4 vices of conduct that he has put away. By which four motives does he do no evil actions? Evil actions are done from motives of partiality, enmity, stupidity, and fear. But as the Aryan disciple is not led away by these motives, he does no evil actions through them. And which are the 6 doors of dissipating wealth? Drink, frequenting the streets at unseemly hours, haunting fairs, gambling, associating with evil friends, idleness. There are, young householder, these 6 dangers of drink: the actual loss of wealth, increase of quarrels, susceptibility to disease, an evil reputation, indecent exposure, ruining one's intelligence. 6, young householder, are the perils a man runs through frequenting the streets at unseemly hours. He himself is unguarded or unprotected, and so too are his wife and children. So also is his property, wealth. In addition, he falls under the suspicion of being responsible for undetected crimes. False rumors are attached to his name. He goes out to meet many troubles. There are 6 perils in haunting fairs. A man keeps looking about to see where there is dancing, where is there singing, music, recitation, cymbal playing, the beating of tom-toms. 6, young householder, are the perils of gambling. If the man wins, he is hated. If he loses, he mourns his lost wealth. Waste of wealth. His word has no weight in an assembly, a court of law. He is despised by his friends and companions. He is not sought in marriage, for people will say that a man who is a gambler will never make a good husband. There are 6 perils of associating with evil friends. Any gambler, any libertine, any tippler, any cheat, any swindler, any man of violence becomes his friend and companion. There are 6 perils in idleness. A man says it is too cold and does no work. He says it is too hot and does no work. He says it is too early, too late, and does no work. He says, I am too hungry, and does no work, too full, and does no work. And while all that he should do remains undone, he makes no money, and such wealth as he has dwindles away. Four persons should be reckoned as foes in the likeness of friends: the rapacious person, the man who pays lip service only to the friend, the flatterer, the wastrel. Of these, the first is to be reckoned as a foe in the likeness of a friend on 4 grounds. He is rapacious. He gives little and expects much. He does what he has to out of fear. He pursues his own interests. On 4 grounds, the man who pays lip service only to a friend is to be reckoned as a foe in the likeness of a friend. He makes friendly professions as regards the past. He makes friendly professions as regards the future. The only service he renders is by his empty sayings. When the opportunity for service arises, he shows his unreliability. On 4 grounds, the flatterer is to be reckoned as a foe in the likeness of a friend. He approves your bad deeds, as well as your good deeds. He praises you to your face, and in your absence he speaks ill of you. On 4 grounds, the wastrel is to be reckoned as a foe in the likeness of a friend. He is your companion when you go drinking, when you frequent the streets at untimely hours, when you haunt shows and fairs, when you gamble. The friends who should be reckoned as good-hearted friends are 4. The helper, the friend who is in constant happiness and adversity, the friend of good counsel, the sympathetic friend. The friend who is a helper is to be reckoned as good-hearted on 4 grounds. He protects you when you are taken unawares. He protects your property when you are not there to protect it. He is a refuge to you when you are afraid. When you have tasks to perform, he provides twice as much help as you may need. The friend who is constant in happiness and adversity is to be reckoned as good-hearted on 4 grounds. He tells you his secrets. He does not betray your secrets. In your troubles, he does not forsake you. For your sake, he will even lay down his life. The friend of good counsel is good-hearted on 4 grounds. He restrains you from doing wrong. He enjoins you to do what is right. From him you learn what you had not learnt before. He shows you the way to heaven. The friend who is sympathetic is to be reckoned as good-hearted on 4 grounds. He does not rejoice over your misfortunes. He rejoices with you in your prosperity. He restrains those who speak ill of you. He commends those who speak well of you. And how, young householder, does the Aryan disciple protect, guard the 6 quarters? Footnote. Now the Buddha explains to Sigala what the 6 quarters are and how to worship them, according to the disciple of the Arya, noble one, by way of performing one's duties and obligations towards them, instead of performing the ritual worship according to the old Brahmanic tradition. If the 6 quarters are protected in this way, they are made safe and secure, and no danger would come from there. Brahmins too worshipped the quarters of the external world to prevent any danger coming from the spirits or gods inhabiting them. End of footnote. The following should be looked upon as the 6 quarters. Parents as the east, teachers as the south, wife and children as the west, friends and companions as the north, servants and employees as the nadir, recluses and Brahmins, the religieux, as the zenith. A child should minister to his parents as the eastern quarter in 5 ways, saying to himself, "Once I was supported by them, now I will be their support. I will perform those duties they have to perform. I will maintain the lineage and tradition of my family. I will look after my inheritance. And I will give alms, perform religious rites, on behalf of them, when they are dead." Parents thus ministered to by their children as the eastern quarter show their love for them in the 5 ways. They restrain them from evil. They direct them towards the good. They train them to a profession. They arrange suitable marriages for them. And in due time they hand over the inheritance to them. In this way the eastern quarter is protected and made safe and secure for him. A pupil should minister to his teachers as the southern quarter in 5 ways: by rising from his seat to salute them, by waiting upon them, by his eagerness to learn, by personal service, and by respectfully accepting their teaching. Teachers, thus ministered to as the southern quarter by their pupil, show their love for their pupil in 5 ways. They train him well. They make him grasp what he has learnt. They instruct him thoroughly in the lore of every art. They introduce him to their friends and companions. They provide for his security everywhere. In this way the southern quarter is protected and made safe and secure for him. A wife, as western quarter, should be ministered to by her husband in 5 ways: by respecting her, by his courtesy, by being faithful to her, by handing over authority to her, by providing her with adornment, jewelry, etc. The wife, ministered to by her husband as the Western quarter, loves him in these 5 ways: by doing her duty well, by hospitality to attendants, etc., by her fidelity, by looking after his earnings, and by skill and industry in all her business dealings. In this way, the Western quarter is protected and made safe and secure for him. In 5 ways, a member of a family should minister to his friends and companions as the Northern quarter: by generosity, by courtesy, by benevolence, by equality, treating them as he treats himself, and by being true to his word. Thus ministered to as the Northern quarter, his friends and companions love him in these 5 ways. They protect him when he is in need of protection. They look after his property when he is unable to. They become a refuge in danger. They do not forsake him in his troubles. And they respect even others related to him. In this way, the Northern quarter is protected and made safe and secure for him. A master ministers to his servants and employees as the nadir in 5 ways: by assigning them work according to their capacity and strength, by supplying them with food and wages, by tending them in sickness, by sharing with them unusual delicacies, and by giving them leave and gifts at suitable times. In these ways, ministered to by their master, servants and employees love their master in 5 ways. They wake up before him, they go to bed after him, they take what is given to them, they do their work well, and they speak well of him and give him a good reputation. In this way, the nadir, protected and made safe, is made protected and made safe and secure for him. A member of a family, a layman, should minister to recluses and Brahmins, the religieux, as the zenith in 5 ways: by affectionate acts, by affectionate words, by affectionate thoughts, by keeping open house for them, by supplying them with their worldly needs. In this way, ministered to as the zenith, recluses and Brahmins show their love for the members of the family, laymen, in 6 ways. They keep them from evil. They exhort them to do good. They love them with kindly thoughts. They teach them what they have learnt. They teach them what they have not learnt. They correct and refine what they have learnt. They reveal to them the way to heaven. In this way is the zenith protected and made safe and secured for him. When the Blessed One had thus spoken, Sigala the young householder said this: "Excellent, sir, excellent. It is as if one should set upright what had been turned upside down, or reveal what had been hidden away, or show the way to a man gone astray, or bring a lamp into darkness, so that those with eyes might see things there." In this manner the Dhamma is expounded by the Blessed One in many ways, and I take refuge in the Blessed One, in the Dhamma, and in the community of bhikkhus. May the Blessed One receive me as his lay disciple, as one who has taken his refuge in him from this day forth, as long as life endures. From the Digha Nikaya, number 31. End of section. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section: The Words of Truth. Selections from the Dhammapada. The verse numbers will be given here before the phrases. Number 1. All mental states have mind as their forerunner. Mind is their chief, and they are mind-made. If one speaks or acts with a defiled mind, then suffering follows one, even as the wheel follows the hoof of the draught ox. Verse 2. All mental states have mind as their forerunner. Mind is their chief, and they are mind-made. If one speaks or acts with a pure mind, happiness follows one as one's shadow that does not leave one. Verse 3. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. The hatred of those who harbor such thoughts is not appeased. Verse 5. Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. It is appeased by love. This is an eternal law. Verse 24. Whosoever is energetic, mindful, pure in conduct, discriminating, self-restrained, right living, vigilant, his fame steadily increases. Verse 25. By endeavor, diligence, discipline, and self-mastery, let the wise man make of himself an island that no flood can overwhelm. Verse 26. Fools, men of little intelligence, give themselves over to negligence, but the wise man protects his diligence as a supreme treasure. 27. Give not yourselves unto negligence. Have no intimacy with sense pleasures. The man who meditates with diligence attains much happiness. 33. This fickle, unsteady mind, difficult to guard, difficult to control, the wise man makes straight, as the fletcher the arrow. 35. Hard to restrain, unstable is this mind. It flits wherever it lists. Good it is to control the mind. A controlled mind brings happiness. 38. He whose mind is unsteady, he who knows not the good teaching, he whose confidence wavers, the wisdom of such a person does not attain fullness. 42. Whatever harm a foe may do to a foe, or a hater to another hater, a wrongly directed mind may do one harm far exceeding these. 43. Neither mother, nor father, nor any other relative can do a man such good as is wrought by a rightly directed mind. 47. The man who gathers only the flowers of sense pleasures, whose mind is entangled, death carries him away as a great flood in a sleeping village. 50. One should not pry into the faults of others, into things done and left undone by others. One should rather consider what by oneself is done and left undone. 51. As a beautiful flower that is full of hue, but lacks fragrance, even so fruitless is the well-spoken word of one who does not practice it. 61. If, as one fares, one does not find a companion who is better or equal, let one resolutely pursue the solitary course. There can be no fellowship with the fool. 62. I have sons, I have wealth. Thinking thus, the fool is troubled. Indeed, he himself is not his own. How can his sons or wealth be his? 64. Even if all his life a fool associates with a wise man, he will not understand the truth, even as the spoon does not understand the flavor of the soup. 67. That deed is not well done, which one regrets when it is done, and the result of which one experiences weeping with a tearful face. 69. The fool thinks an evil deed as sweet as honey, so long as it does not ripen, does not produce results. But when it ripens, the fool comes to grief. 81. Even as a solid rock is unshaken by the wind, so are the wise unshaken by praise or blame. 127. Oh, my apologies. 82. Even as a lake, deep, extremely clear and tranquil, so do the wise become tranquil, having heard the teaching. 85. Few among men are they who cross to the further shore. The others merely run up and down the bank on this side. 90. For him who has completed the journey, who is sorrowless, wholly set free, and rid of all bonds, for such a one there is no burning of the passions. 94. He whose senses are mastered like horses, well under the charioteer's control. He who is purged of pride, free from passions, such a steadfast one, even the gods envy, hold dear. 96. Calm is the thought, calm the word, and deed of him who, rightly knowing, is wholly freed, perfectly peaceful and equipoised. 97. The man who is not credulous, who knows the, quote, uncreated, who has severed all ties, who has put an end to the occasion of good and evil, who has vomited all desires, verily he is supreme among men. 103. One may conquer in a battle 1,000 times 1,000 men, yet he is the best of conquerors who conquers himself. 104-5. Better it is truly to conquer oneself than to conquer angels. Neither a god, nor an angel, nor Mara, nor Brahma could turn this into defeat, the victory of a person such as this, who is self-mastered and ever restrained in conduct. 111. Though one may live 100 years with no true insight and self-control, yet better indeed is a life of one day for a man who meditates in wisdom. 116. Make haste in doing good. Restrain your mind from evil. Whosoever is slow in doing good, his mind delights in evil. 119. It is well within the evildoer until his evil deed ripens. But when his evil deed bears fruit, he then sees its ill effects. 120. It is ill, perhaps, with the doer of good until his good deed ripens, but when it bears fruit, then he sees the happy results. 121. Do not think lightly of evil, saying, "It will not come to me." Even a water pot is filled by the falling of drops. Likewise the fool, gathering it drop by drop, fills himself with evil. 122. Do not think lightly of good, saying, "It will not come to me." Even as a water pot is filled by the falling of drops, so the wise man, gathering it drop by drop, fills himself with good. 125. Whosoever offends an innocent person, pure and guiltless, his evil comes back on that fool himself like fine dust thrown against the wind. 129. All tremble at weapons, all fear death. Comparing others with oneself, one should not slay nor cause to slay. 131. He who, seeking his own happiness, torments with the rod creatures that are desirous of happiness, shall not obtain happiness hereafter. 152. The man of little learning, ignorant, grows like a bull. His flesh grows, but not his wisdom. 155. Not having lived the holy life, not having obtained wealth in their youth, men pine away like old herons in a lake without fish. 159. If a man practices himself what he admonishes others to do, he himself, being well controlled, will have control over others. It is difficult, indeed, to control oneself. 160. Oneself is one's own protector, refuge. What other protector, refuge, can there be? With oneself fully controlled, one obtains a protection, refuge, which is hard to gain. 165. By oneself, indeed, is evil done, and by oneself is one defiled. By oneself is evil left undone, and by oneself, indeed, is one purified. Purity and impurity depend on oneself. No one can purify another. 167. Do not follow mean things. Do not dwell in negligence. Do not embrace false views. So the world, i.e. samsara, the cycle of existence and continuity, is not prolonged. 171. Come, behold this world, how it resembles an ornamented royal chariot, in which fools flounder, but for the wise there is no attachment to it. 178. Better is the gain of entering the stream than sole sovereignty over the earth, than going to heaven, than rule supreme over the entire universe. 183. Not to do any evil, to cultivate good, to purify one's mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. 184. The most excellent ascetic practice is patience and forbearance. Nibbana is supreme, said the Buddhas. He indeed is no recluse who harms another, nor is he an ascetic who hurts others. 185. To speak no ill, to do no harm, to practice restraint according to the fundamental precepts, to be moderate in eating, to live in seclusion, to devote oneself to higher consciousness. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. 197. Happy indeed we live without hate among the hateful. We live free from hatred amidst hateful men. 201. The conqueror begets enmity. The defeated lie down in distress. The peaceful rest in happiness, giving up both victory and defeat. 204. Health is the best gain. Contentment is the best wealth. A trusty friend is the best kinsman. Nibbana is the supreme bliss. 205. Having tasted of the flavor of solitude and tranquility, one becomes woeless and stainless, drinking the essence of the joy of truth. 215. From lust arises grief. From lust arises fear. For him who is free from lust there is no grief, much less fear. 222. He who holds back a risen anger, as one checks a whirling chariot, him I call a charioteer. Other folk only hold the reins. 223. Conquer anger by love, evil by good. Conquer the miser with liberality, and the liar with truth. 231. Be on your guard against physical agitation. Be controlled in body. Forsaking bodily misconduct, follow right conduct in body. 232. Be on your guard against verbal agitation. Be controlled in words. Forsaking wrong speech, follow right ways in words. 233. Be on your guard against mental agitation. Be controlled in thoughts. Forsaking evil thoughts, follow right ways in thoughts. 234. The wise are controlled in deed, controlled in words, controlled in thoughts. Verily, they are fully controlled. 239. By degrees, little by little, from moment to moment, a wise man removes his own impurities, as a smith removes the dross of silver. 240. As rust, arisen out of iron, eats itself away, even so his own deeds lead the transgressor to the states of woe. 248. Know this, O good man, that evil things are uncontrollable. Let not greed and wickedness drag you to suffering for a long time. 251. There is no fire like lust. There is no grip like hate. There is no net like delusion. There is no river like craving. 252. The fault of others is easily seen, but one's own is hard to see. Like chaff one winnows others' thoughts, but one's own one conceals as a crafty fowler disguises himself. 267. He who has transcended both merit, good, and demerit, evil. He who leads a pure life. He who lives with understanding in this world. He indeed is called a bhikkhu. 268/269. Not by silence does one become a sage, if one be foolish and untaught. But the wise man who, as if holding a pair of scales, takes what is good and leaves out what is evil, is indeed a sage. For that reason he is called a sage. He who understands both sides in this world is called a sage. 273. Of paths, the noble eightfold path is the best. Of truths, the four words, noble truths. Detachment is the best of states, and of bipeds the seeing ones, the man of vision. 274. This is the only way. There is no other for the purification of vision. Follow this way. This is the bewilderment of Mara, evil. 275. Following this way, you shall make an end of suffering. This verily is the way declared by me when I had learnt to remove the arrow of suffering. 276. You yourselves should make the effort. The awakened ones are only teachers. Those who enter this path and who are meditative are delivered from the bonds of Mara, evil. 277. All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this in wisdom, then one becomes dispassionate towards the painful. This is the path to purity. 278. All conditioned things are dukkha, ill. When one sees this in wisdom, then he becomes dispassionate towards the painful. This is the path to purity. 279. All states, Dhamma, are without self. When one sees this in wisdom, then he becomes dispassionate towards the painful. This is the path to purity. 280. Who strives not when he should strive, who, though young and strong, is given to idleness, who is loose in his purpose and thoughts, and who is lazy, that idler never finds the way to wisdom. 281. Watchful of speech, well restrained in mind, let him do no evil with the body. Let him purify these three ways of action, and attain the path made known by the sages. 334. The craving of the man addicted to careless living grows like a maluva creeper. He jumps hither and thither, like a monkey in the forest looking for fruit. 335. Whosoever in this world is overcome by this wretched clinging thirst, his sorrows grow like the birana grass after rain. 336. But whosoever in this world overcomes this wretched craving, so difficult to overcome, his sorrow falls away from him like water drops from a lotus leaf. 338. As a tree cut down sprouts forth again if its roots remain uninjured and strong, even so, when the propensity to craving is not destroyed, this suffering arises again and again. 343. Led by craving, men run this way and that, like an ensnared hare. Therefore, let the bhikkhu, who wishes his detachment, discard craving. 348. Free thyself from the past, free thyself from the future, free thyself from the present. Crossing to the farther shore of existence, with the mind released everywhere, no more shalt thou come to birth and decay. 360. Good is restraint of the eye, good is restraint of the ear, good is restraint of the nose, good is restraint of the tongue. 361. Good is restraint of the body, good is restraint of speech, good is restraint of the mind, Restraint everywhere is good. The bhikkhu restrained in every way is freed from all suffering. 362. He who is controlled in hand, controlled in foot, controlled in speech, and possessing the highest control of mind, delighted within, composed, solitary, and contented, him they call a bhikkhu. 365. One should not despise what one receives, and one should not envy the gain of others. The bhikkhu who envies others does not attain concentration. 367. He who has no attachment whatsoever to name and form, mind and body, and he who does not grieve over what there is not, he indeed is called a bhikkhu. 368. The bhikkhu who abides in loving kindness, who is delighted in the teaching of the Buddha, attains the state of calm, the happiness of stilling the conditioned things. 385. He for whom there exists neither this shore nor the other, nor both, he who is undistressed and unbound, him I call a Brahman. 387. The sun glows by day, the moon shines by night. In his armor the warrior glows. In meditation shines the Brahman, but all day and night shines with radiance the awakened one. 420. He whose destiny neither the gods nor demigods nor men do know. He who has destroyed defilements and become worthy, him I call a Brahman. 423. He who knows former lives, who sees heaven and hell, who has reached the end of births and attained to super knowledge, the sage, accomplished with all accomplishments, him I call a Brahman. End of selected sayings from the Dhammapada. What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Section. The Last Words of the Buddha. Then the Blessed One addressed the Venerable Ananda. It may be, Ananda, that to some of you the thought may come. We have the words of the teacher who is gone. Our teacher we have with us no more. But Ananda, it should not be considered in this light. What I have taught and laid down, Ananda, as doctrine, Dhamma, and discipline, Vinaya, this will be your teacher when I am gone. Just as, Ananda, the bhikkhus now address one another with the word friend, avuso, they should not do so when I am gone. A senior bhikkhu, Ananda, may address a junior by his name, his family name, or with the word friend. A junior bhikkhu should address a senior as sir, Bhante, or venerable, Ayasma. If the Sangha, the community, the order, should wish it, Ananda, let them, when I am gone, abolish the lesser and minor precepts, rules. When I am gone, Ananda, the highest penalty should be imposed on the bhikkhu chana. Footnote, literally divine penalty, Brahmadanda. End of footnote. But sir, what is the highest penalty? Let the bhikkhu chana say what he likes, Ananda. The bhikkhu should neither speak to him, nor advise him, nor exhort him. Footnote 2. Channa was the close companion and charioteer of Prince Siddhartha before he became the Buddha. Later, he entered the order of the Sangha, was egoistically proud because of his close association with the master. He tended to be obstinate and self-willed, lacking in proper esprit de corps, and often behaving perversely. After the parinirvana death of the Buddha, when Ananda visited Channa and pronounced on him this penalty of a complete social boycott, even his proud spirit was tamed. He became humble. His eyes were opened. Later he mended his ways and became an arahant, and the penalty automatically lapsed. End of footnote. Then the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus. It may be, bhikkhus, that there may be doubt or perplexity in the mind of even one bhikkhu about the Buddha, or the Dhamma, or the Sangha, or the path, or the practice. Ask, bhikkhus. Do not reproach yourselves afterwards with the thought, our teacher was face to face with us. We could not ask the Blessed One when we were face to face with him. When this was said, the bhikkhus remained silent. A second time, and a third time too, the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus, as above. The bhikkhus remained silent even for the third time. Then the Blessed One addressed them and said, It may be, bhikkhus, that you put no questions out of reverence for your teacher. Then, bhikkhus, let friend speak to friend. Footnote. The idea is that if they did not like to put any question directly to the Buddha out of respect for their teacher, a bhikkhu should whisper the question to his friend, and then the latter could ask it on his behalf. End of footnote. Even at this, those bhikkhus remained silent. Then the Venerable Ananda said to the Blessed One, It is wonderful, sir. It is marvelous, sir. I have this faith, sir, in the community of bhikkhus here, that not even one of them has any doubt or perplexity about the Buddha, or the Dhamma, or the Sangha, or the path, or the practice. You speak out of faith, Ananda, but in this matter, Ananda, the Tathagata, the Buddha, knows, and knows for certain, that in this community of bhikkhus, there is not even one bhikkhu who has any doubt or perplexity about the Buddha, or the Dhamma, or the Sangha, or the path, or the practice. Indeed, Ananda, even the lowest in spiritual attainments among these 500 bhikkhus is a stream entrant, Sotapadana, not liable to fall into lower states, is assured and is bound for enlightenment. Then the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus, saying, Then, bhikkhus, I address you now. Transient are conditioned things. Try to accomplish your aim with diligence. These were the last words of the Tathagata from the Mahaparinibbana Sutta of the Digha Nikaya, Sutta number 16. End of section. What follows is a section of abbreviations from the footnotes and a selected bibliography for the English reader. After that follows a long glossary and an index. End of What the Buddha Taught by Walpola Rahula. Read by Dessalines.